turn up this bitch. Miss you.
Oh, I feel like busting freestyle.
Yeah. Sticking to the code, all these hoes for the street. I put in her nose, it's gonna make her pussy leak. Pussy niggas told ain't gonna wake up at AC. You can't hear that switch, but you can hear them niggas scream. All my hoes do shows, nigga, all my hoes do clothes. 20-carat ring, I put my fingers down her throat. If I lose a carrot, she might choke. I know she gon' swallow, she'll go. Freak bad nigga, bring the rats in. Got the shooters in the corner like a pack-in. She think cause she's out of bitch, she attractive. That's that shit that get you put up at the section. And the model still the same. All like I won a championship game. You know these hoes hungry, they gon' fuck for a name. I put her on the game, she get fucked for a chain. Got your girl in this bitch, she twirling on this dick. I got syrup in this bitch, turn up in this bitch. And we about the earths in this bitch, get murked in this bitch. All these pointers on me, baby, you know it's game time. Bring a friend, bitch, we fuck them at the same time. I'm a different nigga, no, we not the same kind. You can have that look, bitch, you ain't mine. Young dope, dealer selling dope, is you like that? Kicking doors, kicking doors, is you like that? Young dope, nigga selling lows, is you like that? All 24, you won't go, is you like that? Niggas from the bottom really like that. Stepping number lessons.
You know, this is the famous Big Three. It's just Big Me. Shit that sparked off that shit between
These
Drake.
niggas talking out of their mouth, put no coughing out of your mouth. I'm way too paranoid for a threat. Hey, let's get it, bro. B.O.T. the money, power, respect. The last one is better. Say yes, a lot of goofies with a check. I mean, I hold them sentiments symbolic. My temperament bipolar, I choose violence. Okay, let's get it up. It's time for him to prove that he's a problem. Niggas clicking up, but cannot be legit. No 40 water, tell them. Yeah, get up with me. Fuck sneak this and first person shooter. I hope they came with 3 switches. I crash out like fuck rap. This Melly Mel if I had to. Got 2 T's with me. I'm snatching chains and burning tattoos. It's up. Lost too many soldiers not to play it safe. If he walk around with a stick, it ain't Andre DK. Think I won't drop the location. I still got PTSD. Motherfuck the Big Three. Nigga, it's just Big Me. Nigga, I'm really like that. Hey, your best work is a light pack. Nigga, Prince outlived Mike Jack. Nigga, for all your dogs getting buried. That's a K with all these 9s. You gon' see Pet Cemetery, nigga.
Young dope, dealer selling dope, is you like that? Kicking doors, kicking in doors, is you like that? Young dope, nigga selling lows, is you like that? All 24, you won't go, is you like that? Niggas from the bottom really like that. Stepping in balances if you like that. Pop another bottle if you like that.
Hey.
Young dope, dealer selling dope, is you like that? Kicking doors, kicking in doors, is you like that? Young dope, nigga selling lows, is you like that? All 24, you won't go, is you like that? Niggas from the bottom really like that. Stepping in balances if you like that. Pop another bottle if you like that. Can you bring in dope niggas was John slanging powder? Walk in a strip club, make it rain for 3 hours. Locked in and now I got my film in my driver. Perked out, took chances in my hood like no bottle. White material lasagna.
Baby, that's that riding around the streets music. We got won't do nothing else now. That's that riding around music. What's happening? What is happening, honey? What is happening? Oh my goodness, y'all. It has been a weird day. I'm just in the mood for a little tune.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Look, me versus you and you know they pick it. Cheap and expensive, you know the difference. You fair. I can survive in the coldest conditions. Hoes very low, they tone when they spin. Bitches is washed, soap in the dishes. I apply pressure like ball constrictors. One bitch, two bitch, old bitch, new bitch. None of y'all bitches not gon' do shit. I'm in Miami, I pull up on cruise ship. You in Miami for also room shit. When I step a stampede, put on neck, can't breathe. Lucky charm, can't clean. Diamonds on, I see my eyes, link it up.
Hey.
In the fuck, if you scared, then just say that hoe enough is enough. They was just in my DMs, ain't no trust in these sluts. I'm about to call a diamond, bitch. Nuts, if you
Linking up, linking up, linking up. Hey, 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 hey.
I'm about to call up diamond, bitch. Nuts, if you fuck. I'm like, ooh, child, cool down, too hot, too wild, too clear, new
Child, how
style.
you fucking?
How you fucking with me?
Hey.
Girl, give me one shine, I'm raising the glass. Give me 2 shots, I'm shaking this ass. Give me 3 shots, and I'm ready to fuck. 5, 4 shots, I be ready to splash. To me, so I gotta pop it. I'm standing on business, I'm ready about it. Bitch, keep talking, I be big in their pocket. Girl, tell me about it. I'm litty, I'm pretty, I'm running the city. I'm standing on bitches in every department. This ass heavy, thick like peanut butter. Bitches jelly about it. Yeah, a lot of winning, a lot of score.
Hey.
Cardi Bright, Cardi Jordan.
Hey.
These bitches all losers.
Hey.
What they can't do is not important. Look, hey, I'm getting better and better. I do not see no competitors. You know the gang hit that pussy. Said it was regular dollar. See me in fighting, can see me in fashion, can see me with money. These bitches is bugging. You know these bitches blind. No, I'm invincible. Bitch can't see me at night. When I hop out with stampede, put on neck, can't breathe. Lucky charm, can't clean. Diamonds on, I see my eyes.
Linking up.
I'm like,
Well, that's my favorite part.
if you scared, then just say that hoe enough is enough. They was just in my DMs.
Hey, hey, hey.
I'm about to call up diamond, bitch. Nuts, if you
Linking up, linking up, linking up. Hey.
enough is enough. They was just in my DMs. Ain't no trust in these sluts.
I'm about to call up
diamond, bitch. Nuts, if you
Yes, honey. Woo, we got our cardio in for today. Woo, are you tired? Are you tired? Are you tired? Are you tired? So check this out, y'all. Check this out. What up? What up? Let's see what's in here. Okay. Ta-ta. 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 YouTube and Facebook. Nobody in for Facebook yet. What's happening? What's happening? So check this out right here. It is a lot going on today. A lot of defendants getting a little, a little relief, right? And that's always a good thing, right? Because hey, listen, everybody got to play by the rules. Even the ones that's trying to lock your ass up. Gotta play by the rules. And when they don't play by the rules, guess what? Sometimes you get a free ticket or something, right? You get some type of relief. Before I get into all that, listen, I was thoroughly entertained by that interview with Carlos King, who I love, and LISARAYE. I'm not a big fan of LISARAYE or what have you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not. I mean, she's okay. I'm not against her, but I'm not a big fan or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but when somebody's telling the truth, I ain't talking about that her truth and my truth and all that old weird shit. I'm telling you, it's some key phrases when people say that shit. I'm trying to tell you they full of shit. Okay, and my truth. Bitch, what is you talking about? It's either the truth or it's not. It ain't my truth. Listen, here we go. You know you're dealing with a shady person. Shady, something shady. Just continue, just watch. But it's some key phrases, baby. And that's when I know something is off. Something gonna be off. Something gonna be off. When I hear that my truth. When I hear that, when I hear emphasis on energy and stuff like that, and all of that, whatever, which depending on what they're how they're using it and what they're talking about. And I've only heard one usage of it, and it also got to be you have to know the person behind it too. But where it'd be like, okay, that's a legitimate feeling and behavior, right? That's a legitimate act. But I found 8 out of 10 times some bullshit. Just keep paying attention. It's gonna come out. You understand what I'm saying? So what's another one? People just be on bullshit. People got bullshit these days. I don't know what's going on. It must be something new. But that's what it is. You run into a lot of people that way. But oh my gosh, um, you know me. I am a person that loves to deal with people. That where we have a lot of stuff in common and similarities, right? That's my woo. I be like thumbs up, because we understand each other, and you probably possess all the stuff that I like, right? Genuineness, realness, truthfulness, all that type of stuff. So I'm like thumbs up for that. So, um, well, make sure y'all hit the like button. Find the like button over there on your platform. I told you the Twitter, the like button is that heart, I believe. That's the like button on Twitter. And they need to, oh, let me see. I was trying to say they need to get their little stuff laid out more, their little platform, little buttons and stuff. A little, bring it up a little more. It's kind of dated, or I ain't gonna say it's dated. It's kind of in between, right? It should have more functions to it, and it should be more pronounced, and you should be able to do more stuff on Twitter than you know by now. So, but they can always buy YouTube if it's ever for sale. I know he got it, but anyway. So that interview was so entertaining. Now she gives a good interview, and yeah, um, she gives a good interview. And I hate to read, so if it ever came in a book, I would never know about it. But that's why I like interviews and things of that nature and stuff. Somebody can give me just an update or a snapshot or give me whatever I need. But anyway, whatever I need to get a pretty good picture because I'm pretty good at figuring shit out. But anyway, so honey, she experienced some stuff with that man she was married to, and of course, when I start hearing things and seeing things in a person's personality, whatever, I'm gonna check that zodiac. I know a lot of people don't believe in it or whatever, but it is something. Um, it, it's something as it's something we all have alike. Those that are born in that, and you can make that argument for everything and everybody. I know that, but it's just real funny. A Virgo usually knows a Virgo. Now, some Virgos out here is very misleading. I wouldn't have. It ain't Virgoing. I don't get that. Okay, but again, I'm somewhere else, right? Outside of this, I can say, okay, that's a Virgo, but here, not so much. I be fooled every time. I'm like, what? that ain't no Virgo. But So, but I'm also paying attention that people that's born like on the like July the 22nd and 21st, they are Leos. They have a lot. They have a few Virgo characteristics. I can't send them Leos. Mm, mm, mm. Even the Leos here is kind of off because the Leos that I know and outside of him, baby, I don't punch them. And I'm not saying I don't want to punch these Leos in the face. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, oh my gosh, they are so Leo. Oh my gosh, mm-mm. I can't stand them things. But um, so you can't judge too much nothing here. It's one sign that's consistent here, but other than that, yeah, you be like, I really like Libras. They're full of shit, but it be something to where we have a roadblock. And it's always just that one roadblock. It's not a whole bunch of things between Libras and I. And that remember I told you that girl, one of my best friends who have all my pet peeves, she's a goddamn Libra. I bored until she started crying. What's up, purple purple? Till she started crying. Till she started crying, honey. I had to stop saying that. Girl, if I've known that you was like you was, I'm trying to tell you, we would not be tight and close. You can bet you by a dollar, by all of that. Thank you so much. But yes, honey, yes. Um, that's crazy. That is crazy. But she is a Libra. Yeah. So, and I really like Libras. I really do. It's just something. It's um a fake part of them. A fake. It's just a fakeness in them. It is. And you know me with that fake shit. I be like, and I don't be like tap you on the shoulder like, hey, you a fake bitch. That's not what I do. To be honest, just don't ever tell me. Ask me how you feel about me because I'm gonna tell you. I'm be like, oh, I never thought you would ask. Let me get right to it. It's just a fakeness about them that I just and then even in that interview LISARAYE was doing that fakeness kind of I was like, oh, so that is right there. Maybe it's not a fakeness. Maybe it's just what's I might. It's a fakeness. Never mind, because I know the Libras have been involved with that one girl who everybody I tried to get her in the group. Every groups around about four. It was like I passed the person. The only person that said, "Well, I think she'll be okay," and that person didn't really have status like that, but she being like little popping where the groups are popping groups and shit like that. I tried to even get her in there, and that the one person that said she was good. I met her through Yvette, and I was like, I can't take your word for it. No, well, I can't take you. But that one day, I took her everywhere. The girl everywhere, tried to get in, tried to run by guy, four guy. It was a mess. I been doing my due diligence, son. I be trying. Okay, now, hey, the people, what you want me to do? Override it? I don't do that. It's on certain occasions, right? Anyway, I don't want to get into that. But so um that interview was so good, but I posted on the YouTube wall of him, so you have to come get it off the YouTube wall. I don't know if I need to do a poll. I don't poll the hell out of y'all. I don't know what else to ask no more. Um, but she, oh my Lord have mercy. She went to talk about what happened with her and that president of Turks and Caicos, right? Ooh, Oh, baby, there's a lot on that Nicole Murphy. Oh, let me look up her sign. That Nicole Murphy, she was like, I should beat your ass. Let me see what Nicole Murphy is. Please don't be no Virgo. Please making us look bad. And Lord, and she, as soon as LISARAYE talks about Nicole Murphy, honey, it's they done. Oh shit! Hold on, I think she's a Virgo. Hold on. And she talking about she 5'6". Baby, she 5'6". I must be 5'4". Girl, bye. Damn, 5'6". I'm lying. Hold on, y'all. Oh, January the 5th, 1968. Okay. Now that makes. I don't be wanting no shit, so I'm just gonna shut up. So anyway, yeah, she born January 5th. So anyway, she talked about that damn shady ass Nicole Murphy. Right. Her and Nicole was friends, child. All right, y'all might know the story, whatever, but I'm just giving you a little celebrity news, baby. But I just put that in the title. So y'all know, because I don't want to mislead nobody. But listen, y'all. Tell you what happened. Her now. Oh yeah, another thing with Twitter. Once you do your title, you and I be going in and making periodic changes. That first one is it. Y'all need to get it together over there. I sure appreciate you. No, I don't think there's a way to give. So listen, y'all, by that Nicole Murphy. I'll tell you what happened. So her husband, LISARAYE's husband, that Michael Missick guy, he um he a hoe, right? And I'm bad at storytelling, so I'm just be honest with you. I gets right to it, right? To the things that shit. Um, I'll make sure I pronounce his name right. Remember that interview, that the details about that interview, honey, it's all over social media. His name is Michael Missick. Okay, Michael Missick. So she, was married to him, and he's the president of Turks and Caicos. Nicole Murphy was her friend. So LISARAYE at one point was, bringing all types of acts and events and things over to the Turks and Caicos, right? So they'll have, a little something for tourism. I guess you can put it like that, right? A little activity, something to do. All right. Because trust me, I know how to live in a place with nothing to do. Okay. So she said one day she was checking their private planes manifest, right? And she had seen where Nicole Murphy had used the plane, right? Had come over. Well, LISARAYE said, well, she knew it wasn't to come see her. And then she asked her husband, and he was like, no. No. She said she called Nicole Murphy and asked, um, like, what? Did you come over or whatever? She's like, no. Nicole Murphy, no, I don't know nothing about it. No, I ain't come over. And I think she said she asked her husband. Of course, he denied it. And then she said that she went to try to keep calling um, Nicole Murphy to get to the bottom of it, and Nicole stopped answering the phone. So at that time, Nicole Murphy was dating Michael Strahan. Michael Strahan was like from Good Morning America and did a lot of sports caster, um, sports announcing and stuff like that, right? And so um, she said, well, finally, she asked him, was talking to him about, did he know anything about it? About, Nicole possibly coming over to the Caicos and, maybe chilling out with her husband. Nicole said, well, let me send you a tape because apparently LISARAYE had a tape with them bringing, like, Nicole Murphy dropping, I think her husband off to the airport, child. Dropping LISARAYE's husband off to the airport. And so she said she sent um, Michael Strahan that tape. She said, and they didn't break up right then, okay? Because see, you know me, baby, I be knee deep in all that celebrity news and whatever. Because I remember when Nicole used to come on Good Morning America with Michael Strahan. Hey, Marietta. With Michael Strahan and all of that, do like little guest appearances or guest spots. I remember, so I remember when Drea and all of them was on Hollywood X's and stuff, right? I think the same guy that had taken Nicole Murphy's money is the same guy that took the some guys from the Jaguars money. I think Teddy Riley's money, but it was a lot going on. She had a lot going on right at that time. So they were planning a wedding then because remember they had been engaged for a minute, and all of a sudden they had broken up. Remember? I don't know if y'all follow celebrity news like that, but they had broken up. Um. So anyway, LISARAYE was like, she should beat her ass because that is beyond girl code, right? Beyond girl code. Like you don't. Like, where they do that at? Um, I could probably. I'm gonna tell a story. Y'all just give me a minute. don't need to hear this shit. And she talks about, and this interview and information from this interview is all over the internet today. So I be knowing what's gonna go by. I absolutely love Carlos King. But yeah, it was crazy. Hold on. She talks about, oh, that Dwayne Martin stuff. But LisaRaye don't run her mouth like that, right? She talked about that Dwayne Martin stuff. Yeah, oh man, I'm trying to tell you, it's everywhere, baby. They done picked up on this thing. It's everywhere. It went viral. So y'all, give me a minute to key it up. Hold on. So I'm gonna give you more than that part of the interview because it was some other stuff I wanted to point out. Like she's talking about like her type of guy and and she's not shy with telling what it is she's looking for. And shout out to those guys that know when they're not in your league, right? They can't give you, you know, shout out to those guys. Those are forever friends. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to those, right? And when I mean give you what, it doesn't have to be money and things of that nature, whatever. That's not what I'm talking about, right? Because everybody is are on different levels and everyone is looking for whatever, different things, right? But this girl is going to speak from a place that a lot of us women are familiar with. I'm not talking about you hoes, okay? That she don't speak on y'all too, um, but she's not defining, like she's not actually saying, well, that's a hoe, this hoe. No, no, no. But what I'm saying is, you'll recognize you when you hear this, okay?
And so it made me have to sit back and go, what can you tackle that you know how to do so you can make a good impression? And I knew that I love kids. So I bought the
So right
first,
now she's
carnival,
talking
Christmas
about
carnival over to the country. They had never seen any rides and carnivals and, games and stuff like that. And I bought a middleweight fight over there, Zab Judah. And I started the film festival.
And then I just attached myself to what and who I am, entertainment. So the film festival, the music festival, I would call people and say, hey, it's a small country. We can't afford to pay you your rate and definitely what you deserve. But can I make it a vacation out of you for you and your family and come and put a little money in your pocket and you can allow me to shine with my people all over here? You know, and everyone that I called, I must say, everyone that I called, they came. Alicia Keys, Lionel Richie, LL, Cedric the Entertainer, Chris Tucker, like everybody, because they were proud of me and they knew what I was trying to do. And it's not really until I do interviews that I recall and remember just how much I've done. I think somehow I kind of tried to come back and regain what I left, which was a part of my career, a part of who I was. It was like, who am I now? Am I still LISARAYE? Am I still a sex symbol? Do I still got it? Do I reinvent myself? Like, where do I go when I came back from off of the divorce, you know? And I was in survival mode, you know, for me in my own country. It was like, let me go back to the 50 states that love LISARAYE. You know what I mean? Forget this one island, you know? But I did my thing there. I really put Turks and Caicos on the menu and on the mark, you know, because when I go back up, I went there a couple of years ago and I saw some young ladies on the plane and they were whispering, you know, and I had on my, you know, hat or whatever. And so I kind of raised up a little bit to tell the fellas where my bags were, you know, because I still go around the back, you know. Mm-hmm. And I heard them go, oh, that's her, you know. And I looked at them and I said, normally we wouldn't be here, but I see that they're still coming. That's me. I did that. And it makes me very, very proud. But it also makes me say, if you can do that over there, what are you standing for and doing over here in your own country?
And she talks about love and all of those things, right? And
but I thank them for giving
you
that
know
to
me.
You know,
somebody else and I already put it together.
Well, you were going through a scandal of your ex, obviously the infidelity and the alleged, you know, misappropriating the funds and all that stuff, right? Hindsight is always 2020. Mm-hmm. Did you ignore some of the signs? Were the signs there and you chose to ignore it because you were too busy trying to, you know, be first lady and you were in love?
No, and no. On both of us. I was not in love.
You weren't in love?
No. I loved him, but I wasn't in love yet.
Even when you married this man?
Yeah, that's right.
LISARAYE McCall, I didn't know this. Mm-hmm. So when you married him, you were in love with him. Mm-mm. Why'd you marry him?
Because I was dating him and we had whirlwind romance and I knew that I was going to continue dating him. And I knew the setup is that he was a politician and that it would look much better for the politician that's single to be married and to have a union and a partner. And what better way to do that than get the starlet from Hollywood to come and join you? And so he said to me, I want to date you in our marriage. And I said, well, let me think about that because you know what? You're absolutely right. That's exactly what we would be doing. That's exactly what everyone does in a marriage every day. You're dating your husband. You're dating your wife every day under the rules and law of matrimony. Yeah, I can do that. Let's do it. And that's exactly how it happened.
How long did y'all date before you got married?
Well, it ended up being months, but he asked me to marry him a month after we met. So I guess we were planning, you know, to do it, you know, right after that.
Do what?
The marriage.
The marriage after that.
And then I got a little nervous in there because it was like, well, wait a minute. That means that I would be the first lady? Oh, wait, what am I going to have to do? Do I have to give up my career? Will I have to live here? Because, you know, again, I'm used to long distance relationships. So I'm like, and all of that kind of clouded my judgment. I was like, oh, I just find you charming. And I know that we will have a great life together. And I know that we can accomplish a lot of business together. And I know that we can do some things. But first lady, I don't know. And then we called off the wedding at first, you know. And then all of my friends and my family was like, girl, are you crazy? You know what I mean? And I was honest with him. I was like, I don't know what that's going to mean. I came to LA to become an actress, and I'm not done. And he would say to me, you don't have to finish off anything that you don't want to. I want you just the way that you are. And he said all the right things. And even today he says the right things when I talk to him.
Y'all still talk?
Oh yeah, we do. And I just was like, it was like a fairy tale. And I don't know anyone that would have said no. And now looking back in hindsight and looking at what these young ladies do today, I set the mark for them.
LISARAYE, mother McCoy.
Yeah.
You taught these girls how to get flued out.
Hello now.
You are the original baddie. This is why I'm fascinated by this. And I'm fascinated by
I was too.
no, about your honesty too, because the thing is this. A lot of these girls would never admit, like, okay, you know, I met this man, he's into me. I may not be in love with him, but I see the potential because listen, let's have a real conversation. Marriage is a business.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these girls nowadays, and this always happened, but you are the OG. Everybody wants to marry somebody that can teach them something and elevate them. You should, at least. I hope that's what you're looking for, and because you can do bad by yourself.
I say it all the time, but they want to give me a bad, rep for it. But I don't care because my thing is I can stand on what I've accomplished. I'm an accomplished actress. I'm successful in my own right. You can find a whole slew of people out there that's doing it better than I, but for me and my family, I am doing great. So that means I want to match my swag. I want you to do great too, because can you imagine the greater things that we can do together? Come on, somebody. Hello. What you say? Oh, those are the bitches in the back. Yes.
Were you sexually attracted to him?
We had a one-night stand. When he came to get me, we had an 18-hour date that was fantastic. And
explain to me this 18-hour date. I had a 3-hour one the other day.
No.
And I thought a 3-hour date was good. You telling me 18 hours?
I was in Jamaica hosting a whole entire week in hedonism. And he said to me, can I come over to take you to dinner because you're not that far from Turks and Caicos Islands? I said, absolutely. I'm doing this week. Come on over, whatever. So he comes and he takes me and all my friends and my family to this restaurant. The restaurant was kind of slow. And I'm like, what is going on in the restaurant? My cousin said, girl, he didn't close down the restaurant for you. I said, oh, I like that. And he should, absolutely, So I'm already, feeling like he got some style here. And he goes to the party with me. And him and his entourage is over to the side, but he's watching me, but he's still content and secure enough to let me do my thing. And I watch everybody in the party. You know what I mean? So I was thinking, okay, he know how to get in where he fit in. He's not doing too much. He's laid back. I like all of this vibe that he's giving. And he walked me to my hotel door and he said, I would love to host you in Turks and Caicos Islands. You're not far. We had talked on the beach for hours until the sun came up about everything, And I said to him, I said, I'll let you know. I have 2 more days here. I'll let you know. I went inside. Everybody was up waiting on me. Like, how was it? I said, it was great. I had fun. We talked about da-da-da-da. I said, you guys want to go to Turks and Caicos? They was like, hell yeah. I said, let's go. I called him. I said, well, we are going to come. And that's how I roll, And so he said, no problem. And he came back to get us. And to me, I said, you're going to come back and get me. So that meant he was on a private plane. And I'm with that as well. We got on the plane, maybe an hour into the snooze. I looked out the window and I felt like, remember that show, The Plane, Fantasy Island?
Yes.
I felt like that. I was like, wow, look at this water. Oh my God, it was beautiful. We landed We went through customs in the back way, you know what I mean? And I already knew he had a little pub, right? I'm like, oh, no, you know, and I heard on his card it said Minister of Tourism. The ministers that we call ministers over here is the godly ministers. So I don't know that mean anything different. I'm like, oh, God bless you. I curse too much. I know right now I'm gonna say a couple of shit, damn it. So it may be a turn off for him or not, but I still got to be me, you know, and then we'll find out on this date. So we go to this condo. He takes my friends and my family into this beautiful condo. But I noticed that, you know, my bags had been left behind in the car. You know, everybody else's bags is here at this condo. I said, oh, okay, let's see where this gonna go. You know, we leave there, they change clothes, we get back in the car, we go to his house. Beautiful property. He had a couple of housekeepers come out to serve us mimosas, you know, for a welcome drink at his home. And we went outside in the back, which was the beach, while he changed into some cargo shorts and a t-shirt. We jumped in his Jeep and he playing rap music. I said, okay, just real, what is it, demure. Right? And I was like, all right. So then we go down the way and we get on his boat. And I said, this is going to be great. He took us around the island. He took us to Parakeet, where Bruce Willis had a place and Donna Karen has a place, and it's a private island. And it was beautiful. We had a lunch that was fit for a king and a queen. And my friends and family went back on his boat, his yacht, and we stayed. And we stayed in Bruce Willis' place. And we talked. We went skinny dipping. We swam in the pool. We talked so much, so I called my mother that night and said, you have to meet him. You have to come here. Can you come Thursday? So this is what, even his charm, it let me know that I was going to see him again, definitely. We had a wild night. We was drinking all night, and it went down, and it was good.
It was good.
It was good. You know what I mean? And that morning I woke up, and he said, I have two things to tell you. One, you can get some sun, because I know you like to tan, and here's some sun lotion. He says, and the other one is you have an hour, your flight leaves. And I said, what do you mean? I gotta go. You know, so I'm running around and I'm half wet, you know, whatever. And he's driving me to the airport and we have a police escort. And I'm thinking, whatever and however they're doing it over here, I like it. So I was like, go ahead, you know what I mean? So we get into the airport and I'm like, where's my friends and family? He's like, they're at the airport already. I said, he is handling everything. I go through the airport, we holding hands. I see this big picture of him on the wall. And I look at him and I said, why is your picture on the wall? He says, well, I am the premier. I said, what does that mean? He said, it's like the president. I said, cha-ching.
You
bingo. And I said, see you Thursday. You know what I mean? And so, you know, the deal was already sealed before I even saw him at the airport. But I can't say that he didn't make the deal sweeter. Of course he did. Success, no success.
Listen, because nobody wants to be real anymore. This is a real conversation because, listen, it's nice to be with a powerful man.
Oh,
Yes.
And it doesn't make you a gold digger at all, because obviously people think you're a gold digger. You know, that's LISARAYE, you know, she ain't. Why waste your time dating somebody who is not going to elevate your life? And
not even just that. But here's the thing. I don't want to stress you out by trying to keep up with my lifestyle that I already have and am accustomed to. Why? Because if I'm going to these restaurants just for lunch meetings and it takes you your whole check to take me there, I don't want to stress you out. You cannot hang with me. You are still wanting a vacation for the weekend. I vacation and go on holiday for the month. We are not going to be able to make this work. That's simple to me. You know it. You know it.
He's enjoying this.
Yeah. So I don't really care about them saying that. So many people now, and it's only the women that don't know any better, or the ones that have not experienced it.
Teach the girl.
Well, let mama show you.
Don't teach
Let
us.
auntie show you. You know what I mean? Because I've been there, done that.
And listen, right? You know, so she's not that far into the Libra spirit, but it is a little Libra. It's a lot Libra. Well, I ain't gonna say a lot, but it's of course some Libra in it, whatever. But listen, She is 100% on point now. But of course, you let uh your mama give you let your mama, they ain't got nowhere near them dollars. They got they sit on that couch, got or whatever. But listen, right? Because it's not all about money. All right, she might require that because of who she is and her status and she know how she likes to live. What people that don't have quite that much don't require all of that, and a lot of times people that don't require all of that. So for those that don't require all of that, um it doesn't mean that your way of thinking about love and relationships is wrong. I know y'all didn't know that I'm very deep into this type of stuff because maybe I don't. I mean, I do show it. You just have to be the one that experienced it. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is not obviously the place. I'm not in a situation where I have to show it. I'm not a relationship expert or anything like that, or I don't have a need to display anything like that. But listen, right? Um, her list is going to be different from my list, your list, or whatever. What you need, right? But in whatever it is you need, I'm always looking for either equal to or elevation. And I need it to be both ways. It can't be selfish, right? And now I'm not selfish. Like if I can do it for you, you can do it for me. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't want, I know she's talking about money and stuff like that, but I don't want money to be a deterrent or a turn off, whatever, for everyone. Well, although it's nice, okay, but this is a little bit different. I identify more. I like a little power man. Y'all ain't you figure that out. I like a little power man. Great, I love power. Okay, because you got a little power, you got a little respect. And out of 10 times you got a little change. Okay, and or somebody like me or whatever, we can help you with the change part. You know what I'm talking about? So, so you can always mix your bag up like that. Okay. But she's straight speaking from, hey, the top, she wants the top, right? And you honest, like if I'm coming in somewhere, whatever, and it's one of these situations, I'm usually gonna end up with the top guy person. I'm just not talking. This is facts. These are facts. Gonna end up with the top. I don't give a fuck who in the room, and he gonna like it. He gonna want to stay there. And he gonna still love him to this day. I don't care what room it is. I don't give a fuck who it Jane or what Brooke she is. It doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. I know what my attraction is, and I know who I attract. Okay, it absolutely doesn't matter, and that's how you know when you dealing with the right type of people, right? Because it's not about a lot of superficial stuff, whatever. It's just about the person you are. Some of us are memorable, and we're talking real shit here. Some people are memorable, some are not. Some people call it come a dime a dozen, some don't. It is what it is. It's that way with men, it's that way with women. And let your mama teach you something now. Hey, she gonna give you from the millionaire standpoint. I'm gonna give you from the not a millionaire standpoint, okay? But we all achieving the same goal. Oh, hey, but now you know now hoes. I know you don't know for who it is. You don't care about who it is and what it is, okay? I'm talking about a little more structured, standard or standard type individual. Okay, that's what I'm talking to. Okay, y'all don't give a fuck about none of that. Y'all ain't got no list. Fuck that. Fuck the list. Okay. This is real talk. I'm talking about relationships that'll last and but as long as they don't break your you know your your I don't want to call them rules. I'm trying to look for a better word than rules. But you know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, that's it. Don't want to hear me talk. Listen to this shit.
I'm not trying to be with anyone that I have to be a teacher. Life is spanking us right now. Life is our teacher. Can I live in a house where I'm always teaching you as well? That's too much. That's too heavy. I don't want that. I'm gonna teach you some things, on an everyday basis, but not where, the life lessons you were supposed to have and stored up on me, because I'm damn sure gonna give them to you. I'm world traveled. I'm well cultured. I'm talented. I'm successful. I'm domesticated. I'm family. You get all these things. Don't you know that I have a list as well? You need to have your list. Do I check the boxes that you need for in a woman? Do you check the boxes for me? And one of them has to be accomplished, successful, powerful, and rich. It's other things though. It's funny. It's God-fearing. It's family. It's generous. It's a leader. But see, those first four that I named, normally all those other things at the bottom come with that type of men. Mm-hmm. Because business men move differently, more strategic than the rest.
Honey. Huh? Baby, she said a fucking mouthful. She said a fucking mouthful. Oh, I wish I could get some people to give you a testimony. Testimonies. Oh, okay. That's why I put respect at the top of my list, right? And I told you guys, it's the same concept as what she's saying, right? But we use in different categories. No love ain't at the top of it. It's not even the second. But I know if we got that respect, I know love and all that, it just comes with it. It's just a natural order. I'm not telling you nothing that I'm making up. Okay? And I know if we on that level of respect, I know we're gonna be joyous, we're gonna have a happy good time. And things just fall in the order. Sometimes when you go through life is gonna teach you what you need, right? And while a lot of times love is at the top of everybody's list, and it's sometimes it be them bimbos or whatever, or weirdos. I'm talking about dudes that I ain't thinking deeper. If they put some thought to it and then they still come up with love at the top, then okay. But just as a natural, you just going love and that. Okay, then why does it whatever? I'm gonna be such a wonderful relationship expert, baby. But this is what works for me. Now, it might not work for everybody else, whatever. But respect at the top, if I can get that, I already know, we just gonna be cool. because it's so much it falls up under that. And this is what I found, right? And that with the powerful men or men that can, you know, make it do what it do, and a lot of times make something happen when you can't, or when you can, but you can just sit back on yours. You know what I'm saying? And let him work it. See, and I know what she was talking. I don't know. Did she say something about taking a whole check to whatever, stressing somebody out? You know what I'm saying? But see, that child daddy to take me to those restaurants that he thought was impressing me or whatever. That was used to be damn near a good portion of his check. I'm talking about a very good portion of it, which led to the falling out of me and his mammy. That's not here or there. Okay? But it's a good thing that I don't require that. Money isn't, um, it isn't high priority on my list, right? It'd be nice. It's nice. You good, but it's not. Oh, that's a must have or whatever. You just must be willing to make some. That's the must. Let's carry on.
Because their moves, they have a lot on the line to lose if they make the wrong decision. If you still trying to play it off and trying to figure it out and all of that, you kind of you just give them a little bit. Bosses say, "Let me have that, and let I have one too." Exactly. And a boss bitch is gonna say, "Exactly. That's what you were supposed to do." I'm not.
What? Now this is the Bible. Like, honey, I told y'all when that goddamn University of Florida got beside himself, when he come up there with his car all shined up or whatever, damn well he takes my car to get it done too or whatever. He gets a new car, come back with it all shined up or whatever, and my car sitting up there, it was white, looking like it done been through a goddamn a mud fight or something. He hadn't said nothing about taking away. He just want me to keep looking, come out there looking at his car. He acting like he ain't never had nothing. Never go ahead. Now my attitude starting to change with your ass. So a lot of times the people that you've been with, a lot of times the people that you've been with before spoil it for the next person you're with. It's just what happens. Because what you don't understand is that we get addicted to that treatment, to that feeling, to whatever. I mean, that's what we want. That's what we want to keep going, right? We want to recreate it. We want that same shit. So those are, and you want those same expectations. You want those same expectations. So, you ain't used to no shit like that. You're like, what? And you don't have to get used to it. If these are your expectations, those are the feelings you like that you want to be, you are addicted to. She's addicted to a man with money and power, this, that, whatever. Then to make her happy, that is what she's going to have to pursue until she get in her head that she can do without some of those things, or she can compromise. It's not going to change. You got to get it in your head, or you got to get tired of it. When I told you I was tired of all of that, and I just wanted regular normal, and that's why I was so happy when I got with Adrian, and other things made me happy about him. I said, he is regular, y'all. He is regular. Okay? No lights, camera, action. He's regular. Now I found out. Well, back home he ain't regular. He's everywhere. That's another story though. I'm like, what the fuck? But but I'm glad that all of that fanfare does not do anything to his. He don't have the big head and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't even think I ever heard him brag or boast about nothing, whatever. When I tell you perfect, I ain't been making this up. You know. But again, y'all remember, perfect for me, not perfect. It's perfect. Nobody's perfect. I know that. So I'm just talking perfect for me. Like I have friends and exes and this and that, whatever, that are perfect for me. Not perfect. Period. Okay. But yeah. Great. Let's learn something.
I'm gonna sit there and go, oh my God, he said I can have one too. That's for the women that don't know no better. I'm deserving of. You're supposed to. The way that I was reared, I came from a two-part family, a mother and a father, not a single parent. So I saw my mother being the housewife and taking care of my father. I saw my father being the one that takes care of the family, the provider, the leader. I saw that. It's all I know. It's all I know. And all I know is that my mother didn't work. Now, I'm a millennial woman, right? So I work and I know how to do both. So give me twofold then. Because you're not lacking anything. You get a bonus. You get both.
Teach the girls. I'm here for this.
Yeah.
So the thing is this. Okay. Most women, though, if they know their man is cheating, who's powerful, he has all of this, they stay. They turn a blind eye. Why didn't you stay knowing that he cheated on you?
Well, I knew that we both were not 100% in this marriage. I knew that we were feeling our way through. And I knew that he was dealing with wanting me in a different capacity than what I could give him at the time. And so because I had left the relationship before and I was healing and I didn't want him to feel that he was the rebound, but the fact of the matter is that he was, and I was going to give it a good old college try. And that's what both of us agreed to. We agreed to making it what we wanted it to be. So I knew that there was going to be some things that I would have to sweep under the rug, and I was willing to do that. But when it get too much dust under the rug and it becomes a lump in the rug and I may trip over it, then it's like I can't pretend like it's not there because I can't even vacuum it over it, which I wasn't vacuuming anyway, but you know what I mean. But the fact is that, again, I'm not a person that's just going to run. I'm not soft. I'm going to be in it with you. You know what I mean? We're going to take the ups and the downs. I'm not a fair weather friend. I'm not a fair weather wife. It's like, come on, But then when it becomes disrespectful and in your face, it made me say, oh, no, I don't love you that much to go through nothing like this.
He was disrespectfully cheating?
Mm-hmm.
In what way? How did that look for you?
Friends. You going out of town with my friends and propositioning people and taking even my male friends and making them, coerce with you. And it's like you put them in a compromising position because they're my friends. And now you're trying to buy their loyalty. And now they're feeling compromised. Like, oh, I want to tell LISARAYE, but I still want to go out of town to Prague with him. And I still want to ride in a private plane. And I still want to be invited to the party. So I'm just going to plead the fifth and not say anything. And maybe that's it. And it's like, no. You have to remember, I introduced you to him. You're my friend. So I thought. But if we're not friends anymore, then let me know that. Then I know how to play you. But I was thinking that we were cool. We not cool? Just let me know. And I found a lot of that out. It made me go.
Did your ex ever sleep with one of your friends?
Mm-hmm.
Celebrity friends?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
A lot to me is more than one. And I'll say this too. I said, whatever it is that you're gonna do, make sure you do it across the water. Don't do it here. We have full staff. Our staff live underneath us. When I say the White House, our White House, we stayed in the White House in Turks and Caicos. So while we're arguing, we can't argue like the regular couple because our butler is in the next room. So now we gotta, what are you doing? We're okay, thank you. Why would you, you gotta have some kind of coup, and he had none. And it was like, they would call me and go, First Lady, we have someone here at the house and Premier's not here and we don't know what to do. She's inviting people over. What should I do? And I would go, what's her name?
Hold on. LISARAYE, you mean to tell me this man's mistresses will come to your home with her friends and try to take over the house while you were living there?
And they didn't know how to. All they were doing was partying. And that's easy for you to think that that's what it takes to be a successful, wife to someone that's successful too, that we just party, with a purpose. But that's not all to it. You're not just destroying a marriage. You're destroying a couple that has a position in this country. That's different. That's added on responsibility. And so with all of my friends and people that knew that I was now this new first lady of this country, when you come over there to seek out my husband or to even be turned on by him or propositioned by him, however way it go, you should do what any rightful person would do and go, oh, I don't want to get in the middle of this too much. I made history. I am the first African-American actress to be a first lady. The first actress was Grace Kelly. Why would you try to, but it's always us, they try to bring us down. Why would you come in between that and try to destroy that for your opportunity when this opportunity is already new and you interviewed me before and you knew that I was first lady?
And so, and remember I told you that she's going to speak to the hoes without really calling you by name. And one of the most ridiculous excuses I've heard for this type of behavior is when that girl said that they couldn't help that they fell in love or some shit like that. Yes, you could have helped it. You mean you couldn't help it? You could have. It's weird. You know what? Let me see. Let me make sure. I'll tell you what they want to get. Hold on.
You knew what it was, but you came over for the parties anyway. And it's a lot of them that don't really know that I know that he slept with them. When you have pillow talk with someone, he wasn't just my boyfriend. He was my husband. So even though we found our way back to a friendship, it's just that. We're friends. So I still ask questions and go, you know what about that time? Did you sleep with her? He said, yeah. I go, really? He go, mm-hmm. And I go, wow. She's still in my face and she don't even think I know. Whoop. So for that alone, for me here, and here's the thing, let me go on record saying that when I talk about my past of First Lady, it's not because I miss my life and I'm just waddling in that. It is because I'm doing an interview and to know what I've gone through is to know where I've been. That part of my past, I'm not embarrassed about it any longer. I find the good out of it. But there are things that happen that helps me move in a different way in my life now. So I'll never forget those things. And I can't forget because every now and then I see them. And I just have to smile and go,
you see
wow.
These women who slept with your husband.
And guy friends that made him their friend and pushed me to the side.
You mentioned that Dwayne Martin was one of those guys.
Oh, you said it.
That was friends with him. Obviously, no shade to him, but we know him because of
You
Tisha.
don't have no shade to him.
Well, no.
Oh, you said you don't have no shade. Oh, okay. Okay, I
You
got
are
it.
such a Libra. I love you so much. Because we know him as Will Smith's best friend, and obviously as the legendary Tisha Campbell's husband.
Ex-husband.
Ex-husband, sorry. I mean, at the time, yeah. Husband, but yes, ex-husband now. Were you the one who had to tell Tisha Campbell that her man was cheating on her?
Mm-mm. It wasn't my place. I did not, and I can't even answer that because I don't know. No, I was not in the room with him, obviously. I knew that there was some inappropriate things that was going on, that why he was coming back and forth to Turks, and I couldn't stop him from coming to my house when I would say to him, I no longer want you in the vicinity of me. You and I are no longer friends.
You said this to him.
Yes.
And he would still come over anyway. In your house.
My butler said to me, he said, First Lady, Mr. Martin is here. Premier is not here. So should he stay in the big house or do I give him one of the guest homes? And I didn't want to put my butler in the middle. I wanted to say, tell his ass to go home. But, and I said, I didn't even know that he was there, but wrapping my head around that, I'm thinking, why would he be husband when I mentioned that I no longer want to even see him? So you all got that much business going on that you saying, forget me, that you just gonna have him come anyway. He's not staying in the big house, but he's staying in the little house over here, the guest home.
But the fact that, because listen, my parents, very old school. My father fell out with his best friend because one day this man came over to our house to see my mother when my father wasn't home.
Oh yeah, because old school men don't play that.
So that's what I'm saying. Don't play that. So the fact that Dwayne would fly all the way to Turks and come into that home, and your husband not even there.
And that's why I can't respect him, because we had a one-on-one discussion. It was like, what are you doing? My marriage is new. I don't know what you do in your marriage. I don't even know how you conduct your marriage, but whatever it is, leave mine alone. I said this. And for him to just bald-facedly say, hey, if it ain't me, it's going to be somebody. It was like, what? Wow. I was like, okay. Yeah. So for me, it's like every time I see him, I just look at him. I saw him at a party
recently.
It was like last year, and he parked in front of me in the valet, and trying to be the bigger person. I was just like, oh, and I said, maybe we can talk about this, because it's been years, and I said, want to talk about it? He said, okay. And we kind of just left it like that. Because I don't know what he could possibly say to me. Or maybe, even from then to now, I'm sure that he has grown with his, with his opinion or whatever, how he handled it. But I'm not so sure that he can ever say anything to me that would make me go, I got it. I understand now why you did that or why you took that position. I don't know what that is. I'm not harboring on him. Obviously, I've moved on with my life and he has too. But again, I'll never forget.
And unfortunately, he wasn't the only celebrity male friend of yours who would do this.
Because I feel like Michael, my ex-husband, thought that I have a friend now that's in Hollywood. So really, he could replace you because now he can bring me everyone in Hollywood that I need.
Do you think Michael used you to get into Hollywood?
I don't think that was the plan originally, but it didn't hurt. I was Hollywood. He should have. Your wife is an actress. So it's like, what can I bring to the table to make us stronger and better? And that's what I had. So I don't think that was a bad thing.
Are you and Tisha Campbell still friends?
We are. And I understood when she and I were not speaking because that was her husband. And what am I going to say?
You think she blamed you?
No, not at all. But she was going through her own thing, because when I wasn't speaking to him and I said all kind of things about him publicly, she was upset because it was like, I got kids. And my kids are reading all of this, and they know you. And they knew that you and Dwayne was on the show together. And so they're listening and looking at this and reading this, and they're like, oh, well, maybe she knows something that we don't know about Dad. And I did not think about it that way. I did not. And when she brought it to my attention, I could not do anything but respect it and say, yeah. So when she couldn't speak to me or chose not to speak to me to keep down the peace in her home, I'm sure, and whatever other reasons, understood that. And when it was over, she and I got together. We hugged. We talked. And I simply said to her, I know that you were going to take your time to fill out whatever you needed to fill out. And I'm sorry that you're going through what you're going through now, but I'm going to be here as much as you allow me to be. Because as a woman that has been there, done that, and as even a future person that is trying to find love again and doing it again, I knew that she and I would connect. And every now and then she'll send me a text and say, hey, thinking about you, love you, sis. And I feel the same exact way. It's growth, and when you can find yourself back to a situation where you have grown apart and you can grow back together and show people that something don't have to always keep you apart. You can grow up and out from that and say, that was then and this is now.
You alleged too that Nicole Murphy had relations with your ex-husband. Were you two friends?
Mm-hmm. Birthday parties. I've been to her house. She was at my bachelorette party. But you know what? At that time, my mother told me then. She said, but you got to watch that one there. And I was like, who? I said, the one dancing. She said, yes, that's Eddie Murphy's wife. She said, you got to watch that one.
Current wife at the time or ex at the time?
I want to say, I think she was still married. They were still married. And I was like, no, And so, when your mom tells you something about new school, you feel like you old school, And she was right.
How did you find that out?
I had checked the manifest of my plane because we owned a plane. And so when you check that list, it says all the people that have rolled on the plane. And she didn't ride on it with me, and nor did she receive an invitation from me. So if you had a girlfriend that has her own island, I would think that you would call and say, hey, girl, I'm coming, because I was getting everybody to come. So why you would accept an invitation from him and you don't even know him is unbeknownst to me. I don't know how that could happen. Do you? I guess not.
I never owned a private plane or
not that part.
That meaning, I don't know, meaning, yes, this is too rich for me. The manifest the list, like, damn. So you saw her name on the list.
And I tried to call her. And, at first she said, no, I haven't been to Turks and Caicos. I have not been. And it was like, well, wait a minute, And then I called again, and then she stopped answering the phone. So at the time she was dating, at this time,
Michael
when
Strahan.
I found out, she was dating Michael Strahan. So I called him. And I said, hey, do you know anything about this? And, we talked or whatever. And I said, well, let me send you a tape that I have of proof, And so I did.
What tape? What was on the tape?
It was a tape of her and Michael when she was dropping Michael off at the private airport in her car. And they opened the gate and they pulled up to the plane, and she gets out and he gets out, and I go, oh, I didn't know y'all knew each other. And I'm going to leave it right there because that part is my business. The other part is someone else's business, which I've never, would speak on. But for me, that was enough. It was like, wow, I'm going to whoop your ass.
LISARAYE, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh.
No.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
That's just how much I was just like, what, bitch, you don't do that. Friends don't do that now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's something that I would think an enemy would do, or somebody that I just don't know. But someone that you have to watch your girl, where I come from, south side of Chicago, that's an ass whooping. That's an ass whooping. Period. I just had too many other things going on, but I can't say that I didn't try to get her.
You tried to fight Nicole Murphy?
I tried to. She did some old dumb shit, and I was like, who are you talking to? And I had to let her know that I am not the one or the two. Because I'm not. I am not at all that ever.
when you told Michael Strahan, did he break up with her immediately?
No. Mm-mm.
Do you think he believed you? Well, you have the evidence.
Right.
You have the evidence.
But that's one of those things that when you're in a relationship, you and your partner try to figure out, is this worth us breaking up? Or, and I'm sure that they did that, so that was them, and it didn't make Michael and I break up either, you know what I mean? But it added to the things that I was dealing with. And for me, it was just like, yeah, this is all too much. I don't have to go through any of this. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to him. If you want to be with someone else or you want to be with everyone else, do that without me.
It's very disappointing because obviously you introduced, and the good thing is you two are friends, right? But at the time, you introduced this man into your world. You opened the doors to your world. He opened the doors to his world.
Yes.
You went into his world trying to make things right from a government perspective and from a global notoriety perspective. And the doors you're opening, he's using that to bring in women to sleep with and bring in wingmen to also join on this. That's very devastating. And it's happening publicly. Yeah. And the thing is, there's one of the worst things in the world, when you're in a relationship, is to know that you invited women around your husband being comfortable and they are going behind your back sleeping with him. It's that's beyond.
It's a rule of thumb where I come from, like baby daddies and fiancés and husbands are off limits, but not so much these days. You know what I mean? And that's these days. We're talking about now longer than 10 years. It's been 10 years now, back then, and I can't say that I'm down with it now. You know what I mean? I'm not dating one of my friends' ex-guys. It's too many men out here for me to have to do that, and we have to compare notes. I'm not doing that, But some, it's a, switch, and you switch, and now she with him, and him with her. When I want to taste of this, and I want to taste of her too. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, that's your prerogative, but it just wasn't mine, and you don't get to cut off my choice. My choice is if I'm going to accept this or not. If I want to be down with it, then okay. But I'm saying no. I don't want to be a part of this triangle or rectangle or circle. I'm not down with it.
When you was going through this, obviously you have a very public friendship with Biblical Fox.
Wait, and let me just say this too.
Yes.
I have been very public about Nicole. When she did that, the shit with
Lila Rashawn's husband.
You did your homework. And so I have talked about it before. But again, when she went on Wendy Williams to say that I lied, I was like, wait a minute, I talked to Michael the night before and said, hey, Nicole said, he said, she lying. I said, how many times you sleep with her? He said, about 2 or 3. I said, oh, okay. Okay. So I don't need her to honor the truth or to even say the truth. I don't care. I'm at a whole different place in my life. You know what I mean? But what I do know is what I do care about is don't come in my face. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Was she like physically in your face, like she's about to do something?
Oh, no. Hell no. Absolutely not.
But I had to like draw the picture for the raindrop.
Leave the jokes to me.
I drew the picture for y'all. I had to demonstrate.
No, she waved at me, and I was thinking, who is she waving at? Because I know she's not waving at me. And so I went to go ask her, who did you try to beckon me off here? Because here I am. You don't want to do it here? Oh, not a problem. We can go back here. Right here. And you can leave your friends. Oh, it don't look like they're coming anyway. Oh, sorry. But yeah. What you were gonna say?
No, so listen. What are your
It's nothing that I'm proud of. You know what I mean? But it happened.
Yeah.
And it happened to me. And it's nothing good about it. You know what I mean? And it's a constant reminder because people ask me about it. It's part of my past, and so they want to know. And because I have been vocal about it, I would love to put it to rest. You know what I mean? Maybe after this, I can. You know what I mean? But when I look at my wedding pictures and I see my bachelorette party and I see her there, it makes me go, girl, you better be glad I am still maturing even now. because I could really, you know,
I know.
yeah,
I know. Oh, I know. One of your really good friends is Vivica Fox, and you two had a very public falling out. When you was going through a lot of this, um, was one of the reasons the falling out had to do with the fact that you felt your friends weren't there for you,
yes,
and she was
definitely.
yeah.
I don't think that anyone really knew just how much I was going through, because when you try to divorce the man that's the president of the country, it's a really big deal. Everyone on the island is his people, not yours, And so I knew that I had my friends that was like, "Are you sure? Girl, he's taking care of you, and he told me he loved you." And I'm like, yeah, he would say all of those things. And I'm not saying that he didn't love me. I'm just saying that kind and type of love I did not want in my life. I didn't foresee that. I knew that it was going to be tough, and not so much to fall in love with him, because I honored that. I was like, I see the big picture here. Absolutely, because we in it already. You know what I mean? So yes, and if it doesn't work, then of course it doesn't work. But I didn't want it to not work because I didn't have the support system, professionally, friendship, spiritual, emotional, whatever, all the ways. And so, when I went to complain and say I feel like a princess in a glass house, no one understood that. I said I don't have anyone here to even talk to. I have to really try to figure out, why does this young lady on the island want to be my friend? Is it because I'm the first lady? Is it because she's trying to get close to him? Is it because she wants a job? What are the reasons, really? Which left me lonely a lot, and I became the poster child for Turks and Caicos. So I was traveling all kind of places, what I'm learning as I go. It was a lot of times that I had to, introduce him or something like that on the rim. That was like, "First lady, you're going to introduce Premier." And I'm like, where are we? And who am I addressing, really? And what do you want me to say? And what do I leave out? And good evening. And thank you all for being here. If I wasn't an actress, I don't think that I would have been able to take on that role, because it was definitely that. But looking back on it, I did a great job. I did a good job, and I brought things to Turks and employed people there. And there is a whole island full of people that love me for what I did.
Are you and Vivica good now?
We are good now.
How did you guys find your way back?
I saw her on a red-eye flight. We were both going to Atlanta. And I had my hood on and my glasses, and she had hers on over there. And she walked over there too. And she says, "Hi." And I looked up, and I had to figure out if, this was going to be it, or if this was going to be it, And I said, "How you doing?" Because then the pain comes back, even when you talk about it, it's like, oh, And she said, "I'd like to talk to you." And I said, "That would be good." I said, "Maybe we can change our seat to sit by each other." She said, "I think it'd be no problem." And we actually ended up sitting next to each other. So it was nobody but God.
Mm.
And we talked the entire flight. She did not know all of the things that I was going through. I had kept a lot of the things, quiet, as you do in a marriage. Your business is yours, And she apologized to me. She said, "I'm so sorry. I was dealing with my own, stuff. And I did not know, And I just felt good about that, because when you don't know, you don't know, And then you find out, and then you even learn from your mistakes. And so for us to bridge that gap, I would want for every other friends that's out there that's been on the outs to be able to say that you can manifest a better relationship and get close again, and not just throw it away. It's possible. And we are that for a lot of people. We've come back together and we're close and cool.
Amen. Amen. So you mentioned All of Us. Obviously, that was a show created by Jada Pinkett Smith.
Okay, so I'll stop it there. So that's a lot of information, right? It's a lot of information, honey. I don't know if some of you guys knew that stuff or not, but baby, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna move on to what I'm supposed to be talking about. Um, I had never experienced like women I knew coming after me, right? It's, what I mean by after me, like, wanting to be with the guy or the guys you've been with. Because I knew that was a code or whatever. I'm not talking about um, like guys, they and women, whatever. They look at porn, they look at, you have couples and stuff like that that go skin and dip and stuff. I've never done no stuff like that, whatever. But like I said, my friends and stuff like that, we all, not all of us, but shit, we done took like been to like them little islands and stuff that have those community little showers and stuff. You go under whatever, it's just it's not that big of a deal to see each other's parts of whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's not a big deal. But I'm talking about other shit. But I'm talking about like really getting with a person, right? And if you try not, if you don't hang with hoes, that's the first thing you got to make sure you don't hang. It's a bunch of hoes. Now you don't know who have the whole spirit. All right, you don't know when that spirit will take over. And there's a lot of other things. Like you have women that are desperate, might not necessarily be hoes, but women that who are desperate or just always looking for love, all them type of motherfuckers, all them, right? It's a whole bunch of them, right? That's why you have to know your people, and you need to know what you can do and what you, well, I'll put it like this, what you can trust around them and what you can't. Okay, that's just something you need to know. Okay, if not, you're gonna be sounding like her. Okay, and a lot of people are selfish, so they don't care about them ruining the relationship, the friendship y'all have with each other, and chaos that will be in a relationship, or maybe the ending of a relationship or a family or whatever. They don't give a fuck about none of that. All right, they have their own selfish reasons. So they don't give a fuck about you or whatever. They're gonna make an excuse, and then you're gonna always hear this sound. I don't care. I don't care what you think. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm trying to tell you. That's what you're gonna. That's the theme of bad people. They always got that damn theme, moniker, or whatever. I don't goddamn care. I'm trying to tell you. So, that girl, the girl that y'all heard, me talk to in that parking lot. I met them. Y'all know y'all don't heard the story. I'm gonna tell you for the people that have. I met her through evac, right? Now, my bougie friends and friends that aren't bougie, they really don't like um, the my gang related friends or whatever. Not that they don't, they just don't like the fact that they you know how gang folks do. But then I understand that. However, they ain't going nowhere, right? No, I'm just never do it. Just like they ain't going nowhere. The non-gang related, my gang related is not going nowhere. It is what it is. All right. Okay. Um, so I met, I told you girls that I met through, always met through that girl in that parking lot. I'm trying to tell you, when we get together, who all she done been with it, I have been with, right? And thank God I haven't slept with, all the people. Okay. Wayne, I did not sleep with Wayne. The other husband. Who else? Who else? Who else? That boy with that big old Johnson. I told you that I broke up with because he had a big old Johnson. Him. He's always somewhere else. Oh, Robert. and she was batting her eyes at the Walker husband, right? So we're just for an apostle. Okay? Now, with Wayne, you get a pass. Even with the other husband, I'll give her a pass on that. Reason being is because with Wayne, she didn't know me at that time, right? She knew of me. And we'll get to that common denominator. That's always lying. Telling, I don't know. And she behind all this shit. So with with Wayne, fine. With the Wayne situation, it was um, me, my other friend, began with the M and P, right? I had taken them to the beach. Yeah, I was like, "Man, do you get all the men from the beach? Good, a lot of good ones. they at the beach." But yeah, so I had taken them to the beach, right? So and that's why I had met Wayne and Sugarman, who ended up started talking to girl with the name P, and this other dude, he had started talking to the girl with M, right? I can't think what his name was. Then you have Yvette. At that time, I hadn't met the girl I had talked to in the parking lot when I was on live with y'all, and who said that, oh, I'm looking for thick Ann. I ain't used to this thin Ann, right? Her. Somebody, she's like, Ann, where the people at? Because I know you know where the people at. Always got some, horn and titties, but it's all good, right? So I met her and I met this other girl named Nia, right? So I had met Nita, but I hadn't met this other girl who saw me in the parking lot. So when Wayne and I met, I really was talking to a few people. Ramon at that time was in the picture, somewhat or whatever. I had a lot going on. I didn't really have time for Wayne, right? I had a lot going on as far as dating, right? So, um, somehow now, of course, Yvette doesn't take any responsibility. She don't know nothing. She don't never know nothing, right? Never knows nothing. So she goes and somehow she doesn't know, and I definitely know because I wasn't there. She went with the girl that was in the parking lot again with her name is Valentine. So, but not the Val that just died, another Val. She goes with Valentine. Now Yvette knows about Wayne and Sugar Man and the other dude because Yvette be with me. Somehow now Yvette other friends who she's gone out to the beach with now Wayne Sugar Man Wayne and Sugar Man now they're now hooked up with Yvette's other friends. Okay. My friends and I'm the youngest, so we're young. The other girls, Yvette friends, are older hoes, right? Okay, they got kids, one of them been married like twice by this time, and it was a lot going on. Us, we don't have any children at that point. Okay, nice clean girls. Okay, nice clean girls. But one thing about it, them old hoes, they know how to put it on the men. Okay? And your mama and them and your grandmama and them will tell you about now. My mom and them is they'll tell you about it, but it's not going to be as graphic as I just did. They're going to tell you, prim and proper way. They don't discuss sex with you. No, I won't do that. Um, but they're going to say, you can't bring all them women around your men, and they'll take those women, I'm calling them hoes. They are advanced. They know, they know how to get the man. They know how to put it on, right? Y'all have heard these stories. So all hell breaks loose. I didn't know nothing about it. By that time, I don't talk to Wayne like that, but I'm going to see Wayne because he's with Sugar Man. Sugar Man and the girl, again with the P, they still, kicking it. I done left the band. So even as nobody but Yvette had to be running her mouth, had to mention what that the hookup between me, Wayne, Penn, and all us, because that's the only person that knows. So Yvette comes and get me, takes me over to Nita. That's my first time. I told you I hadn't met Nita because Nita was Yvette's neighbor. But that was my first time meeting Val. Goes over there and I meet them, right? So Val, begins to tell me or what have you, like they give me the information that, they are talking to Wayne and Sugar Man, them, right? And I'm like, kind of my mouth was open because I know Sugar Man is still talking to my friend Penny. I'm like, wait a minute. Okay. And then so the girl, Val, she's like, you know what? And I wrote Wayne a letter. And I said, who is Angie? Who is the girl with the name with P and the girl name with the M? And she wrote in this letter, whatever, right? And so back then I'm young. I'm not really even. I'm not focusing on no one dude. I just not like that. It's baby. I'm all up and down the coast. What we doing? Okay. So um, so she goes to tell me this stuff, and she's older than Wayne was. Wayne and Wayne is like a year older than I am, but so that means she's like 2 or 3 years older than Wayne, right? So, and at that time, I really wasn't thinking, right? I'm like, you better had to tell them. And why you didn't tell me that these women were not dealing with them because we still be around, even though Wayne and I aren't, kicking or anything like that anymore. But my friends and stuff was kicking it with his friends. And now you got your other friends with them. Now it's going to be a problem. I can't think of that other guy's name. Oh my gosh, because I can't think of his name. Because there's a lot of connections going on with this shit. So, Yvette, that's the common denominator. Later on, when I asked her about it, whatever, I don't know how to math. But she thinks she can get her ass beat. Okay? Nothing, right? Denied everything. It was a lot of shit that went on because of that. Now, I'm not saying that Yvette should have stopped the communion or whatever. Everybody don't know each other, whatever. But she should at least told me what was going on. Okay, didn't do it. So when everything got cool or whatever, I'm real chill for shit like that. That's a dude. Like, you know how many dudes there is in this world? Like, he crazy. So one day we were all riding, going to the beach, right? Going to the club at the beach. I had on the outfit that I met Wayne in, right? Which was one of my favorite outfits. So he was in the back seat with her. I'm driving, and I don't forget who was in my passenger. And he talking about, Angie, you know you had on that exact same outfit the night I met you. I was like, really? I know what outfit it is. It's my green sweater, my black skirt, and my green and black shoes. My, I remember that like it was yesterday. And so like the next day, the girl Valley called me. She talking about. She said, you know what? I was in that back seat tearing his ass up. You know, I'm like, for what? She talking about because I said he must be still like you or something like that. Because how you gonna remember what you had on or whatever? I didn't take it that way then, and I didn't take it that way after she said that. I was like, oh, he just got a good memory. He was also the one, the guy Wayne. He was also the one that when I started talking to this other guy, Kelly, he told me something Kelly had said. I reacted and caused that guy to actually have to sleep, in 2 weeks I kind of fucked up his life. That's why I showed y'all those messages where I was like, ooh, we good and whatever, because he hated me for a minute, you know. He was, that's the one that was, chasing me all around, like, and the one that had me in the house for 3 months and shit. He was really pissed. And like after all that had died down, the boy was still mad. I had seen when I was able to come back outside, not able to come back outside. I just, shit, my daddy, he down there in the penitentiary and all this, this boy was really upset. So he told me, he said, Wayne had said, Angie said, Kelly ain't said none of that. He said, I just told you that because I wanted y'all to break up. And I'm looking like a dumbass in my face. Baby, that's when I was, what? Don't play with me. I fucked him up, right? I was like, oh my gosh. I was so upset because like, why would you tell me that, right? And then I had to think and look at myself, well, damn, am I that predictable? Where then, no, you tell me something like that, baby, it's automatically on, right? And so, I had him sleeping in his car and every goddamn thing. It was terrible. It was catching hell at work. Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible. And that boy hated me. That boy would chase me all around. That he was the one I told you went and found 3 other guys that I used to date, and somehow them same girls I told you about, Val and Nita, they were in the car with Yvette, and I forgot who was driving, and they took me up to the mall, and here come around the corner like they formed a little 4-man goddamn army to stand in front of me like and I'm like, well, shit, I ain't like I would done mess with y'all all like at the same time, and I ain't jump up and down on nobody but one, which is the boy that was chasing me all around. And Yvette was there, whatever, and I never found out who set me up with that shit. Right? Okay. Then with the other husband, I give the girl Vala passed on that one because she ain't know. She didn't even know me. Hold on. She knew me. Hold on, let me take that back. She knew me. She didn't know that I was married to him at one point in my life, right? Because her and I, we wasn't like talking every week or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? But um, but we, we would talk or what have you, and it ain't all the time we like. And if I know like something going on or this, that, and there, whatever, and I know I need some girls or what have you, I'll call her up or whatever. Or if she calling looking for something to do or whatever, she's gonna, call me up, whatever. But it was always um in with me putting her down for the most part until it was just one time when she would put me down on something. But most of it was me putting her on or whatever. But she she um had met him or what have you, right? I know nothing about it. I didn't know nothing about it. It had been going on a minute. Her and Yvette's relationship has always been rocky, right? So they'd talk sometimes, sometimes they didn't. I told you, Yvette set the girl up for her clothes to be taken, all this. There's a lot going on, right? And um, fast forward, while her and my ex was dealing with each other, we did talk, and she was like, I didn't know that, and I gave her a pass with that because I mean, of course, she didn't know, right? Because when her and I were hanging a lot, and we was running up and down Georgia a lot, um, that was at one period of time. Then we stopped hanging, but her and Yvette had fallen out, and then her and Yvette was my connection to them, right? So, okay. And then we started back hanging or what have you, and that's when she was with him at that point, right? And it was, together for a little minute, and I was, and then we talked about it a little bit, and I was like, oh, he's absolutely gorgeous. That one that I talked to the other day, that's another absolutely gorgeous one, okay? Yeah, them women about to knock me out. Literally. You push me out the way. I'm like, oh my God. But anyway. So, forgive for that, right? But when it comes to Robert, now, Robert and we never I never jump up and down on him, right? But everybody know, like, I was real crazy about Robert, right? And I liked him, whatever, and we went out a few times and and things of that nature. Now she knew this. The time before last, when we had reconnected, she told me, Ange, I gotta tell you something. She told me, I effed Robert. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, but I effed Robert. Well, okay. And okay. All right, well, shit, what is new? God damn. It's somebody I always forget. Why I keep forgetting? Robin. What I look up? Robert Wayne. Oh, you know who else she used to date too? University of Florida. That's the fifth one. Okay? I have to stop writing these down. But I can keep up. Now, she didn't know So I can give her a pass on that one. I forgot about that. She didn't know. I mean, that's yeah. Oh, write this down. And this is damn him. I gotta write it down. Oh. The boy with the big penis. Okay, that's fine. I got it written down now, y'all. Boy with big penis. Now that was that was a violation because of course if I'm calling the boy with the big penis, of course I jumped up and down on him. And that was enough, right? We all chilling this that, and third, right? Although now at this point we actively hanging all this, right? Let me tell you. In front of my other friends. You remember on the back channel when I was talking. I know this sounds a lot. This sounds like a lot of hoeing going on, but it's not. But remember when I had called um Ramon on the back channel and I talked to two guys before that, Boo and Mike. We were out not too far up the street and she loud, want to be seen, and want people to think she's cute and all that type of shit. And we be talking to you and hitting you and stuff like that as being fun. I don't like nobody doing that. I don't like all that. And I had told her to stop, and she did it one more time, and I pushed her, and she went to sliding up the street, and she jumped up, take me home. I took her ass home. Told you, leave me, stop doing that. And I did it in front of those guys. And she had like Mike, right? The guy that I had called, and he was saying that they had already taken care, not him, but the dude that my friend that got killed. That be showing all his video. They said that the streets had already gotten the dude that killed him. And so I had so me and I'm just gonna use the words we refer to him as. Me and the big dick man had him broke up, right? I told you that was too much. That wasn't gonna work out. Okay, it don't fit. I ain't trying to make it fit. You ain't putting no lubricants on there for it to fit. I'm good. Okay, bye. Okay, you need you one of the porn stars on there that can take this. I can't. Okay, bye. Right. So he had the best souped up car in Jacksonville, right? For a person that wasn't in that life. Okay. So at that night after I done pushed her on the ground and at that time I couldn't drive stick shifts or whatever. And do you know, like the next day, because we had gotten over me pushing her the fuck down. We get over shit real quick. So the next day she told me, you want to go out? I'm like, yeah. So on and so forth, whatever. Do you know she come driving up in his car? I tell you not a word of a lie. Like, what kind of shit is this? And we act like it was completely normal. What the fuck? No shame. And all the time with them hoes and stuff like that, they always got some kind of story where they don't know who the baby daddy is, something like that. Because when we had reconnected not too many years ago, she started giving me that story. I'm like, after all this whole time, she was telling us that it was this one dude. Nah, it's somebody. I always tell these whole stories and shit. But yeah, came and picked me up in the big dick man car. Like, God damn. And mind you, they talk about my gang related friends, whatever. We don't have none of this. None of these. I don't have none of these stories about my friends that I pick myself or they pick me or some kind of way like that. We don't have none of this. We got no stories like this. But they done been all around, we done all us done parted together and did whatever. We ain't got none of this going on. But the ones I meet through Yvette or other people, but she's like the only one I really. No, she ain't the only person I've met, but y'all know what I mean. Some whole shit. It's like, God dang. And I don't know if like let me tell you now. You can be the judge. You know, it is what it is. But so, and I'm gonna tell y'all this one story, and I'm gonna get on with it. This one particular situation, right? With involving event or whatever. I was always trying to be inclusive, including her ass. So, um, my friend my gang related friend, the one that tried to hold the boy while I tried to set him, light his shirt on fire. She comes from a big family. They got a lot of cousins, right? Well, I used to have a crush on her cousin Chris. Chris ended up liking the girl Terry, right? Uh, Brought up Terry a couple times. Terry's the girl I called and told her that she might be in a Tubi movie. Okay. He ended up liking her, so they used to date. She had two other cousins that were brothers. So I used to, I have Yvette on the phone with Elba, and I started talking to um, my gang related friend cousin. He had an older brother. So he would be in the background, and of course I have Yvette on the line. They said, don't have the women around you me. So, um, so he would get on the line. He was a more lively one or what have you, and get on the line and say stuff to her. And I tell you, Yvette has that real nice, voice. Y'all men do with the nice, sweet, soft voice, what have y'all know how to y'all like that, right? So, um, so we would all, be talking and what have you, and Yvette, of course, falling quick, and so when it was, so when she had came over and he had saw her, he had seen her, and then um, it kind of went left, so he didn't want to talk no more. But that before that, he used to try to talk to me, but not. Yeah, he was trying to talk to me while I was liking his cousin, you know, Chris. Right? I had a crush on him. Of course, I don't want to say nothing because I'm dead. I'm shy now. So he went and uh, kept on. We went on this beach trip. Oh, y'all say y'all motherfuckers be at the beach. Oh, we went on this beach trip, right? And this cop, some cops and all that type of stuff, they was on the trip too. This other cop, he was real cute. He had like me and what have you. And I was like, oh, I like him, right? And so the the um the dude that Yvette like, he was he was still trying to like talk to me. And that time, I'm like, oh my God, this it was just real. It was a real uncomfortable situation. Yvette, she's still in her feelings about him. At that point, he stopped. He hadn't stopped talking to her after he seen her. So we get back off from the trip, and it's like I saw where the dude's brother that I was talking to, Tim, he, kind of, backed up or whatever, right? And his brother that Yvette like was beginning to be more aggressive with me, like me and stuff like that. So that kept on, kept on, kept on. That went on for months, right? So now the summer is over. And kept on, kept on, kept on, kept on. And true enough, Yvette was still liking the dude. I couldn't. I didn't know what to do. To be honest, I was just too young for all of this. He kept on, kept on, kept on, kept on. So one day we were outside, and my gang related friend was like, come to my house, what happened? So I come in the house, cut through the little thing, right? And then when I cut through it, he had done wrote in the sand, like, will you be my girlfriend and all of that, right? So here comes the bullshit. Oh no. Oh no, right. So I am causing some bullshit. So him and I started talking, right? And we were, he had done, um, my mama, like, because he was coming over, to talk to, like, hang out with my cousin, that Kenny that I talked to, the first Kenny I talked to yesterday. He told me that Ballard died. And, it's just whatever. And our families were already, cool anyway, right? I'm not making excuses, but I'm just telling you how the shit should thing. My thing is, I should have told you that, right? What was going on, but I just couldn't. She was just so. She was gone, right? And I was like, damn, how can she be gone? Like, y'all, like, he would. We know I was on the phone with his brother. He would get on there and, you know, say a few things, say a couple things to her and whatever. I'm like, how are you in love like this? And granted, we was real young, but I think this set the tone to the little resentment this girl has had towards me, like forever. Um, so we we started, him and I, started kicking it or whatever. Terry knew the setup. And I ain't never want Yvette to find out, no crazy way or whatever. Terry told her. And that's why I had to take a ride in the back seat for putting marks on Terry's ass after she told her. Yeah, yeah. And so I had to, you know, had to answer for that, right? So, Yvette and I we're fine. Eventually, the guy and I, we break up. He, yeah, I don't believe this. Probably you. I probably know where this is going. He started talking to Yvette. This is crazy shit. But he used to harass me. The breakup harassment. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Right? I started talking to, at that time, I started talking to this guy who has the same name as University of Florida. Swear for God. Has the same name as him. All right down to the junior. Okay? I started talking to him. But the dude, the other dude, he was calling and just coming to my house, just harassing me, right? Why he talking to Yvette? Let me tell you what happened. He calls me, going off. I hang up the phone. I pick the phone back up. And you know how long ago that's been if I'm hanging up a phone. I pick up the phone. The phone didn't hang up. I hear him and Yvette on the line talking. She was on the line the whole time when he was harassing me. I'm like, what is wrong with these bitches? Now you going with the dude. I ain't know nothing about they was going together. You going with the dude. You on the line with the dude, with him harassing me. When I finally got the whole story, when we heard, I became, because of course some shit went down. I'll get to that. I'll tell the story in order. Baby, because it's about respect. The one about this nigga, it's about respect. And this is some fucked up ass shit, bitch. You finna figure out. All this shit you be watching me do to other females and niggas just because they trying me, you finna be on the other end of it. Baby, I went to work on her motherfucking ass. You hear me? She had to leave her house and go stay somewhere else. Oh, baby, what? And she, kind of timid at times too, until she, really, want to box it up with you. What kind of shit is this? And I understood I guess she want to pay me back or whatever for jumping up and down on her. Okay. Because if you want to look at it as like I betrayed you for being with a dude that you had on, when it was in La La Land with or whatever. Okay, I'll give you. Okay, yes, my bad. I am sorry. But what you're not gonna do is be on the line and be all sneaky and secretive and shit, bitch. Why this motherfucker on this and he gone and I pick up the phone and he just saying, you see that? You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? I let loose on that motherfucker because I'm thinking the same thing. Like when they be saying bros before hoes, I'm thinking friends before men. Huh? Okay, bitch. I bet you finna get that motherfucking same treatment this dude that Kelly got. That you ain't gonna be able to sleep at that house. You gonna have to go find something else to do. Somewhere else to work. You finna find a relocation, bitch. Don't play with me. And honey, so her and I fell out of friends. She knew who I was. And then I'm thinking all the time, she feeding him information. Like, yeah, she talking to we're gonna call him Junior. She said that's what we used to call him anyway. She talking to Junior. She talking to Junior. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if she did that or not, but he was going off on me about seeing somebody else. Oh wow, you seeing the ultimate somebody else. That's some shit. So, so her and I fell out of friends, and one day, um, I was outside, and she came around, and I'm looking, cause by that time he stopped fucking with her, right? Okay, and me and listen here, do you know if I can ever track down my gang related friend, she'll get on this line and tell you I'm telling the truth on this whole story. Now I ain't gonna the other girl who I done sent to the hospital. I don't want to bring that up. I can get the same story from her, my God, because she the one kind of the catalyst that But if I can get gang related on the line, yeah, I stop playing. So she comes around, and her and I go to talking, and then New Edition was coming to town, and all of that, and so we started talking, and we ended up going to a concert together, and all was well. Well, here's the thing, right? Junior and I were still talking. At some point, Junior and I broke up. By that time, Yvette and I were back in saddle again. Guess what happened? Y'all know I'm going with it. She stopped fucking with Junior. She stopped fucking Junior. I don't like to say that word. She started sleeping with Junior. Yeah. And saying I don't be really getting all, you know, all into, I just really don't really be doing all of that because I don't be caring about that. Because some of them, it's a dime a dozen. I don't give a fuck. But, and it should give you a little call, a little pause if we cool or friends or whatever. That should, stop you and make you say, oh, well, it's gonna be messy or whatever. But I really still don't be getting in, like that. Even if you getting, now it depends on who it is. It does depend on who it is, right? And who you are. Well, you're gonna get your ass fucked up, right? Because it's respect. Ain't about to do this about the respect. And that shade is slick shit. I don't deal with that. I don't like all that. So she started dealing with Junior. Yeah. Now, I didn't know nothing about it. She hadn't dealt with Junior because by the time no, wait a minute. By the time we went to the concert, Junior and I had done broke up. But of course, she knew Junior, and somehow she hadn't dealt with Junior, or something like that, And she had told me, she told me about it. Now, I figured she hadn't got me back with old dude, with gang related cousins. But now you don't one up me with Junior. Now wait a minute. Wait a minute, bitch. And y'all, what's up? What's up? Y'all see y'all. Make sure y'all find that like button over there on Twitter. I think it's the heart or something. Anyway, yeah. Bitch. And then all that happened before the Wayne and the Val and all the type, rest of. Yes, I'm trying to tell you. Always send me to go get the niggas. And then here they come. They got it from, I guess I go get them. They got it from there. The fuck? It got so bad. I tell you now the word like I said, listen here, let because I know I'm quiet. I don't say much. I don't be bothered by that type of stuff. Like I said, they come a dime a dozen. But here we go, right? Here we go. Because at this time, now it's going to be about principles, bitch. You bitches need to understand this. And I only had to address Yvette's people that I met through her. Listen, I don't care about these other dudes. But let me give you the list of the motherfuckers I care about. Who gonna get your ass beat? Okay, that's Cole. That's Oh, Robert was on that list, and that's why the girl Val went ahead and told me about him. It's Cole, the Walker husband at that point, just because he was a husband. That child daddy, and everybody else I hadn't, everybody else I hadn't met. I said, listen, you'll get your ass beat. I'm just gonna tell you that now. Y'all love to come in second. You like my left all that type of shit. Well, let me go ahead and give you the rules and regulations. I'm telling you that now. Okay? Don't be no fool. Be cool, but don't be no fool. Because I'm telling you that right now. You're going to get your ass beat. Stop trying me. Just because I don't say nothing don't mean I ain't got nothing to say. Stop trying me. Okay? Don't let the face and the shape and the brain fool you, bitch. I'll come up at all of this. You keep trying me. These hoes. Yeah, it was crazy. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like I said, I gave her the one with gang related cousin, but baby, child, that is my whole chronicle. So y'all like, it's crazy, y'all, crazy. And then I'm like, and I'm thinking to myself, what kind of hoe can handle the big dick man? Do you know how big your stuff got to be? Or where it got to accommodate? You know how big that boy was? Huh? I had no experience like that. Still don't. The fuck? Baby, you got a top car in the city. But baby, I'm trying to say bye. Bye, baby. No, baby, I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying. I ain't had. That thing shaped my whole sex experiences for the rest of my life. I have to have actual conversations with guys to try to figure out what we talking about. Cause I like a pretty talk, right? And let me tell you something. That's so petty, right? I know I'm a little taller than 5'8". I'm not 5'9", but I'm like 5'8.5", right? She's 5'9". She always tell me, "No, you 5'8". You 5 because she's a little taller than I am. But just like with sports and what have you, when we used to walk, when we in the the fake ass girlfriend and the other one, we used to walk in these shows and stuff like that. They will put your, because a lot of times they automatically think that you're trying to pursue this type of shit, right? Modeling and whatever this bullshit is, whatever. That ain't what I was fixing to do. I simply got hooked up with that stuff by going to etiquette school and all that type of stuff. They, all that type of stuff. And then you start getting asked and this, that, that's that wasn't what I was supposed to do. So they would um make me 5'9". So I just went with it. I just go with 5'9". I just go with it. Yeah. Now she always made me know for sure that you're 5'8". You're not no 5'9". You're 5'8". Like, oh, okay. But yes, honey. I like when I really like. Oh my God. But yes, honey, that was a. But what I was gonna say is, I'm pulling up stuff. What's first? Oh, Sean Combs. Let me tell you something. That boy is huge. He's huge. And he shouldn't be out there with no regular sized women. He is for the hoes. Most definitely. He ain't for the regular sized women. So let me go to this one. And I got Jussie Smollett. And okay, so let me get there. Okay, let me get Diddy going. But I have to ask these guys. I'm gonna listen, baby, listen. How many we talking? Cause I like tall guys. Sometimes I really like the 6'6" people. I'm like, yes, honey. But then when they in them situations, they be like, oh no. Mm-mm. But Auntie LISARAYE gave y'all the information, honey. Now you can customize that information for you. Understand that. Because you might not, money might not be, on your checkoff list. And then that's fine. But you have to, I have to have a list. Okay? Because I know what I like and I know what I need. And I like to do with a little power. I like when they say, go on up there and tell them such. Or go ahead, I'm going to call up there. Or, give her what she wants, whatever. I like all them type of responses. I got it. Ooh, ooh. You know. That's that Diddy update.
Friday is a big day for Sean Diddy Combs. The indicted rapper will present his arguments for bail in front of a new judge. But what does the prosecution have to say about this? We're going to preview both sides and what we can expect right now with Dina Dahl. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, I want to do something interesting right now. I want to break down what we can expect from tomorrow's bail hearing in the Sean Combs case, what the arguments will be, who may actually win this. Will Sean Combs actually be granted bail, pre-trial release after 2 months being locked up in the Metropolitan Detention Center? He was previously denied bail by other judges, but will the current judge overseeing this case, Judge Arun Subramanian, feel a bit different? This would obviously be a huge win for the former music mogul who's facing federal sex trafficking, racketeering, and prostitution charges. By the way, thank you for following us on our continued coverage of the Sean Combs case. And I want to call out our sponsor, Upside, because they help make shows like this happen. If you don't know what Upside is, it's awesome. It is a free app that helps you get cash back when you buy gas, groceries, food. This is real money, real cash back, money that appears in your Upside app that you can then transfer right into your bank account. Look here, I used Upside to find a gas station, claimed an offer, pay with my credit card, followed the steps on the app, I got cash back. So easy to use, and you can use it at all different kinds of places, restaurants, convenience stores. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen. But make sure to use our promo code SIDEBAR because you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Hope you can check it out. So to help me break down what the arguments could be, what we can expect, and by the way, I'm basing this off of prior filings by both the prosecution and defense. But to help me break this down, I want to bring on attorney Dina Dahl, who is joining us here in studio. Dina, good to see you. Thanks for coming here on set.
It's great to be here with you.
So a lot of things I want to get to. The first one I want to start with is actually something that happened the other day. So Judge Subramanian said this week, and I thought it was so noteworthy, that there was this hearing regarding whether the prosecution illegally obtained attorney-client privilege material from Sean Combs' jail cell. Put that issue to the side. At the end of that hearing, Judge Subramanian seemed to warn the prosecutors that they need to be prepared to distinguish Sean Combs' case from the case of Mike Jeffries, the former CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, who was just arrested and indicted on sex trafficking charges in New York, the Eastern District of New York, another federal court. This was after Combs was already arrested. He is accused of operating an international sex trafficking ring where young men would be lured into sex acts using force, fraud, coercion, very similar to what Sean Combs is accused of doing. But in that case, Mike Jeffries granted bail, $10 million bail. That included home detention, GPS monitoring. We know that Sean Combs has offered a $50 million bail package, home confinement, 24/7 monitoring by private security. Visitor logs could be provided to the court, no phone or internet use. So you have these two cases, and the judge said to the prosecutor, be prepared to distinguish both of them. What do you think?
Well, that's certainly his best argument for getting out on bail, because as you said, their charges are very similar. Their wealth is similar, what they're able to do in order of providing the 24-hour security, all of these assurances that Diddy's lawyer is saying that they're going to do to the court. Essentially that is how this other CEO got out on bail. The arguments we're going to hear from the prosecution is how they are different, and essentially the same things that we heard with the initial bail hearing when it was denied. One, that he is a continuing threat to, despite even this 24-hour security. Diddy is known to very well be able to manipulate people. He'll be able to manipulate the 24-hour security. He can still be a threat in a way that he can't be behind bars. And how he was, where he was arrested, how he evidently had drugs on his possession, all of that is going to come back again. And then the idea of, is he going to interfere with the prosecution itself? Is he going to communicate to have more social media posts? Is he going to contact witnesses? So those are the differences that the prosecution is going to really stress, and the defense is going to stress the similarities between the two cases, in particular, the charges and the wealth.
Let me ask you this. Generally speaking, for federal sex trafficking cases like this, my understanding, there is a presumption of detention, right? And it would be up to the defense to rebut that presumption. Prosecutors have said he hasn't done that. But generally speaking, it would be tough for him to make bail, let alone after being denied twice.
Well, to your point, for one, it's a different judge.
Yep.
And this judge gets to look at it de novo, as I said, a completely new review. Mm-hmm. He's not bound by the other judge's opinion on this. And every judge does look at facts a little bit differently. And then to your point, I think, where you started out at is the fact that this other CEO since that has gotten a very similar bail package. You do have to, treat people similarly. You have to, the prosecution now has to justify why he would get a separate treatment, which they didn't have to the first time around.
They might have had a win this week. I mean, we'll get into that in a second about what they're alleging. But one of the events that I think is going to come up, one of the events that prosecutors have highlighted before to suggest that Sean Combs is a danger, that he can't be out on, bail, a serious factor in a bail analysis, by the way, how much you are a danger to society. And it's, again, something I think could be brought up is the 2016 videotape of him purportedly beating his ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, in a hotel hallway. I believe she is referred to as victim 1 in the case. We don't know for sure, but it looks like she's victim 1. And while prosecutors have suggested that this is evidence of him attacking somebody who was trying to escape a freak-off in that hotel, the freak-off, the central allegation in the indictment, these coerced, sometimes drug-fueled sex parties, that this is evidence of sex trafficking, Combs' attorneys have said, look, this was an unfortunate domestic spat, okay? It's not evidence of racketeering or sex trafficking. It's just they had a really toxic relationship. And the defense has seemed to say, look, we have text messages between Sean Combs and victim 1 that show this was just a toxic relationship. The prosecutors have said, defense, you're cherry-picking messages. You're creating a misleading picture here. Rather, there are messages between the two that show, 1, it shows his physical abuse of her, and 2, his threats to expose recordings of freak-offs if she didn't do what he wanted. There are text messages that they highlight. You know what sick and disgusting S I was reminded of the other day? You forcing me to blank, or you were going to leak some S. I have a black eye and fat lip. You are sick for thinking it's okay to do what you've done. Dina, 2 different perspectives here. How important is that 2016 tape, and maybe just the relationship between him and victim 1 going to play into this?
Well, certainly for the first judge, that tape was important. It was brought up, during the hearing as evidence, as you say, to the danger of him to society. Certainly, we're seeing not only a request for bail in the defense's motion, but a preview of their defense, which is that it was just a domestic violence incident, not, coercion as part of the sex trafficking ring. The violence in that tape is very graphic, very difficult to watch. It's hard to walk away, let's say, for them as a defense to minimize it, which they're trying to do is to minimize it. How this particular judge is going to view it, it's hard. I mean, it was a long time ago.
It was 8.5. That's their argument. They go, you're using a tape from 8.5 years ago to justify pretrial detention? That doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. But at the same point, it's pretty graphic, and they say he's been violent ever since.
Right. And whether or not the second judge will view it the same way, I think that's very subjective. Like, right, sometimes there's certain facts or evidence that come up, like DNA evidence, and you just know every judge is going to interpret that the same way, or every jury is basically going to interpret that the same way. But taking an 8.5-year-old tape between people who were, they were out and about in a relationship. There could, as we know, you can be in a relationship and also be, raped and assaulted, all that. But there is enough of a perspective. It's possible the second judge might see it completely differently.
Well, to be clear, they're not saying he did this, beyond a reasonable doubt, he's guilty. They're just saying this is evidence to justify detention, right? Mm-hmm. How much do they have to prove it? Because one of the things the defense said is, this is before, by the way, we'll get into what the prosecution said he's been doing behind bars. But one of their earlier filings, they said they're making allegations he's reaching out to witnesses, that he's a danger, but they haven't proven anything. Mm-hmm. The defense said the prosecution cited a case about pretrial detention, but in that case, there was 3 days of hearings or multiple days of hearings. They heard witnesses talking about what happened. Does it have to be a mini trial in order to justify pretrial detention?
I mean, it really depends, again, on the judge, right? Yeah. And that's why I'm saying this is so subjective in some ways, because both parties, you have some great lawyers on both sides here making a completely different case about what that tape is about and trying to use it to, on the one hand, justify bail, on the other hand, say this is not enough to keep somebody who, because in our system, we are also innocent until proven guilty. You're going to be having somebody behind bars for a long time, So yes, although there is this presumption because with sex trafficking, he's a danger to society, you also kind of have to prove it. this judge might ask for a mini hearing, might say, hey, this tape is too old. I see where you're going, prosecution. This might be persuasive, but I need more. I need you to tell me about more that's happened more recently. That could very well happen.
So a large part of what I think is going to happen tomorrow, could be wrong, but I think a large part is going to center around these allegations that Sean Combs has been improperly contacting witnesses and alleged victims in this case to, what the prosecutors say, obstruct the investigation. Now, the defense has said that the government is mischaracterizing all of this, that they haven't explained what about his conversations with these people was threatening or intimidating or obstructive. And they say even one witness actually contacted Sean Combs first, not the other way around. And when he found out that one of the witnesses was a grand jury witness, he allegedly stopped speaking to that person. Now, the prosecution says, tell you what, Combs is actually abusing his communication systems in the Metropolitan Detention Center right now, including using other inmates' phone privileges, a three-way phone call system, and he's doing it to reach out to victims and witnesses. And particularly, he's using his family to do his bidding. And the prosecution says, we have the recorded conversations to prove it. Now, Dina, here's the thing. Based on the ruling this week, there are certain aspects of what was found or photographed from his jail cell that will not be allowed to be used by prosecutors to say what Sean Combs has allegedly been doing in order to justify bail, because there could be a privilege issue. But they say they have these phone calls, right, that he's making. There's one call that's all redacted, and it was cited by the prosecution in one of their filings, but it seems like it was between him and his son, where he's instructing him on reaching out to people. If they bring those receipts, is that the end of the day?
If the judge did seem kind of fairly on the defense side in terms of them going into the cell, getting the file that was marked legal and sorting through it, that's really serious to get into attorney-client privilege. He seemed kind of fairly upset about that.
Yeah, and they're going to decide that at a later date.
And they're going to decide that at a later date, but he knows what they did, the judge. I mean, so he might give more skepticism to what that phone call conversation was.
But the phone calls are recorded. They're allowed. They're supposed to be recorded. Prosecutors, isn't that free game? They can use it, whatever. I mean, and what he says on those tapes is what he says on those tapes.
Yeah, and maybe that will be enough. But if it's not spelled out as clearly as the prosecution is saying it's spelled out, but knowing what you know in the documents, you can kind of put it all together. That judge is not going to put it all together like the prosecution wants him to. I think he's going to be very careful about going into any of that documents that may actually have substantiated those phone calls. Because if it was just the phone calls, if the phone calls were that bad, why do the search? Why even try to get into a search?
Well, the search was a pre-planned wide search from the MDC. It wasn't, prosecutors will say it wasn't targeted against
I heard it was
Diddy.
They said it was a pretext.
That's what defense says, but they searched other units. So who do you believe?
I thought that they admitted to that.
No, it was a pre-planned search, and prosecutors knew that part of that search was going to be looking at Diddy's cell or his unit. But so they found homemade weapons, they found electronics, they found a lot of material. Defense says this was just a pretext to search Combs' cell, but it's who do you believe here? I think the bigger question is, are we even to know what he said on those tapes? Because half that stuff is redacted in the prosecution's filing. Is there a chance we might not know what is exactly said or what he allegedly told people on those phone lines?
I mean, most likely it's redacted because they're trying to protect. If he was speaking about certain witnesses, grand jury witnesses are private. So they were, if he used names or enough information to know, then no, we're not going to know. Yeah. Unless this goes to trial and that witness ends up taking the stand and it kind of becomes a part of the evidence at trial. But if that's what's being redacted, it's...
You make a good point where the idea of how the defense can try to characterize what is said on that phone call and that it wasn't him trying to reach out. Maybe there's a more innocuous reason. Because I want to give you an example of something. Other than the fact that they said, he has a right to speak to people who, in relation to his civil suits or, they contacted him. I want to give you an example of something. So this is whether it can work both ways. This was from a prior filing. It said, beginning on June 26, 2024, only after witness 1 had been served with a grand jury subpoena and had counsel, the defendant initiated contact with witness 1, which the defendant attempted to obscure by initially calling witness 1's wife and later communicating with witness 1 over a VoIP service, including by text and a call lasting over 7 minutes. The following day, phone records indicate that witness one spoke with counsel for the defendant. Following witness one's testimony in the grand jury on July 25th, 2024, so again, this is all before Sean Combs was arrested, the defendant called and texted witness one again. The defendant's repeated contact with witness one, despite his apparent knowledge that witness one was represented by counsel and had received a grand jury subpoena, undermines defense counsel's previous denials of the defendant's interference in the government's grand jury investigation and shows that counsel cannot stop the defendant from contacting grand jury witnesses. This concern is amplified by evidence indicating that the defendant appears to have deleted his messages with witness one. So, two different perspectives here, right? Prosecution says, Judge, you can't let this guy out. He's going to contact people in the case. He's going to interfere with the investigation. He deleted the messages of it. The other way of looking at it is, if his defense counsel spoke with witness one, is it not as bad as the prosecution's making it seem?
Anyway, this is going to be the most interesting part about tomorrow, for sure. Because on the one hand, him reaching out to witnesses, like, game over, right? I mean, if the prosecution can, as put forward to the judge, really back it up with just those phone calls that it was clear he was trying to, contact these witnesses, trying to get them to change their story or whatever, like, then it's over. Because at the end of the day, the judge is going to really want to protect the integrity of this prosecution. And if he cannot be controlled behind bars, he's certainly not going to be able to be controlled in his multi-million-dollar homes with private security and family members coming. Like, that's just game over. I mean, the defense's argument is essentially that they have to put on a defense, and so they have to talk to defense witnesses, which is valid. But then really the defense should have contacted these defense witnesses or the lawyer for the defense witness, as you said. The fact that it was initiated by him, by Diddy, I don't see how you really explain that around. I mean, It's possible the defense has something up their sleeve tomorrow, but there's no justification at all for having him contact the witnesses.
And look, you made a good point and this was raised as well. Prosecutors are like, can't trust him with the 24/7 private security team. If he's able to manipulate inmates and other people, he can manipulate the security team to do his bidding too. I do want to read you something else. So this is from the prosecution's filing. They don't just say that he was working on communicating with these people. Dean, I want to actually ask you about something else. So they also allege, prosecutors, that while he's been behind jail, he has been using his family to push through a social media campaign to influence a potential jury. And they said that one way he was doing that was posting about his birthday, his family calling him on his birthday while he's locked up. You hear him on the other line, and that he was actually studying the analytics of this from behind bars. And they say they have communications to say that he did this to taint a future jury pool or influence a jury pool. What do you make of that? Some would say there's no jury yet, but if he's saying this is my goal, what do you make of that?
But this is a little bit different.
It is.
The law is very clear about interfering with witnesses. But honestly, somebody with his fame are always trying to taint the jury pool. Let's be frank. Like, even his lawyer with his statements has been trying to taint the jury pool. I mean, that's kind of almost not fair game, but it happens. It happens all the time. Lawyers give interviews about their cases in advance. And if a lawyer allows a client to, most of them don't. But, we saw Alec Baldwin try to do it, right? Like, that backfired. But this is something that is much harder to say, even the social media posts, like, even him, there's no restrictions on social media posts. Nobody's gagged him.
His family was actually posting on
but I mean, if he was behind the scenes, like the puppet person, it's not like he has a gag order on him or any of the people have gag orders on him. If that were the case, like, okay, we're talking about something different. But we're in this really gray area because
there is a gag order about releasing grand jury material and other non-public information, but I guess his argument would be it's just about his birthday. He's allowed to change the public narrative because he's a public person.
Yeah. I mean, let's say you weren't famous. You could go and talk to your friends about it. There's no limit on, and here that message wasn't even actually talking about the case. They thought it would help him, but it could backfire just as much. People could say like, oh, you're trotting out your kids to try to make you seem innocent when here you've done these horrible things to children. Like, that's disgusting that you're using your kids that way. So that social media post could have helped him. It also could have hurt him. So it's a little bit different. It's almost like more of a PR campaign, which, is not something that he's restricted to not do. So
I wanted to ask you about this too. So I thought this was a really interesting argument. So the prosecution has said, you know what? It's unfair for Sean Combs to be allowed bail in this way. Why? It shows a two-tiered justice system. Combs, he can be permitted to stay free on sex trafficking and racketeering charges because he has the financial resources to turn his home into a private prison, 24/7 monitoring, giving up all of his privileges, $50 million bond, where you have a defendant of lesser means who couldn't put forward this attractive bail package. That person's denied bail. That's not fair. And that person would be locked up while waiting trial. Sean Combs' defense team has said, we're offering this package and these conditions because he is wealthy. The government said he is a flight risk. He's a danger because he has the money and resources. So you know what? This bail package looks like this. The reason it's so expensive, the reason he's essentially turning his home into a prison is because this would be the only way to ensure all of the concerns the government has. Who's right?
Well, that's up to the judge, but really they both have a valid point. I mean, on the one hand, when you see the list of what they're willing to pay for, it does shout out like just wealth, like not only the private security all the time, but the monitoring, the drug testing. I mean, a regular person, there's no way could do anything close to this. But then on the other hand, that's partly why he's behind, jail, because he has access to a private plane, and he has all that money. And so that is taken into consideration when deciding if somebody should be behind bars as their flight risk. So I think that they both have a valid point, and I don't think the judge is going to decide it based on that, whether or not his wealth and how he's using it is fair or not fair. I think the defense has addressed the fleeing concern because of his wealth with his 24-hour security. We've seen with that CEO, he had wealth and he did 24-hour security and the court didn't really mind there. I don't think there's going to be a fairness aspect. It's really going to be, is he going to interfere with the prosecution with witnesses, and is he a danger?
So the danger element we've talked about a lot. The risk of flight. Let's amplify that a little bit. So this is another really important factor when we talk about bail. The prosecution says he's facing 15 years to life in prison if he's convicted. He has an incentive to flee. He has the resources, the money to do it. Defense says, you know what? He could have fled the country before he was indicted, but he didn't. His attorneys cooperated with prosecutors. He surrendered his passports. Family members surrendered their passports. He came to New York to surrender himself to authorities before he was arrested. He even tried to sell his plane. And they have said in a recent filing that he's not going to flee. He's not going to abandon his family, his livelihood. When you weigh those two, what do you think?
I mean, I think that the defense addressed it well enough in their filing that he's not a flight risk. In terms of the security, the fact that he turned over his passport to his lawyer in advance, the fact that he didn't flee is a good sign, obviously. And all of the roots that they talked about with his family, and that he does have, young children, and some of them, he is the sole parent. Because the fact is every defendant technically is a flight risk, regardless of somebody's wealth or not. Putting somebody out on bail, there's always the risk they can flee. That's why they put up the money bond. But still, somebody can go. So you're never going to 100% take away that risk. I think that they have done enough to show that people do sometimes do kind of shady things that make you think they're going to be a flight risk, right? Like when Scott Peterson was found near the San Diego border, before his trial, he didn't do any of that stuff, which helps him, plus the monitoring. So I think that they have addressed that risk enough for him to be able to get out.
I agree. Although I think he has a weaker argument when it comes to the final point I wanted to address. He has suggested, or his attorney suggested, he can't be at the MDC anymore because he can't properly prepare for trial. He can't review all the mountains of evidence there. He's like every other criminal defendant, though. Should he be allowed out so that he can properly prepare for his case because it's more expansive, it's more complicated? Feels like a weaker argument to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. When I read that part, I also thought, this is a stretch because you could use that argument, for every defendant. Then it is true, they talked about how there's like a huge number of evidence that he has to go through, and that's true. But it's just that the defendant has a right to be able to like assist in their case. I think that interpretation of assistance doesn't necessarily mean he has to go through literally every piece of evidence himself. But even if he does, this trial is going to be a long time. He might still be able to go through all the evidence. But no, I think that is definitely the weaker argument. I don't think we ever really decide bail based on the amount of evidence you have against a defendant. Because it could work against them the other way too. True. You could say, hey, this case doesn't have much evidence. Let's keep him in bail. So,
and the prosecution has said he gets a conference room. He can speak to his attorneys. He gets what he needs. I don't know. I think it's going to be addressed. We'll see. So I think we've hit everything, maybe not everything, but the big points that I think might be addressed tomorrow. We shall see what happens. Dina Dahl, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
Woo. Mess. Oh, okay. Even a all right now, another 5-minute clip.
I felt obliged to begin with the latest on Sean Diddy Combs, currently sitting in jail awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges. P. Diddy Combs and his legal team scored a victory yesterday when the judge overseeing the case said prosecutors are not allowed to use jailhouse notes taken during a raid of his cell. Combs reportedly had 19 pages of handwritten notes for his team, and the judge ruled those notes are subject to attorney-client privilege. Combs' legal team scored another legal victory yesterday when the judge ruled the music mogul can appear in court without shackles around his legs. By the way, Combs has another bail hearing set for this Friday. I think when we see something like that, ladies and gentlemen, it just gives us an indication that you can't rule anything out. He's Sean P. Diddy Combs. He's worth over $500 million. Obviously, he can afford the best lawyers, the best legal minds are available to him. And when you look at something like this, albeit minute in the eyes of some, he's still in jail. Okay, it doesn't appear to be getting out before April or May, something along those lines. And when you see something like this, you're like, what's the big deal? So what? He won the case. Well, take this into consideration. If you have law enforcement officials and prosecutors raiding your jail cell to take your private notes because they believe somehow, some way you're making a concerted effort to influence potential witnesses against you, all right? And the judge rules that non-admissible and they're not able to use that kind of stuff against you. That's very, very beneficial. Everybody else has to show up in court essentially with shackles on, but he doesn't. Now, some people will sit up there and say, okay, again, that's not a big victory, but image and perception does matter, even in the court of law. Why? Because there's jurors involved. And when you roll up in there looking like a prisoner, that hurts. He still won. Perception doesn't escape reality, but sometimes in the minds of a few, it potentially can. And every time you hear something about P. Diddy, all right, and you hear about his denials, and then you see him win one little victory after another, it does beg the question, how much winning is he literally capable of doing against the Southern District of New York and beyond in terms of the cases that are being levied against him? I'm looking at stuff like this and I'm watching it with a fine-tooth comb because I want to see how many small victories is he going to accumulate in an effort to ultimately get himself out of jail. Yes, he's in prison right now. He's in jail right now. Okay, right there in Brooklyn, New York. He doesn't appear to be getting out anytime soon. There is going to be a trial that's taking place this spring. We know all of that. But anytime you've got situations where evidence is considered non-admissible and the prosecution can't use it against you, that makes it harder for you to accumulate the level of evidence to get at him about. We heard about the sex trafficking. We saw the video, the damning video where he was beating up his former girlfriend, Cassie. We saw all of that. But in the end, when he's sitting there and he talking, everybody bringing up 1,000 bottles of baby oil and, videotapes of, and freak offs and all of this stuff. Keep in mind, P. Diddy, no one heard him say, excuse me, I'm innocent. It never happened to the courts. What they're saying is that it was consensual amongst adults. And because of that, as his lawyers intimated when I was watching them on programs like News Nation or CNN or what have you, what did you hear them say? You might find his behavior reprehensible. You might find it disgusting. You might find it a lot of things. The word we're concerned about is whether or not it was legal. And if it was legal, meaning consensual, non-forced, then all of a sudden it gives you a reason to believe there's a possibility he could get off. Now, I'm not casting aspersions or any kind of judgment on anything involving P. Diddy outside of that video. That video, that's evidence. We all saw that. And there's a discussion to be had about the statute of limitation on such a violent act against another human being, particularly a defenseless woman who happened to be his girlfriend. That is non-debatable. We saw what we saw. Everything else, speculative. They got their case. He'll have an opportunity through his defense lawyers to present his, at which time we'll be able to judge. A lot of times we're sitting back and we're assuming because somebody's in jail, they're automatically guilty, even before the trial took place. Diddy is saying something else. He's saying, hell no, he's not going out like that. He's not guilty. And when we see stuff like this happening, what other small victories will his defense team accumulate? That begs a legitimate question that I just asked. It is important to point out, this is far from over. And it's far from determined, no matter of allegations and headlines that have rained down upon him.
A startling racist and homophobic attack, which turned out to be a hoax, made headlines across the nation. But years later, a stunning ruling is made, which
Okay, I'm not on Power to the People Jesse yet. We will get there. So Diddy will be going to court today for the bail hearing at the 30th. Okay. Now, I have been in some areas today of some legal bills. I was over there on Pam Esquire laughing at her story, and I was on another channel. And I love the fact that people were asking questions and she was saying things that made me think of a couple questions that I like to ask. Think of some things, right? Because they ask the questions and I like to give my viewpoint on them, right? So, ahead of today's bail hearing, the both the prosecutors and the defense has to answer several questions, right? The judge is asking several questions. And when judge asks questions, what he is asking you to do is be prepared to litigate. Okay? Be prepared to litigate. So, of course, the paperwork drop. Oh my gosh, with all these cases, it's ridiculous. With his case alone, it is massive. Okay, but speaking of bail, when I was over on Pam Esquire, there was a question with regards to, I think she said, and I put it on the wall, right? They were, because I wasn't, I thought I remember that he did his defense team had asked, why was the Abercrombie and Fitch man Michael Jeffries allowed bond or bail, and P Diddy couldn't get bail and they have comparable charges, right? Very similar charges. That question came up over on that question, our statement. I'm not sure how it was put, but it came up. So I went and pulled the Abercrombie and Fitch, Michael Jeffries indictment. I already had to save on to look at it, to look at his charges. Okay. So way back in the R. Kelly days, when the indictment came out, when the grand jury returned that true bill, honey, which is the indictment, and the arguments that was being made for him to be detained without a bail. I told you back then, the government is going to use language. They want you held, they're going to use language that would suggest that you shouldn't be released on bail. They're going to say that you're a danger to the community. If you have charges like obstruction, there are certain charges that wherein the judge doesn't have to give you a bail amount, right? And it was real weird. It was real hard to get people to understand that bail isn't an entitlement. Okay, it's not an entitlement. It's not a right. It's an option. And everybody, So, and if you are charged with certain acts, you can very well be denied a bail or a bond. That's not a violation of your rights. You're not being mistreated. It is what it is. In the end, it's all up to the judge anyway. Okay? So I went ahead and pulled the Michael Jeffries indictment. And while Michael Jeffries is charged with sex trafficking, stuff like that, right? He's not charged with obstruction. Okay? He's not charged with obstruction. So when you're not charged with obstruction and you don't have any indicators that you will obstruct or you are at a danger to the community and so on and so forth, right? The prosecution will most likely allow you a bail. And it's not a crime of violence, so on and so forth. With Diddy, it's a little different because he has obstruction. And hold on, let me see. Is it just talk about obstruction or is it when he charged with obstruction? Hold on. Women's racketeering conspiracy. Sex trafficking, coercion, fraud, he got coercion, transportation, prostitution. Okay. So he doesn't have any obstruction in the indictment. However, in his story, he has obstruction, right? So, and here's also where I guess that those things that they confiscated in his jail cell and all this other talk about him reaching out to people and all of that, that will help support the prosecution's argument. So no wonder they're fighting tooth and nail to get this stuff in. Damn. No wonder. It's important. So, and that's also probably why the judge said, and I don't know if this is still his position, but the judge said that they can't use those things at trial Friday. And it's probably going to stand because if there is a conviction in this case, then that can come back to haunt them upon appeal. And no court wants their ruling overturned, right? Especially if they agree with the ruling. So, okay, so it makes sense. It really makes sense, and it the judge may make a decision regardless if the prosecution win their argument tomorrow. They're still not to let them use that information because you don't want that coming back to haunt you on appeal. If everybody's thinking thinking in the for the if, I can never get this right, thinking the long game, right? They just need to make their argument for whatever they have, you know, find another what any other because I'm pretty sure they were talking about obstruction before this jail cell raid. They had maybe some evidence of some obstruction, I believe. So just use that, lean heavy on that and make it do what it do. You gotta think long term, you know. So yeah. So another thing is during the one of the bail hearings, as we saw in the transcript, they also stated that Sean Combs' case was a presumption case, right? And I told you what that meant, right? I told you don't get all crazy because that means that based on his charges, that he is presumed guilty. Okay, but that's it with regards to the bail, not his rights. Okay, not what the what the jury is there to, but not their portion of it, just for the initial for the bail. He is presumed guilty. All right. Now his charges, you know, when you when the case is presumptive, right? It can either be um, where you can rebut, it's rebuttable, right? So you can rebut some of the information in the case, some of the charges, what have you, because you have evidence that hey, you have evidence that maybe your client didn't do what he's been charged with. If that is the case, then the presumption goes away, and then he will be able to get a bail. But you also have presumption cases which are conclusive, right? Meaning that there is no evidence that would suggest that you're innocent. So right now you're going to be treated as if you're guilty. All right. So cases like involving consent, like you just say, if we know that the person, the victim was under 16 and you had sex with them. If their birth certificate says that they were 16, I'll say 15 because, um, some states 16 is okay. You say 15 and you 30. Well, that is conclusive. There's no presumption there. You are presumed guilty. So for the purpose of bail, you're guilty. And they don't have to offer you a bail. Okay, that's how that works. So the prosecutor may lean towards arguing that it's the fact that it's a presumption case. It's a lot of arguments that can be made, as they've already done, to suggest that P. Diddy does not get a bail. So although the Abercrombie and Fitch man has similar charges, the circumstances are different. And then there has been some behavior to suggest that P. Diddy will obstruct. Okay. Um, so so they have a lot of also, they can also play into the angle that P. Diddy is dangerous. So there's a lot of legal arguments surrounding that. Now we took a look at the whole legal pad versus legal. I don't know what what the defense is trying to make of that, but I don't know how that argument is going to work because you saw the judge coming back and putting in that order, that later order, saying, hey, why does the picture say this? It's about the legal on the legal pad, blah 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 blah. The arguments will be interesting today, and we don't know who's going to win. All right. The defense also have a good shot because they're arguing, constitutional violations, 4, 5, and 6. But first of all, they got to determine if the information that was seized from the jail was attorney-client privilege, was either covered due to confidentiality, privacy. Was there a proper search and seizure? And also, let's see. And if it was work product, notes and information that's needed during the preparation of trial, right? That's considered work product for attorneys. So, and you also have to ask this: if they determine that was the case, if they determine he's right with his rights was violated, what have you. Now, if his rights was violated, that answers a bigger question than should he get bail. That answers a question that should this case be dismissed? That's a violation of his rights. So, ooh, baby, them hot flashes be flashing, honey. Ooh. Oh, mm. So we shall see on that. So let me put on. Yeah, I've been eating goddamn um what you call it? Pork and potatoes. Ooh, heavy girl. Um, yeah, also, did y'all hear about there was another tape or something? Saying that they were saying like the tape wasn't that we saw wasn't a full tape. And I said the state released that tape or her lawyer released that tape. Her lawyer released that tape. Not state law, the government. The government saying that they didn't have the tape until afterwards. After it was released to CNN. I'm not sure I believe that. I'm not sure I believe that. Let's see. I'm not sure I believe that. Okay. Read it. Read this on to the rocket. I'm not gonna read it.
United States District Court, Southern District of New York. United States of America, v. Sean Combs, Defendant. 24 CR 542, as. Reply memorandum in further support of Mr. Combs' renewed motion for bail. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 1 of 20. I. Table of Contents, Table of Authorities. 2. Introduction. 1. Argument. 2I. The court should exercise its ample discretion to reopen the bail hearing. 2A. Mr. Combs' motion presents new, material information. 2B. Since filing his motion, Mr. Combs has received even more new, material information demonstrating the government misled the court about the video at the prior bail hearings. 4C. The new evidence undermines the government's initial proffer. 6. United States District Court, Southern District of New York. United States of America, v. Sean Combs, Defendant. 24 CR 542, as. Reply memorandum in further support of Mr. Combs' renewed motion for bail. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 1 of 20. I. Table of Contents, Table of Authorities. 2. Introduction. 1. Argument. 2I. The court should exercise its ample discretion to reopen the bail hearing. 2A. Mr. Combs' motion presents new, material information. 2B. Since filing his motion, Mr. Combs has received even more new, material information demonstrating the government misled the court about the video at the prior bail hearings. 4C. The new evidence undermines the government's initial proffer. 6. I. Communications with victim 1 do not evidence sex trafficking. 6. 2. There is no second victim at all. 7.3. Mr. Combs did not obstruct grand jury witnesses. 7D 18 U.S.C. 3142, I. Further warrants release. 8.2. The government's new evidence does not justify detaining Mr. Combs. 9A. Mr. Combs' use of Contact Me ASAP, other POC numbers, and three-way calling is not an attempt to evade law enforcement. 9B. The communications do not evidence obstruction. 10C. Mr. Combs' other comments reflect protected First Amendment speech. 12.3. The government cannot meet its burden to continue detention. 14A. There is no clear and convincing evidence supporting detention. 14. B. There is no risk of flight. 14. C. The proposed updated bail conditions are sufficient. 15. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 2 of 20. 2. Table of Authorities. Cases page, S. Gentile v. State Bar of Nevada, 501 U.S. 1030, 1991. 13. Strickland v. Washington, 466 U.S. 668, 1984. 11. United States v. Bustani, 932 F.3D 79, 2D Sir 2019. 15.
Reading up all the case law. I'm
United
sorry.
States v. Combs, No 24 to 2606,
I couldn't skip it.
2D Sir, DKT.35. 15. United States v. English, 629 F.3D 311, 2D Sir 2011. 4. United States v. Esposito, 354 F sub 3D 354, SDNY 2019. 3. United States v. Fox, No 22 to 1043, 2022 WL 256, 4600, 2D Sir July 8, 2022. 1. United States v. Jackson, 823 F.2D4, 2D Sir 1987. 9. United States v. Jeffries, 24 CR 423, NJC, EDNY 1:15. United States v. Jones 583 F sub 2D 513 SDNY 2008 3. United States v. LaFontaine 210 F.3D 125 2D Sir 2000 16. United States v. Lewis, number 16 CR 212, Black, 2016 WL 690-2198, SDNY November 16, 2016. 3, 4. United States v. Martyr, 782 F.2D 1141, 2D Sir 1986. 16. United States v. Mizzle, No 14 CR 212, RJS, 2014 WL 127691113, SDNY July 25, 2014. 3. United States v. Murdery, No 5:07 CR 0428, DEP, 2008 WL 687434, NDNY March 11, 2008. 13. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 3 of 20. 3. United States v. Persico, No S84, County Route 809, JFK, 1986 WL 3793, SDNY March 27, 1986. 12. United States v. Schwamborn, No 06 CR 328, SJF, AKT, 2007 WL 965, 3331, EDNY June 29, 2007. 6. United States v. Stevens, 447 F sub 3D 63, SDNY 2020. 3, 8. United States v. Trump, 88 F.4th 990, DC Sir 2023. 13. United States v. Wagon, 492 F sub 3D 317, SDNY 2020. 15. United States v. Jong, 55 F.4th 141, 2D Sir 2022. 4, 6. Statutes. 18 U.S.C. 3142. Passim. 18 U.S.C. 3145. 4. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 4 of 20. Introduction. The government persuaded Judge Carter to detain Mr. Combs by claiming its video of an 8-year-old incident was evidence of sex trafficking, and by making unsubstantiated claims of witness tampering. The defense rebutted those arguments through its own proffer, but lacked access to key evidence that could corroborate its rebuttal. Nearly 2 months later, much has changed. Most importantly, discovery produced after the initial bail hearing, some of it after this motion was filed, shows the narrative the government presented then was fictional. For instance, we now know that even before it arrested Mr. Combs, the government possessed confirming his account of the March 5, 2016 incident at the Intercontinental Hotel. But instead of presenting that video to the court, the government submitted an altered video that omitted key scenes and presented events materially out of order. The prosecutors also claimed there was a second victim, but they have never interviewed her, and messages produced in discovery confirm she was not a victim. Likewise, communications produced in discovery show Mr. Combs' contacts with witnesses were innocuous and consistent with his right to participate in his defense by developing potential defense witnesses. The government's opposition brief confirms that bail should be granted. It spills much ink insisting the court lacks authority to reopen the bail proceedings, even though the controlling authority clearly establishes the court's ample discretion to do so. The government also offers no response to many of the cases cited in Mr. Combs' motion, including 2 other sex trafficking cases in which bail was granted, United States v. Jeffries, 24 CR 423, NJC, EDNY, and United States v. Fox, No 22 to 1043, 2022 WL 256, 4600, 2D Sir July 8, 2022. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 5 of 20. 2. Instead, the government reprises the same disingenuous tactics it used in the prior proceedings. It took full advantage of the detention order, scouring Mr. Combs' communications to try to find some actual evidence to substantiate its obstruction allegations. But once again, the government's theatric spin on the evidence omits key context and creates a misleading picture. For instance, it makes much of Mr. Combs' contacts with others but is unable to point to any communications involving actual tampering efforts. And it omits key parts of conversations, which show that Mr. Combs was not pressuring anyone or telling anyone what to say about anything. Likewise, its allegations about MDC rule violations are false or overblown. There is no legitimate legal basis for continuing to force Mr. Combs to prepare for trial from jail. The government is unable to show that the extremely restrictive proposed conditions are insufficient to prevent any possible danger or obstruction. The revelations about the recent MDC raid only confirm that it is impossible for Mr. Combs to work with his counsel on a confidential basis to develop his trial strategy from the jail. He is entitled to pretrial release under the Bail Reform Act and the Constitution. Argument I. The court should exercise its ample discretion to reopen the bail hearing. A Mr. Combs' motion presents new, material information. The government's efforts to disparage the significance of the new evidence supporting Mr. Combs' motion, DKT.69 at 6, are nothing more than empty rhetoric. The evidence cited in Mr. Combs' motion fundamentally undermines the government's prior representations as to the weight of the evidence and the nature and seriousness of the purported danger he presents. 18 U.S.C. 3142, G, 2, and 4. That is more than sufficient to demonstrate changed circumstances, which is satisfied by showing the strength of the primary evidence relied upon. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 6 of 20. 3. By the government to demonstrate danger has been undermined by new information. United States v. Stevens, 447 F sub 3D 63, 64, SDNY 2020. The specific evidence outlined in Mr. Combs' motion was not available at the time of the initial hearings. Although the defense had a general understanding of Mr. Combs' past interactions with individuals like Victim 1, we did not have access to the specific contents of the relevant correspondence, because it was contained on devices that were seized from Mr. Combs but had not yet been produced to him. Thus, the government's claim that nothing about the content of the text messages between the defendant and Victim 1 were unknown to him at the time of the initial hearing, DKT.69 at 7, is false. The government does not dispute that other evidence, such as the could not have been known to Mr. Combs during the initial hearings. As just one example, Mr. Combs did not know that directly contradicted the government's claims at the detention hearings. Nor did Mr. Combs know that the government was portraying a second woman as a purported victim even though it has never even spoken to her. This is sufficient new information to reopen the hearing. See, example United States v. Jones, 583 F sub 2D 513, 513, SDNY 2008, new documentary evidence that called into question grand jury testimony sufficient to reopen bail hearing. Point 1. The government's separate argument that the court has no inherent authority to reopen the hearing because this case has been reassigned, DKT 69 at 13, is baseless. The court is 1. The cases the government cites does not hold otherwise. United States v. Lewis, number 16 CR 212, LAC, 2016 WL 690-2198, SDNY November 16, 2016, supports reopening the hearing, as explained infra. United States v. Mizzle, No. 14 CR 212, RJS, 2014 WL 127691113, SDNY July 25, 2014, is entirely inapposite. It involved a pro se request to reopen bail, which the court summarily denied with no analysis. And the changed circumstance cited in United States v. Esposito, 354 F sub 3D 354, SDNY 2019, was not new evidence but the adjournment of the trial date. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 7 of 20. 4. Entitled to consider the basis for the detention order in deciding whether to reopen. We are not asking the court to rule that Judge Carter erred, which is what United States v. English addressed when it observed that a second district court judge is not authorized to review the decisions of a previous district court judge. 629 F.3d 311, 320, 2d Sir 2011, interpreting our review in the bail appeal statute, 18 U.S.C. 3145. We are simply offering new evidence and additional conditions in response to the reasons Judge Carter gave for detaining Mr. Combs. As the Second Circuit has clearly instructed, the Act leaves the decision to reopen a hearing to the sound discretion of the District Court. United States v. Jong, 55 F.4 th 141, 148, 2d Sir 2022. A prior detention determination is a natural reference point against which to measure the materiality of new information for the purpose of reopening the hearing. ID. Indeed, to suggest otherwise would nonsensically untether the materiality inquiry from those facts that the court found consequential to its earlier detention decision. ID. B. Since filing his motion, Mr. Combs has received even more new, material information demonstrating the government misled the court about the video at the prior bail hearings on November 13, 2024. The government produced even more material new evidence, including more of the March 5, 2016 Intercontinental Hotel incident. The government had this as early as August 7, 2024, yet only produced it to the defense after Mr. Combs filed his renewed motion for bail. 2 Garagostic 41-44. The consists of Garagostic Lexus B and C, used to create the government's principal piece of evidence at the earlier bail hearings, and edited, manipulated version of the video published by CNN, DKT 69, X. A1. The new supports the 2. The government's own case law suggests this is new information under 18 U.S.C. 3142, F. 2, B. C. Lewis, 2016 WL 690-2198, at *2, audio recordings produced after initial bail hearing was arguably new evidence. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 8 of 20. 5. Defense's argument at the earlier bail hearings and shows the government knowingly mischaracterized and concealed critical facts during those hearings. As an analysis prepared by forensic video analyst Connor McCourt, Garagostic EXD, explains, the video the government submitted to the court omits footage corroborating the defense account, changes the sequence of events in material respects, and does not accurately depict the events. The government had the more complete during the initial hearings, but chose not to share it with the court. Instead, it offered its edited version of the CNN video as its most powerful evidence of danger and obstruction. Mr. Combs argued Exhibit A1 was not evidence of a freak-off, but depicted a domestic dispute in which he ran down the hall of the hotel to recover his clothes and cell phone. The government invented a different narrative. It argued our evidence will show that's just not what happened, because if it's about the clothes and wanting to get the clothes back, which again it's not, why drag the victim back down the hall to the room? And you can see that on the tape. That's what he does. September 18, 24 TR.12. The government further argued Mr. Combs throws a vase at her, IDTR.10, which the district court cited in detaining Mr. Combs, IDTR.49. The government apparently stands by those arguments again here, but they are false, and the government knows it. The more complete footage of the incident, in contrast to the government's sensationalized CNN cut, contradicts the government's representations. The video demonstrates that Mr. Combs in fact ran down the hall to retrieve a bag of clothes and a cell phone. 2. He did not drag victim 1 back down the hall to the room as the government and its resequenced exhibit falsely suggest. 3. He did not throw a vase at victim 1 but only its contents, presumably flowers. And 4. She was not only able to leave once security staff intervened. IDTR point 10. See Garagostic Lexus. B, C, D. In other words, it is the government. Case 1:24CR00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24, page 9 of 20. 6. Whose explanation is just another cover-up, just more lies. September 18, 24 TR.12. The true facts corroborate what Mr. Combs has stated all along. The video is not evidence of a coerced freak-off and sex trafficking, but rather a sad glimpse into a decade-long consensual relationship between Mr. Combs and victim 1. See, the new evidence undermines the government's initial proffer. Mr. Combs' new evidence undermines the basis for the initial detention decision, and none of the government's more specific arguments demonstrates otherwise. Communications with victim 1 do not evidence sex trafficking. Not one piece of correspondence that we have reviewed between Mr. Combs and victim 1, the sole victim in the indictment, corroborates the prosecution's sex trafficking theory or its representations at the previous bail hearings. And the government still does not offer a single piece of actual evidence supporting that allegation. Instead, it reiterates its proffer of cherry-picked citations to purported messages. See DKT.69 at 7. If the messages, in context, actually support the government's argument, why hasn't it produced them to the defense or provided them to the court? The government brushes off victim 1's motives for accusing Mr. Combs as having no bearing on the question of bail. DKT.69 at 8. But victim 1 is the only victim identified in the indictment, and her credibility will be if not the key issue at trial. If the jury does not credit her testimony, it will have to acquit him of the sex trafficking count. Her motives thus directly relate to and diminish the weight of the evidence against Mr. Combs, as well as the nature and seriousness of the purported danger he presents. 18 U.S.C. 3142, G, 2, and 4.3. 3 United States v. Schwamborn, No. 06 CR 328, SJF, AKT, 2007 WL 965, 3331, EDNY June 29, 2007, cited DKT.69 at 8, applied the wrong standard for assessing the materiality of Giglio information at a bail hearing, instead of the test for assessing whether evidence is material to bail later articulated in JOM 55F.4th at 147. Case 1:24CR00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24, page 10 of 20. 7. 2. There is no second victim at all. The government does not even dispute that despite labeling a second person a victim of sex trafficking, it has never even spoken to her. Presumably for this reason, the government also fails to dispute the fact that this individual was voluntarily intimate with Mr. Combs for years. 2, and 3. The government now falsely portrays as sex trafficking. The government simply has no response to these facts. Instead, it doubles down on more misleading representations to the court. It suggests Mr. Combs is tampering with this individual through financial coercion, including as recently as mid-September 2024. DKT.69 at 9. Yet the government knows, but again withholds from the court, that there is simply no financial coercion at all. 3. Mr. Combs did not obstruct grand jury witnesses. The government's discussion of Mr. Combs' contacts with witness 1, DKT.69 at 9 to 10, contain no facts suggesting any tampering. The government does not and cannot dispute that Mr. Combs did not try to influence the individual's grand jury testimony. To the contrary, he confirmed the witness should DKT.61 at 13. Indeed, his contacts with the witness were in coordination with counsel and in connection with a defense investigation. Garagostic 12-23. The government cites 128 phone contacts in total with witness 2, DKT.69 at 11, but ignores that the content of the correspondence evinces no obstruction. The most the government. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 11 of 20. 8. Can offer is that ID at 12. That is all, and it is not evidence of obstruction. D18 USC 3142, I. Further warrants release. The government concedes that in considering whether release is necessary for preparation of the person's defense, the Bail Reform Act requires that a defendant in custody be afforded reasonable opportunity for private consultation with counsel. 18 USC 3142, I. 3, DKT.69 at 14. The government's breezy assurance that the MDC's procedures do not infringe on the defendant's constitutional right to effective counsel or to participate in his defense, DKT.69 at 14, is cold comfort, particularly given what the opposition revealed about how the government has taken advantage of the detention order to violate Mr. Combs' privacy and pierce his privileged communications with his attorneys. The government has, listened to his calls, including with family members and attorneys, and, 2, reviewed his messages, including with dozens of individuals, including attorneys. ID at 18, emphasis added. They. Bob sweep and prosecutors' conduct here will unquestionably have a chilling effect on Mr. Combs' preparations if his detention continues. The government's response that its actions need only be reasonable, not perfect, DKT.72 at 5 provides little comfort. CF Stevens, 447F. Sub 3D at 67, Bob suspension of visits and calls impact the defendant's ability to prepare and created obstacles in attempting to communicate with counsel, making release necessary for preparation of defense. Defense counsel has repeatedly tried to come to an agreement with the government on various issues, including the sharing of discovery with Mr. Combs and clarifying the filter team's protocol. These issues remain unresolved. The government says it will provide a laptop. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 12 of 20. 9. In short order. DKT.69 at 15 and .5. But it has been saying that all along, and while it has made a laptop for counsel to bring into the MDC available this week, it still has not provided a laptop for Mr. Combs to have in the facility. The government has done nothing to remedy the issues raised by the motion. To the contrary, it hid from the defense that Mr. Combs' privileged materials and work product were searched and seized. The comment that it stands ready to engage with defense counsel on these issues if needed, DKT.69 at 15 to 16, is hard to take seriously given the history here. Nor is the suggestion, DKT.69 at 15, that Mr. Combs should consent to further delaying the trial if detention makes preparation impracticable. He has constitutional and statutory rights to a speedy trial. When the government moves for pretrial detention, it has an obligation to arrange for the trial as quickly as possible, using extraordinary means if necessary. United States v. Jackson, 823 F.2d4, 8, 2d Sir 1987. Indeed, Jackson makes completely clear that the court will not view this obligation of the government lightly. ID. 2. The government's new evidence does not justify detaining Mr. Combs for Mr. Combs' use of Contact Me ASAP, other POP numbers, and three-way calling is not an attempt to evade law enforcement. Mr. Combs' use of methods of communication that the government claims violate BOP policy does not evidence obstruction and does not justify detention. It is simply not true that the communications are designed to evade BOP and law enforcement monitoring. DKT.69 at 17. ContactMeASAP.com is a service that defense counsel did not believe was unauthorized by BOP as it is widely used in the prisons. Garago Stickle 3638. Defense counsel has spoken. 4. At the November 19, 2024 conference, the government agreed it would no longer rely on the notes seized from Mr. Combs during the BOP sweep of MDC in opposing his renewed motion for bail. Mr. Combs accordingly does not address the substance of the notes here. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 13 of 2010. Multiple times, with an administrator of this website to confirm that this method of communication, I, utilizes the BOP's True Links system, which it does, and, 2, is monitored by BOP officials, which it is. ID. The government therefore can read, and even, block, every single message Mr. Combs sends and receives through this service, as was Mr. Combs' understanding. ID. Indeed, the government has never once instructed defense counsel to have Mr. Combs refrain from using the service, nor has the BOP. ID 39. Mr. Combs is no longer using contactmeasap.com as of November 16, 2024. ID 40. The use of other inmates' POP numbers is also a widespread practice at the MDC and not obstruction. Inmates routinely share their calling minutes with other inmates, and they are limited to 15 minutes per call and 1 call per hour. ID 3334. The government has presented no evidence suggesting anything Mr. Combs says using other numbers is any different from what he says while using his individual POP number. If anything, that Mr. Combs needs to resort to sharing minutes demonstrates that the conditions at MDC do not permit an adequate defense preparation. Although this is technically not permitted by BOP policy, the BOP effectively sanctions the practice, and all calls are monitored. The government claims to have reviewed multiple calls in which Mr. Combs has attempted to dial in third parties, but it does not describe how any of these calls could be attempts at obstruction. DKT.69 at 18. And while it states that the potential contacts in these calls include members and associates of the enterprise, ID, because the government will not identify these individuals, the defense has no way of testing the government's claim. Indeed, see DKT.69, EXH at 1053. B. The communications do not evidence obstruction. The messages cited by the government reflect Mr. Combs' efforts to investigate and prepare his defense, including with counsel's participation, nothing more. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 14 of 2011. DKT.69 at 21. DKT.69. EXM at 3:30 to 4 o'clock. At the time, the defense team did not even know that this individual was a purported victim. Garago Stickle 6-11. DKT.69, EXN at 4:16. 5 ID at 5:17 to 5:30. Of course, the government continues to portray the individual in question as a victim who could provide powerful testimony against Mr. Combs. DKT.69 at 21. Mr. Combs' Sixth Amendment rights would be violated if counsel did not adequately conduct a thorough investigation into the individual, and any such investigation must be based, quite properly, on informed strategic choices made by the defendant and on information supplied by him. Strickland v. Washington, 466 U.S. 668, 690, 1984. Emphasis added. Indeed, what investigation decisions are reasonable depends critically on such information. ID accordingly, courts are mindful of a pretrial detainee's need to make telephone calls to potential witnesses and other individuals who might be useful to the defense. United States v. Persico. 5. The government repeatedly quotes Mr. Combs' use of the phrase to suggest some nefarious motive on his part. DKT.69 at 20 to 21. But that turn of phrase is simply part of Mr. Combs' vernacular, as can be heard throughout many of the recordings. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 15 of 2012. No S84, County Route 809, JFK, 1986 WL 3793, at *2, SDNY March 27, 1986. Mr. Combs' comments to that effect do not evidence obstruction. The government completely mischaracterizes the content of on Exhibit L. DKT.69, EXL at 133. ID at 138. Garago Stickle 25-26. DKT.69, EXL at 152 to 159. 6. The music video for which was never released. ID at 213, Garago Stickle 2730. The quotes cited by the government tellingly include no reference to Victim 1, because they aren't references to any videos or public relations strategy meant to discredit her. See Mr. Combs' other comments reflect protected First Amendment speech. The government also cites comments reflecting classic protected speech. The government claims using public statements to alter public perception or is obstructive. DKT.69 at 19. It argues the same regarding establishing a narrative about Mr. Combs' belief that this is, and his persona as a. ID at 19, 20.7. 6. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=9z_QMZ42zpo. 7. Grasping at straws. The government makes much of Mr. Combs' request that his family make an Instagram post to celebrate his birthday. DKT.69 at 19 to 20. We do not believe that a social media post showing his family's love and birthday wishes violated the court's order, even if it presents him in a more positive light than the overwhelmingly unfavorable media coverage which has dominated the public narrative about Mr. Combs for the past year. Case 1:24CR00542 as Document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 16 of 2013. Without question, a pretrial detainee does not necessarily forfeit his or her First Amendment rights. United States v. Murdery, No. 5:07CR0428, DEP, 2008 WL 687,434, at *4, NDNY March 11, 2008. Indeed, as the Supreme Court has held, in some circumstances press comment is necessary to protect the rights of the accused, because a defense does not begin inside the courtroom door and one cannot ignore the practical implications of a legal proceeding for the accused. Gentile v. State Bar of Nevada, 501 U.S. 1030, 1042, 1058, 1991. The cited conduct does not demonstrate any real or specific threat to the legal process, and Mr. Combs' statements have the full protection of the First Amendment. ID at 1058. Gentile considered the appropriate standard for speech restrictions on a lawyer. But Mr. Combs, who is a criminal defendant and is presumed to be innocent, has a greater constitutional claim than other trial participants to criticize and speak out against the prosecution and the criminal trial process that seek to take away his liberty. United States v. Trump, 88 F.4th 990, 1008, D.C. Sir 2023. His comments, which were not even made but merely anticipated, involve thoughts that this prosecution is politically motivated or that he is innocent of the charges against him, which would constitute protected speech. ID at 1028. To the extent the court remains concerned that such statements might interfere with a fair trial, the remedy is not to detain the defendant, which would chill free speech. Instead, it is to screen potential jurors through voir dire. Moreover, the Bail Reform Act authorizes courts to release pretrial detainees on condition that they avoid all contact with an alleged victim, and with a potential witness, 18 U.S.C. 3142, c. 1, b, v, which mitigates the specific obstruction concerns raised by the government. Case 1:24CR00542 as Document 80 filed November 21, 24 page 17 of 2014. 3. The government cannot meet its burden to continue detention. A. There is no clear and convincing evidence supporting detention. The government claims its detention request is supported by witness testimony, communications, photos and videos, police reports, and other materials. DKT.69 at 22. But it has produced no such evidence. The only testimony in the bail record confirms that. DKT.61 at 13 to 14. The communications it continues to rely on include innocuous messages sent by purported victim to DKT.69 at 9, an individual the government has never spoken to, and one it knows isn't a victim. DKT.61 at 12. And its piece de resistance. The video involving the only specific victim mentioned in the indictment is not evidence of sex trafficking, as explained. See Superpoint IB. The government again reiterates the indictment's allegations, DKT.69 at 22, but offers no response to the case law illustrating why those allegations are insufficient to meet its burden. See DKT.61 at 7 to 8. B. There is no risk of flight. Mr. Combs fully intends to face these charges. The prospect of a conviction does not materially change his incentives here, where his reputation has already been destroyed by the government's allegations and aggressive and deceptive media tactics, and can only be rebuilt by winning at trial. As the government concedes, Mr. Combs took steps to mitigate the risk of flight before the indictment, DKT.69 at 24, and there is no credible risk that he will attempt to flee if committed to the 24/7 custody of qualified security personnel. 8. The government is wrong to suggest that Mr. Combs' communications demonstrate he has continued to try to evade law enforcement. DKT.69 at 16. He has never attempted to evade law enforcement. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24, page 18 of 20. 15. See the proposed updated bail conditions are sufficient. The proposed conditions specifically mitigate any possible concerns. The government cites purported obstruction carried out through phone and email. But under the proposed conditions, Mr. Combs will have less access, in fact no access to such means of communication other than to communicate with counsel. Moreover, family visits will require prior approval, and Mr. Combs would consent to security personnel monitoring the visits and video monitoring if necessary. Tellingly, the government does not even attempt to distinguish the precedent supporting release on comparable conditions in similar cases. See DKT.61 at 5 to 6. Indeed, the government consented to release on conditions of 2 defendants in the Jeffries case since the initial bail hearings here. The government is also wrong that United States v. Bustani, 932 F.3d 79, 2d Sir 2019. Favors detention, as explained in Mr. Combs' reply on appeal, which he incorporates here. See United States v. Combs, No. 24 to 2606, 2d Sir, DKT.35 at 9 to 10. Bustani stated a private security arrangement may be appropriate where the defendant is deemed to be a flight risk or danger primarily because of his wealth. 932 F.3d at 82. That is exactly what the government has argued and alleged in this case. DKT.69 at 9, citing financial coercion and significant financial benefits, ID at 24, arguing Mr. Combs has nearly limitless resources to facilitate his flight. Indictment, alleging racketeering activity fueled by the employees, resources, and influence of Mr. Combs' multifaceted business empire. Bustani cannot foreclose release where the government repeatedly emphasizes the defendant's wealth in explaining the risk of flight. United States v. Wigand, 492 F sub 3D 317, 319, SDNY 2020. *****. Throughout these proceedings, the government has sought detention without actual proof, only to later produce evidence revealing the true materially different facts. Because the Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 80 filed November 21, 24, page 19 of 20. 16. Accuracy of its proffers are in question. they should be disregarded, and the court should only rely on the underlying evidence or evidentiary sources. United States v. Martyr, 782 F.2d. 1141, 1147, 2d Sir 1986, Accord United States v. LaFontaine, 210 F.3d 125, 131, 2d Sir 2000. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, the court should reopen the hearing and grant bail on the proposed conditions, or any other conditions the court deems appropriate. Date, November 21st, 2024. Respectfully submitted. /S/Alexandra A. Shapiro Shapiro Arado.
Okay. Ooh, honey, that Rita, baby. I don't know if y'all like the Rita or not, but y'all know I done read so many documents. Y'all gonna have to bear with a sister. So the prosecutor and the defense, they nowhere near each other. They're like on two. They're like so far apart. They're not even in the middle on anything. It seems like to me. You know, if you compare to the YSL trial, you know how on some cases, especially now since Love isn't there or haven't been there, you see where the prosecutors and the defense are, you know, they'll concede to some things, more and more the prosecutors will, or they'll be like closer to the middle, especially when it comes to the jury charge and all of that. You know, it's it seems like they can proceed with a less contentious trial now that a lot of that is removed, right? These people are like total contradiction to each other, right? Even with the video, now we can hear that the video that we saw is an edited version of a video that's longer. You know, now, is the defense saying that because they have the discovery and have a longer video, and they're saying that a lot of the scenes were put out, you know, it wasn't in order, and you know how it really happened. And well, you can make that argument because one, you could see where the frames change. You know, I don't know much about videography, but you know, you can tell where the frames change, and it goes to this view and this view, or whatever. So I don't know if that's actually the view from the hotel or the frame change. I don't know, you know, because it's hotel tape, right? And then we don't know if the hotel tape has been edited. All right. But regardless of what they say, that hotel tape shows abuse. It's not edited to show abuse. It actually shows abuse. So I don't know if the prosecutors would make it plainly state, you know, plainly clear like that. You know, sometimes you have to, you know, hey, Your Honor, you know, the tape doesn't show, it's not edited to show abuse, it actually shows abuse. That's why we're saying that a defendant is a danger to the community as well as to the victim in this case. You know, you got to play it up, you know. The victim in this case, the potential victims, witnesses, we see that he has been on an obstructive path while being in jail, and we rely on these victim and victim witnesses as a very intricate, Lord, my mouth, baby, necessary My motherfucking mouth was swole, baby. Part of this case, right? So, um, um, so for that being said, uh, we asked that you to deny his motion for bail. Blase and blase. Okay. um, my child came over here the other day, and so she saw my mouth was swollen. It just started to swell, and it was, sometimes it doesn't swell evenly, but then sometimes it's very lopsided, just swelling one side or the other. My child said, somebody hit you in your mouth because it's just swollen on one side. I was like, no, and I kept laughing. Talking, are you allergic to something? I was like, girl, this the same swelling from the medicine. Ah, yeah. But, um, so, I don't know. I don't know. But, something else. We're going to address this tape. Let's listen to the address of the tape. Okay. Okay. I mean, when I tell you, Diddy got that Monty, baby. I hope he getting a, I hope he negotiated a flat fee. I mean, it really can't really be a flat fee. Well, if a lawyer is being fair, they could negotiate a flat fee, and then maybe charge for extras if you feel like it gets beyond this. Make a contract for that because they doing some work. They doing some work, honey. Some work. All right. Come on, Rita. Come on through, Rita. Well, I said the Rita's name was gonna be. I forgot. I'm gonna call it on Sarah.
United States District Court, Southern District of New York. United States of America, v. Sean Combs, Defendant. 24 CR 542, as Declaration of TENY Garagos Krishnaswamy I, Tenny Rose Garagos Krishnaswamy, declare as follows. 1. I am a partner at Agni Philo Intrator LLP, counsel for Sean Combs. I am licensed and in good standing to practice law in the states of New York and California, and I am also admitted to the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. 2. The declaration is based on my personal knowledge of the facts stated herein, and is submitted in reply to the government's response, DKT 69, of Mr. Combs' renewed motion for bail, DKT 60. The defendant and defendant's counsel's efforts to interview witnesses. 3. Mr. Agni Philo and I began interviewing witnesses for this matter in April 2024, after the Department of Homeland Security's raids at 2 of Mr. Combs' residences and on his person. 4. Mr. Agni Philo stated examples of these interviews at the bail hearing on September 17, 2024. So Ms. Garagos and I have interviewed a half a dozen of these males. We have been as busy as the government has over the last 6 months. See September 17, 24 TR at 42. They talk about other violence in their bail letter, and they are talking about a kidnapping from 2011, and I know exactly what they are talking about because we interviewed. I know who the person was who was allegedly kidnapped. Ms. Garagos and I interviewed her in Los Angeles. We took a statement from her. She certainly didn't use the word. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 81 filed November 21, 24 page 1 of 10. Kidnapping with us. I won't get into what she did say, but let's suffice it to say there is another side to that story, and one day that other side might be told. See 9/17/24 TR at 4344. Are we going to continue to interview witnesses? Of course, we are. We take pains to stay out of the government's way. We don't know who the grand committee witnesses are, you know. And honestly, I won't get into the details. If we'll think they are talking to someone, I will pull up short. I don't want any problems. You know, do I want to speak? We both know pretty much one you think, you know. See September 17, 24 TR at 52. 5 After Mr. Combs' indictment on this matter, the government and I began negotiations over the protective order. Because we had protracted discussions, we did not come to agreement on TE1MS until on or about October 4, 2024. See DKT 25, letter motion attaching protective order. This Comey entered the agreed upon protective order on or about October 7, 2024. That evening, the government produced their first production of Discover 1Y material to the defense. This production included the government's search warrants and their supporting affidavits. 6 Even without the benefit of the government's Discover 1Y, Mr. Agnifilo and my investigation continued. In the beginning of October, our investigator traveled to the I-INTE1 view multiple witnesses he had planned to INTE1 view people in. 7 On October 2, 2024, our investigator was in INTE1 viewing a witness. He then traveled to INTE1 view we believed may have important information related to the investigation. On October 3, 2024, I met with my client at MDC and discussed with him. We discussed 2. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 81 filed November 21, 24 page 2 of 10. See DKT 69 at 21. This individual who, as the government states, has previously publicly detailed the physical abuse she suffered remained romantically involved with Mr. Combs on and off until less than a month before victim 1S filed her November 2023 lawsuit. ID, Mr. Agnifilo and our investigator. The following text message, I sent. 8 The next day, our client made the call in which the government TI onscribes. See DKT 69. EXMAT 304-357, October 4, 2024 call. 9 The last payee of the sentence, which is not included in the government's brief, but is in the exhibit, states. ID. At 333:57. 10 Ultimately. 3. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 81 filed November 21, 24 page 3 of 10. 11 On October 7, 2024, we received the government's search warrant affidavits. It became clear to me from victim by the government and that, from the search warrant affidavits, that victim 3 was considered an alleged. With this information. Therefore, after October 7, 2024, I have not reviewed any Discover 1Y where Mr. Combs states on any calls, or in any emails to anyone to contact victim 3. Instead, Mr. Combs focuses on potential witnesses to address victim 3 and possible allegations. See DKT 69, EXNAT 410-424, October 14, 2024 call. There was never any instruction whatsoever that Mr. Combs, or counsel, would blackmail victim 3. Witness-12. The government's response addresses Mr. Combs' contact with witness I. 13. The search warrant affidavits received on October 7, 2024, state. 14. Who the government describes as witness I in document number 69. Prior to reviewing the government's search warrants, I was unaware that the government put witness I in the Grand JM. 4. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 81 filed November 21, 24 page 4 of 10. 15 I first learned of witness I, when Mark Agnifilo and I were in Miami, Florida meeting with our client at his house. 16 As part 1T of our defense investigation, we have discussed several individuals with whom Mr. Agnifilo and I determined we should interview as part of our defense investigation. The photograph is below. 17. 5. Case 1:24CR00542 as document 81 filed November 21, 24 page 5 of 10. 18 on June 25, 2024, Mr. Agnifilo and I traveled to continue our investigation. Resident. Mr. Agnifilo and I met with Mr. Combs at his home in Los Angeles. Mr. Combs called witness I at Mr. Combs made this phone call are present. 21 I memorialized this conversation in writing at the time 22. On June 27, 2024, after Mr. Agnifilo and I. 1 on November 20, 2024, the government made available for inspection victim I and witness I, which corroborates this witness's statement. 6. Case 1:24CR00542 as document 81 filed November 21, 24 page 6 of 10. 23 on July 8, 2024, I believe I contacted witness I for his attorney's name and contact information. Mr. Agnifilo and I spoke to witness 1's attorney, who declined to make his client available for an interview. Individual I-24. This individual, as the government states, is Mr. Combs 69 at 20. 25 The government writes that Mr. Combs said he has this has nothing to do with CDKT. ID. He goes on to talk about there is no indication in this call, or any others that I've received in Discover 1Y and listened to, that he wanted to distribute ill or videos of victim I to the media. Instead, he says, DKT 69, EXL. 27 Mr. Combs says next, here, Mr. Combs is referencing an unreleased music video of a song called Stay, Pay E1 from his September 2023 album called Love Album. He stated, but 28. It is my understanding that IE dropping songs and music videos anonymously, is regular practice in the music industry. 29 It is also my understanding that the music video for this song was never. 30 I reviewed this music video on the evening of November 20, 2024, and can confirm that this music video does not reference victim I. 7. Case 1:24CR00542 as document 81 filed November 21, 24 page 7 of 10. 8. 31 Because Individual 1 is Mr. Combs' longtime videographer, I had asked him to provide me with all videos he had access to of victim 1, as these videos are responsive to request number 23 in the corporate records subpoena. He provided me with these videos and on October 29, 2024, I produced 13 videos regarding victim 1, some depicting her, and one depicting my client regarding her, to the government as part of our rolling subpoena compliance. 32 On November 12, 2024, Individual 1 contacted me and stated that the lead case agent approached him and that they were going to meet the next day. I instructed my client immediately to cease contact with Individual 1. BOP Prison Calls 33. It is my understanding that BOP inmates receive 300 minutes of phone calls per month, with an additional 100 minutes per month in November and December. See https://www.bop.gov/locations/institutions/bro_ao handbook.pdf, v equals 1.0.0 at 10. It is also my understanding, and my experience based on phone calls with my client, that calls are limited to 15 minutes in duration, ID at 26, and that the phone system allows inmates to make one call per hour. 34 As I understand it, inmates will frequently use other inmates' minutes to allow for 1. More than one call in a 1-hour period, and 2. More phone calls once their 300 minutes expire. Contact me asap.com. 35. After Mr. Combs was incarcerated, the government advised me that they were aware of many contraband cellular devices in the MDC, and asked if I would change Mr. Combs' iCloud passwords. I agreed. To date, I have been unable to do so, but have represented to the prosecutors that Mr. Combs does not have, nor does he use, a contraband cellular device. Case 1:24CR00542 as document 81 filed November 21, 24 page 8 of 10. 36 contactmeasap.com and calls have been monitored, recorded, and reviewable by CIS officers at the MDC. These communications, with the exception of legal video teleconferences, have subsequently been produced to the government. 37 Since Mr. Combs has been incarcerated, I have been aware of his use of contactmeasap.com, though I did not have an understanding that this was unauthorized. I have spoken, multiple times, with an administrator of this website, and confirmed that this method of communication utilized the Bureau of Prisons TRN links/COIT links system and was monitored by BOP officials, who are able to monitor EVE1Y message Mr. Combs sends and receives. 38 My understanding has now been verified through the government's Disgov1Y because we have received Mr. Combs' contactmeasap.com messages. 39 The government never instructed me to refrain from having him use this service, nor has the BOP. 40 Mr. Combs is no longer using contactmeasap.com as of November 16, 2024. Additional video evidence from the Intercontinental Hotel Incident 41. On November 13, 2024, the government produced their sixth production of Disgov1Y to the defense. Included in the production was USAO_00937645, USAO_00937646, which from the Intercontinental Hotel incident in March of 2016. 42 Added.Ched to this declaration as Exhibit bis USAO00937645. 43 Added.Ched to this declaration as Exhibit C is USAO00937646. 9. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 81 filed November 21, 24 page 9 of 10. 44 Upon November 15, 2024, I asked the government when they came into possession. The government replied that they came into possession of on August 7, 2024. Connor McCourt 45. On November 15, 2024, we retained Connor McComey as an X11. In connection with his retention on this matter, we provided him with the protective order entered in this case, Exhibit A1 from the government's previous bail filings, and USAO_00937645, USAO_00937646, produced to us in Disgov1Y on November 13, 2024. 46 At my and my co-counsel's direction, Mr. McComey created the video, attached to this declaration as Exhibit D, comparing Exhibit A1 of the government's bail response with USAO_00937645, Exhibit B, USAO_00937646, Exhibit C. 47 Pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1746, I declare under penalty of PE1 Jmeti that the foregoing is TRNE Inc. Dated November 21, 2024 New York, New York Isle Tenny Garagos, Tenny Rose Garagos, ESQ. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 81 filed November 21st.
Okay. Okay. So you see that they are attacking I'm trying to attack every issue that the prosecutor has raised as a reason why to hold Sean Combs without bail, right? So they're trying to poke holes in the notion that he is guilty because he did this, that, and the other. That's why he's trying to downplay what we saw and on the video and all of that, right? And so it sort of seems like they are deliberating what happened between him and Cassie on that tape pre-trial, right? No, they're going through and trying to get this thing, get all of that explained, explained in a way. Well, it was just it was just a relationship, and what you saw on tape wasn't really a fight. It was, a loving couple having a disagreement, and how sometimes they characterize when somebody is beating a woman's ass. hmm So let me see. Let me see if this is going to play.
11 breaking news in the East Village and an out of control car.
That crash sent 4 people to the hospital. Police say a 46-year-old driver hit.
He had a case drop. The case with the 39-year-old man. I'm being real lazy, man. Baby, I'm being real lazy. And y'all need to let me be lazy because all them papers I done read, I'm tired. Okay, I'm tired. Tired.
Filed against Sean Combs. This one by a man who says the music mogul sexually assaulted him at a house party in New York City in 2022. The lawsuit alleged the then 39-year-old passed out after having a drink and then woke up to Combs sodomizing him. The judge said the plaintiff failed to get the court's permission to file anonymously as John Doe. The plaintiff is represented by a Texas-based attorney who filed 4 other sexual assault lawsuits against Combs this week, all of them by anonymous plaintiffs.
Ain't that crazy? That's crazy. Hey, but you got to file these cases right, or you got to ask for leave when you want to file, out of the timely filing period that's allowed, or if you want to file more pages than what is allowed, and so on and so forth, right? If not, you have to have permission to file by pseudonym, or or in a criminal case, the government will give you a petition to allow them to file using pseudonyms and fake names and stuff like that. John Doe's and shit like that. Same thing. What's down here? Oh, we have. Why is that trouble? Okay. Now, let me take a look at the I saw today where the the YSL trial, they were getting together. They're still working on their jury charge. We always need to look at the jury charge. That way, you can ask yourself if the prosecution met the burden, right? If they proved the elements, if they answered yes to the things that's in the jury charge. So if you can get a copy of it, I hope that I'll get a copy of it. And you can, you had interested. You can see, we did it with the Kales cake. You can do it. The YSL fans, you could do it with the YSL trial. And shout out to all these people that have educated themselves on the law by observing all of this true crimes and stuff. I didn't know there was so many communities. I didn't know it was actually broken up in communities, honey, like that. But shout out to you guys for wanting to know about the law, the legal component of our societal structure. Shout out to you guys. How about that? But yeah, man. Them heifers love old Andrew trophy. Old Andrew left over. Don't even care, honey. Like, I'm like, God dang. Cause they know the ones that they be picking up and getting ain't about Nathan Jones, honey. Nothing. But you get old Andrew left over. Ooh, baby. You got you. It's a king to them, honey. I'll be looking like, huh? Woo. Yes, honey. I mean, it's just, hey, but now, some guys, they like, the women that check off their boxes. They don't deal with regular women. They're not going to get a regular one, right? There's regular women aren't, I mean, they're just regular. I don't know. Basic. I don't know what to call them. They're just regular, though. Okay. Let me get into this real quick.
So what are the defenses? Like, I think we kind of got hung up on that yesterday.
Well, here, that's, we're talking about the RICO conspiracy. That would be the commission of offense.
I mean, I could just say any alleged offense.
Yes, before and after the commission of any alleged offense, yes. Instead of the.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Would that work? Yes. Would that work for the defense?
Okay with it? Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so with regard to the overt acts, what I was planning to say after I define overt act, so it'll say overt act means an outward act made in furtherance of a conspiracy. The overt act may, but does not have to be a crime in and of itself. I was going to say some of the overt acts alleged in this indictment, if proven, would be crimes. You can tell which those are because they will list a cite to a criminal code section. Later in these instructions, I will define for you any alleged crimes that are alleged in the overt acts that I have not already defined. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. All right, have y'all together coalesced on any type of verdict form or?
I think coalesced. No, we have not coalesced on a jury verdict form.
All right.
coalesced as an us in the state.
We're maybe closer to congealing than coalescing.
Well, if y'all congealed
Yeah,
on
they
a
have it-
verdict form.
We've prepared one. We've circulated it to them. They got it this morning a few minutes ago. We have not had that discussion yet.
The best way to proceed may be to throw it up and then on the screen, and then
Okay.
we can discuss the edits we would like to see.
All right.
That works for Mr. Sharp.
It does.
Okay, and I don't know. Are y'all ready to do overt acts? The overt acts definitions? Or no? Yes?
We could do that and come back to verdict form, yes.
I mean, we need to do them both.
Okay, any
So-
order the court would like.
It doesn't matter to me. Okay.
Thank you for that command decision, Mr. Sharp.
This person field is like, y'all are all over the place this morning. Wait, that's all any of us wants.
She had a Christina Weaver expression at that point.
All right, do you have it up on the screen? Okay. All right, do we need, so fire. Firearm is a deadly weapon that needs to get charged, but that isn't like a separate charge, right? I mean, I do think that for these overt acts, it would be helpful to leave like assault as a heading if one of the crimes is assault.
But maybe, I think assault's in there, Your Honor, because one of the crimes is aggravated assault. So, and for aggravated assault, you need to define assault.
Okay.
So maybe.
Well, if it's only aggravated assault, then let's have, can you switch it to say aggravated assault? And is it aggravated assault with a deadly weapon that's the overt act?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks. So that'll be to prove assault. So I think underneath there, we'll give the definition of assault. A person, or assault means to commit or attempt to commit a violent injury to someone else.
Yes.
All right, does that work the way we have aggravated assault now?
Yes.
And then do we have simple battery, or how is it listed?
There's an aggravated battery.
Okay, so that would be the same kind of thing then. Well, I don't know that we need the definition of simple battery because aggravated battery is kind of its own definition. You have to actually cause bodily harm. So do we have any simple batteries in the overt acts?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We have terroristic threats.
Yes.
Was it from the person or from the immediate presence? Or do you want both?
That was, Reggie Hill was a car, and I believe a purse that was in the car. So that would probably be immediate presence.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor, in terms of that overt act 61 says from the immediate presence.
Okay. All right, and then we have a theft by receiving stolen property.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it all of those things: receives, disposes of, or retains?
I think receives or retains.
Y'all okay if I just say keeps?
Oh, yeah.
Oops. Do we need to define receiving? I don't think so. I mean, don't y'all think everybody knows what the word receives means?
I think so.
Okay.
Should we say alleged perpetrator?
Instead of, yeah. Well, are we saying alleged perpetrator?
I thought we were saying alleged perpetrator. Are we not?
It's perpetrator.
Just perpetrator? Okay.
Oops. Can you do a global replace of defendant for perpetrator? And we can get rid of that if there's any reasonable doubt, because that's not relevant for here. All right, possession of a machine gun look okay?
Your Honor, for consistency, excuse me, in theft by receiving, the last paragraph says goods. I think everywhere else it says property. Maybe say property, just to be consistent.
Well, it says goods in
It
the second
says
paragraph
goods.
too.
That is one of the pattern charges that has not gone through a plain language rewrite yet. So it's all over the place. Yeah, but I mean, we can say property was.
You say goods in the first sentence as well of the second paragraph.
Let's say the pattern says.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry. The pattern. You're on.
We okay with this one? All right, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. I think I'll just lift we already have that defined in our substantive counts, right?
Correct.
All right, so the question is, some of the other acts, crimes will have been defined already. But for instance, the fact that we have possession of a firearm by a convicted felon in the other acts as well, is there a preference for whether it still gets listed in this appendix and just said that's already been defined, or not listed at all?
The state would request to list and to say as previously defined.
Okay. All right.
That makes sense.
Okay. All right, so this one will just say previously defined.
And this will all get cleaned up so it looks kind of the same.
And there'll be some others we have to add in there, I would think, but. So on the possession with intent to distribute, we've got various different substances, I think. Do we want to list all of those that way or just say the substance?
Yes, I would just say the substance.
Okay. Well, so we'll get that fixed. All right, criminal gang activity. Well, yeah, a bunch of these are already. All right, so that's it that we've got. What else needs to get included from the overt acts?
I'm going through around what I have.
Okay.
1 minute, I'm on.
All right, great, thank you.
Judge, there's a couple in here that don't have a header on them.
Okay.
Under the sale of marijuana.
Okay.
There's 2 that are the possession by an inmate.
Oh, okay. I did not.
Sorry, they don't
Yes.
have- they don't have
Okay.
headers on them.
Okay. I see them now. I'll just kind of bold them for now. Are y'all okay with, everybody okay with how those 2 get defined?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I had one
Yes.
thought with the consolidating the controlled substances.
Uh-huh.
Could we have one sentence that says, for any of these substances, MDMA, methamphetamine are controlled
Substances, sure.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can you do that, Laura? Is the defense okay with those 2 ways that possession of a weapon, possession of telecommunications device by an inmate are defined?
Give me just one moment, please.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, my list was not exhaustive. Any of the controlled substances like oxycodone that we have, we could just have one sentence with all of those substances, are controlled substances, because each individual one lets the juror know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
I would,
The jail part?
yes.
Yeah.
I think my personal opinion is it should follow the text of the statute a little bit more and be less specific about while incarcerated an inmate in Fulton County Jail.
Totally in Fulton County. Yeah, that one's a little bit. What does it say? Out of jail or out of correctional? What does it say? I mean, at a jail? There are all these different definitions. I don't know. Let me pull up if anybody knows. Can give me this.
42,518.
Okay. Can you read what it says? I don't have Lexus up yet. Well, it really says while an inmate.
So I guess it's just the while an inmate.
Okay. Wow, an inmate. I'm happy to say out of jail if y'all want, but
No, just while an inmate, I think is fine,
Okay.
Your Honor.
so question. I would just think possessed and not was found in possession of. Thoughts on that? It's kind of what the statute
Yeah.
says.
Okay.
Whenever, of course, ready.
Yep,
I
we're
think
ready.
I found, so what I believe we are missing, and depends on how we want to do it, is attempted murder,
Okay.
murder, and then conspiracy to commit murder, and conspiracy to possess a telecommunication device by an inmate.
Was that a conspiracy? The last one?
The last one with Mr. Garlington on the phone with Frank Hubert and Quantavious Greer.
Is that charged as one of the overall?
Yes, that is count one. I mean, not excuse me, not count, act one. $179.
So conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device?
Yes.
So we have Your Honor, we have a possession of telecommunication device by inmate and a conspiracy. Because 170 is possession.
Okay, so conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device by an inmate?
Yes. That's because they were
Is
on
the conspiracy by the inmate who was trying to possess it or alleged to be by someone else, like helping them? You know what I'm asking?
Yes, it was helping.
Conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device by an inmate?
Yes. That's because they were
Is
on
the conspiracy by the inmate who was trying to possess it or alleged to be by someone else, like helping them? You know what I'm asking?
Yes, it was helping. They discussed possibly flying the phones in the jail through a drone.
You know,
179.
okay, so that would be then like B1, it's unlawful for any person to procure or give an inmate a telecommunications device, right? So it's a conspiracy to do that, right?
Yes.
So conspiracy to provide. Right?
Well, conspiracy to.
I mean, the statute is not, the statute is called items prohibited for possession by inmates. And part of what is illegal within there is for another person to obtain, procure, or give an inmate any prohibited item. So how do you want me to say that? Conspiracy to provide a telecommunication device to an inmate?
The problem is they cited a certain section in the overt acts.
Well, how did they say it?
They said in the overt act, it says, Demetrion Garlington and Quantavious Greer did unlawfully commit the felony offense of conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device by an inmate.
And then described it as how?
When, while speaking over a cell phone to an incarcerated Fulton County deputy, discussed a plan to fly a drone carrying cell phones beyond the guard lines to a window
Okay.
at the Fulton County Jail, in violation of 42-518.
Both of those individuals were out of jail and they were.
It does. That's okay. I understand, but that's not really a conspiracy charge. That's a violation of this statute. But I guess because they didn't actually achieve it, then, okay. Conspiracy to possess a
Or to provide.
well, y'all said possess. Conspiracy to a telecommunications device. All right, I need to say. Y'all can be coming up with language for whatever the next one's going to be.
I think the only two that it appears will be the attempted murder and the conspiracy to commit murder.
All right, well,
Based on what I have.
figure out the language while I'm working on this one.
Okay.
And so am I going to need to define conspiracy? Or can I just say attempts to? So we're not actually like finding anybody guilty of these things in counts or anything. Y'all tell me.
I agree, Your Honor. I don't think we need to define conspiracy. I think you could just put.
So could I just say a person commits the offense of conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device when that person attempts to provide an unauthorized telecommunications device to an inmate?
Yes.
Okay. That okay with the defense?
When that person
Attempts to provide an unauthorized telecommunications device or cell phone, I can just say cell phone, to an inmate.
This might be putting the word in the definition, but why wouldn't we put conspires to? Because it's not an
Why
attempt.
wouldn't we put?
It's not an attempt, like.
Okay, I don't have the definition of conspiracy in front of me anymore. I'm happy to say it however way y'all want.
I'm not saying we need to define conspiracy again, but instead of saying when a person attempts to provide a, why wouldn't we just say when a person conspires to?
Well, I guess just because I was taught you never define a word with the word. But
I understand, but to me,
I'm fine with that.
We're describing a crime.
Fine, conspires.
It's just because attempt is another.
Fine with me.
Term.
There.
Can we?
Okay, that's fine.
I have the conspiracy charge, so.
Okay.
A person commits conspiracy to commit possession of a telecommunication device by an inmate when that person, together with one or more other persons, we're going back to what Mr. Shar just said, though, conspires to commit
Okay.
Mr. Sharp.
A person commits the offense of conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device when that person conspires with someone else to provide an unauthorized cell phone to an inmate. Good with everybody?
That's good.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All right. So then we need,
That's bother.
we will have listed, are these getting listed in the order in which they come as overt acts ultimately, I guess?
If we can, yes.
Okay. So somewhere we'll already have murder. And then we'll need attempted murder.
It seems to make more sense to put them in alphabetical order just because you don't know if the jury may be going back, jumping
I
around,
don't
but
care. We just
whatever.
need to decide on a way. Yes.
Well, I was going to say for the next attempted murder, just to cite the pattern instruction 20110, but I think whether it's chronological from the overt acts or alphabetical, either one is.
Attempted murder ought to come after murder.
Yes, Your Honor. And because we define murder, the jury will have already been instructed on it for the counts. When attempted murder comes up in the overt acts, I think all that needs to be defined is just attempt, and then murder is previously defined.
Right. Okay. So we'll define attempt.
Which I have that instruction is simply a person commits criminal attempt to commit insert offense, in this case murder, when with intent to commit, that person performs any act that constitutes a substantial step towards the commission of the crime.
Okay. Where did you get that from? Where could I
Your Honor,
lift that from?
The pattern instruction is 2.01.10, attempt statutory definition from the pattern instruction.
01, perfect. Okay.
And Your Honor, the only other attempt I believe we have is the attempted armed robbery, which is Act 5.
I like that one.
But we will be defining armed robbery in these overt acts as well.
I'm sorry, but where person, oh, okay. I was looking at the wrong charge. So I think maybe we just do attempt to commit a crime and then they can reference it for both of them, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we're just doing attempt.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's what I have up. You see what I have, Judge?
No, I don't. I was totally doing my own thing. Does that work for y'all? What's on the screen? I think say with intent to commit that crime instead of a crime.
Yes, Your Honor. Stated here.
Yeah. Okay.
And should this be criminal attempt or just attempt?
Probably criminal attempt. All right, so conspiracy to commit murder would sort of be like our conspiracy to have the telecommunications device, right? A person commits. Where is that? Where do you have?
Okay, this is not quite right, but.
Let me see how murders. I mean, we could just say the crime of murder. To cause the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought, or, I mean, is it just, it could be, can you attempt to commit felony murder? I guess. Beats me.
I think you can. I don't think you can.
No? I mean, we don't, do we want to just say murder or do we want to say cause the death of another person unlawfully with malice aforethought?
I think just murder, because we would have already defined
All right.
murder.
Certainly. I think that's fine. Everybody all right with that? The way that's defined?
Yes, sure.
Okay. All right, do we think we have all of the, other than the ones we need to just add and say, you know, this is already defined? We think we have everything?
I sent it in, I apologize. As it relates to aggravated battery, the malice definition is different than the malice for murder. And so it's usually given underneath aggravated battery as it relates to what malice means.
Okay. Is that part of the pattern charge?
It's 2.22.31, Your Honor.
Thank you. I can.
I have it, Judge.
Okay. I think just drop the whole thing in there and.
I just dropped it in there.
Yeah. Do you want that first sentence? Does anybody care if we have that first sentence or just start with malice in this context means?
I think you start with malice in this context means.
Except it says maliciously, not malice.
Ah, yep. Okay, we'll just leave the whole thing. Anything else on these? Okay. All right, I think we better turn to the verdict form then. All right, so I know Ms. Percefield had taken kind of, I think, I don't know even whose it was, but somebody's from yesterday and started working on that. And then I know we've got new proposals from the state and from the defense. Is that right?
For the verdict form, no, I have complaints, but no proposal. But
I sent some edits in. I have additional edits, but I know I sent one form in with edits.
All right.
But that was prior to the most recent version from the state.
Okay. Let me just pull, yeah, let me just find out. Some of it's not right. This person is going to screen share. And this language is lifted from the charges that we all looked at yesterday.
Should I just start making some comments? Or?
Okay. This is from the court. Okay.
It's, yeah, I mean, it's a draft.
On the last sentence that says list each overt act and or pattern of racketeering activity to which you all agree, I believe that we at least need the word, well, I would like the word unanimously before agree, because the pattern has to be unanimous. I'm still looking, that's just one that jumped out.
And then, under this form, would there be yes, no, or how would they?
Honestly, I'm not even looking at it right now. I'm sorry, give me just a minute.
Yes.
That's a good question. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't include blanks. I would think it would be guilty, not guilty.
Yeah, they've got, I mean, there's gotta be some way they can agree or disagree with that.
Maybe on the question of
Go ahead.
maybe something like on the question on has the state proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knowingly, and then so you start out with like on the question or something to that effect, and then the options would be not guilty and guilty.
So, bear with me. The sort of concept that we, I think, settled upon last night was that they needed to be unanimous that there was a pattern of racketeering activity.
There would be a pattern.
That a defendant agreed to having somebody commit a pattern of racketeering activity. So maybe do you agree? Do we want them? I don't know that we want them having to say. I think that as long as they are instructed, let me start entirely over. So once we got to the verdict form, I was going to say for count one, the state must prove that the defendant knowingly and willfully agreed to join a conspiracy, understanding that one or more conspirators, himself and or a co-conspirator, would commit at least 2 interrelated acts of racketeering activity within 4 years of each other to either get or keep money or other property or to participate in the enterprise. And the state must prove that any of the conspirators committed an overt act after May 10th, 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy. To be unanimous on this count, you must be unanimous as to the pattern of racketeering activity that the defendant agreed would be committed. You do not have to be unanimous as to specific acts of racketeering activity. You must also be unanimous that at least one overt act was committed after May 10th, 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy. And then I guess, if you determine that the state has proven all of this, or if you're unanimous as to all of this, you should note on your verdict form any overt acts that you all agree to.
As well as the pattern of racketeering activity that they unanimously agreed to?
I mean,
Was it a question? That was a request from me.
Maybe after that first part, which I agreed with and liked and feel that it's an accurate representation of what needs to be proven, that's where we put in the options, you know, you the jury or we the jury find guilty or not guilty or guilty,
Mhm.
and then afterwards, if guilty, identify the predicate act. Okay.
Identify the pattern of racketeering activity that you unanimously agreed upon.
And additionally, identify the overact
after that date.
After
May.
that date, act with the S potential,
Now,
and then
any overt act.
After May
And they
X,
don't-
2017.
Well, we can figure out whether they occurred after. I mean, they've been told that if they're going to list any overt act, then they should list any overt act, not just the overt acts after that date. And then we can figure out whether one of them is after that date.
Every one of them in the indictment has a date attached.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may.
And y'all had asked either by act number or otherwise, right?
Well, actually, since yesterday.
Yes.
This is going a little bit in reverse order. But the concern that I expressed yesterday was, I think the phrase at that time was, note on your verdict form any overt acts. And in thinking
Mhm.
about that, and given that the court's inclination is to tell the jury that if they find overt acts with all the attached requirements, they should list them, is kind of asking them. I don't know what we're going to get if we just say list it. I don't know how they're going to interpret it. So when we sent a verdict form this morning, what we did was attach a list of all of them with a line they can check and to signal that they find it. And just a brief instruction above that says, please check below every act in furtherance of the conspiracy, which all 12 of you unanimously agree was committed by one or more conspirator. Honestly, I don't think we have to say both all 12 and unanimously. I think either one is fine. And so we would have, I think we just say unanimously agree. But that way we'll know, they know to begin and they know to end. They know to do the entire exercise. There's 190 as of this point in time, I believe. They go through all of them. They check the ones they find if they find it. That way we don't have them quit early and we don't have them kind of create their own form. I'm very concerned about the opportunity for confusion that presents.
Well, if we're going to use any version of that, it needs to say any act and not every act.
I understand. I get that. You're not instructing them that they have to find an act. I understand. But this will give us the answer. I mean, if they are going to be told to designate, report those acts they find, then I think a form that takes them through all of them will get the answer. We'll get their answer to each one.
What are the highlights?
Those are acts that may need to come
Y'all
out.
haven't decided on those yet.
Yes.
Defense?
If they come out, that would only
Okay.
That would just
All
just
right.
have fewer. That's
I
all, but
understand.
the principle remains the same.
I prefer the proposal that Your Honor was putting forth. If we use the checklist that the state has put forth, I think it needs to say, please check any the overact with the possibility for plural S, if any. Which all 12 of you unanimously agree beyond a reasonable doubt was committed by one or more conspirators.
And I also prefer the court's original suggestion over the checklist.
So,
But
Your
if-
Honor, I don't think we need beyond a reasonable doubt again. You've already rejected the idea that we have to put that in everything all
Yeah.
the time. They'll be clearly instructed on that. And then,
I just really don't like the instruction check below every act, because it just indicates that there is at least one.
I
the
agree.
state agrees. If
We would
if the
definitely
word is
change
any,
that
we have no
language.
objection. So we can take care of that one. And then I have a little more, but I just wanted to explain that list that we've appended here.
All right,
and
well,
the
I'll
logic behind it.
consider that. Is this in Word form in our folder, Laura?
It's not saved in the folder because it just got sent over this morning.
Okay.
I can save it.
All right. What else, Mr.
The,
Floyd?
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could display the version we had up before, because I don't have a copy of that.
Well, you can talk about it. I'm looking at it, whether it's
I know,
displayed or
I just
not.
I don't have the words in front of me.
Oh.
In the general premise here, Your Honor, is that I think there's an awful lot in there, and it's.
Oh, I hadn't even looked at what was, honestly, that's just something, yeah, I'm not going to write it like that.
Okay.
It is not, it's going to say count one Rico. Now, I guess it doesn't matter whether they find subsection A or subsection B, as long as they find one of them.
That's correct.
But they all have to agree.
Hmm?
But they all have to agree on the same one.
No, they have to agree. They have to agree that.
They have to unanimously agree that it was committed in one of those ways.
But it could be either or both.
But they all have to unanimous. It couldn't be 6 on one way, 6 on the other.
I don't know. Does anybody know the answer to that? I mean, it's not like in any kind of an aggravated assault case I've ever said, you've got to pick and tell me, did you think that they were, in reasonable apprehension, or did you think some other way?
You're telling them that they have to find they conspired to violate the statute, and they could have conspired in one or both ways, and you're telling them they have to be unanimous. I don't think we have to tell them they have to be unanimous on everything all the time, just like we don't have to tell them that the proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. That is ultimately my concern, because yesterday we spent a lot of time going over your instruction on and as it's expressed here, the 7 elements of each of these two. And they've got that, and they're going to take it with them out. So re-expressing this in some way here is never going to exactly match that. If it did exactly match it, it would have no purpose. And if it doesn't exactly match it, it opens the door to some confusion.
Do they have to unanimously agree? Assume they only find one. Do they have to unanimously, all 12, say, yes, it was the conspiracy to violate subsection A? Or?
Number one, no case on it. Number two, if they find both, if they're unanimous as to both, it doesn't matter.
I know. That's why I'm asking if they're not.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm thinking it through.
All right.
That's all. If they find, if they do not find one, they're not unanimous on one, they would have to be unanimous on the other. If they find both, if they're unanimous on both, it makes no difference. There's nothing more for them to do.
Okay, then I think it has to be listed out as subsection A and subsection B. If everybody agrees, they have to agree, all 12 of them, it's A or it's B.
So it would be, do you find them guilty, not guilty as conspiracy to violate A?
Yeah.
Find them guilty, not guilty as conspiracy to violate B? We don't object to that.
But I disagree with the state in that I do believe that at least having the word unanimous in there would be helpful to the jury, because I really, talking about confusion, I think the racketeering statute is so complex, just to put the word unanimous in is
I
that
hear
big a
you,
deal.
but I'm going to tell them everything you check on this verdict form, you all 12 have to be unanimous about.
And Your Honor, if you're editing the document now, can we view that? Or,
I'm
oh, okay, yeah, we can't view that.
I'm old school writing it down. I don't even know, honestly, which of the documents to use because I don't love any of them. So,
Just to be clear from the state's view, I think if we had the one we had submitted said count one, we find the jury not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to violate the Racketeering Influence and Corrupt Organization Act. Based on the conversation we just
subsection A.
Yeah, and then a second one, subsection
Yeah,
B.
and they'd both be under count one.
And I think you would want to say that the jury can find them guilty of one, both, neither.
Yeah, agreed.
So that they don't think their job is done if they just check one because we want that answer.
All right.
But I think with that and the chart on overts, everything that needs to be known is known.
No, because I think since they have to be unanimous on the pattern of racketeering activity, I think that they need to identify the pattern of racketeering activity.
I mean,
I can't disagree more.
I understand both of your positions. I think that I will have them, like the one that Ms. Persfield had displayed first, I think, have to say they are unanimous that a pattern,
that would have been
whatever, however we're going to say it. But I'm not going to have them describe the pattern. I mean, we'll have sufficiently explained it to them. They can just say, yep, we're unanimous.
Okay.
When you asked me over the last couple of days about cases that have used verdict forms that say more than guilty, not guilty, what I've just talked about on behalf of the state, I've never seen one go further than that. Guilty, not guilty, and if there's a question about which predicates, which overts, predicates in a substantive case, overts in a conspiracy case, that's it. I've never seen one that asked any more of the jury.
All right. Well, I think I'm just going to sit with all of the proposed verdict forms and put together something that I think makes sense and then show it to y'all later.
Let me lodge a last complaint
Okay.
before you sit down with them. Also with the states, I don't think I said this, but with the states checklist, I don't know why we would be sending out checklist options for things outside the statute of limitations. They can't justify. I mean, we're giving them options to check things that legally cannot support a
Well, if
conviction.
that's all they check and they don't check one that's after May, whatever, then
Okay.
I don't know if I'm going to use the checklist, but if I do, it's going to have everything that goes out. All right, so I will work on a verdict form, thinking about all of the different things we've just talked about. Y'all need to figure out what evidence goes out and what evidence doesn't, because if we're taking, the rest of today and then we're taking tomorrow for y'all to have a work day, once we close and I instruct, I don't want to take 2 hours to figure out the evidence. That needs to go out when they walk out. Y'all understand?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to step off and we will be in recess, but y'all stay here and work on all of these various things.
Yes, so we got a sneak peek on what the state has to prove. Right? Get right to this is the advanced class over here. Uh-huh. What I do. So again, Doug Weinstein, I guess you're gonna have to give him the MVP of this whole trial. I don't know how um, vocal he was in the beginning. That was because I didn't watch it, but it, towards the end, to in my opinion, he was the person that created an opportunity for the plea deals to go down, those late plea deals, right? Remember, court stopped, Page, Judge Whitaker came back, and there was some plea deals. People was taking them, they could step into the podium one by one, getting them up out of there, right? Going home, going somewhere. They was going somewhere, but it was getting them up out of there, right? And so he did a lot of do some good things. And he made some big motions, made some big arguments that got some stuff moving, right? So and hey, listen, as they say, the defendant is um excuse me, the defendant should have a zealous prosecution. I mean a zealous defense. I'm sorry, and that's what they're getting. Yeah, I mean, a very, Diddy, all those people getting an aggressive defense. And that's what you want to see, right? That is what you want to see. But did anybody check out the new song from LL and Eminem? It's not really new, but it's kind of new. I haven't heard of, I haven't heard anybody speak on it, whatever. But people went crazy about this song a few months ago. So I'm gonna play it while we get ready for Jussie, and that will be it.
Do you remember first time you heard the legend in leather? The career ended with the road killer stuff to his fender. I want another bender, drunk off the power to make a coward surrender as I devour contenders. Talk about whoever your head is about to get severed. Then about to with pleasure, I'm pouring out, I'm a redder. Homies, I won't forget them, so tap the bottle and pour it. Supermodels, I ain't going later on, it's like porn. Reincarnation of the ripper, I get stitches and chest snippers. Cinderellas get propelled out the glass slippers. Time is ticking, giving ass whippers. How we keep the cash slipping.
But I can't understand a single word you're saying. I think you have served brain. About to finish you like polyurethane. All that molly poly shirt is trained to spinal fluid from your vertebrae. Just a murder gram and I broke my murder game. I should fire that is why you log on it like Duraflame. As far as bullet words, I'm talking about farmers like insurance claims. I just moved your girl away, but she owns so much growing lean. I call that fucking Katrina. Somebody better give her a cake.
And that's on everything. But chillin' my heavy chain, my yellow diamond shining. Got a whipping like Limo Marine. Slipping in front of the gate, she slipping inside of the range. Quick to go out with a bang. It's like I threw out a grenade. Once you pull up in this when they killing, we begin. You feel me pulling up the skin? I really came to get it and deliver murder grams. Turn over your ambulance. 30 bullets in advance. Candle lighting crime fans. We go in and buy land. Slide up behind you, testing my rifle. Give blessings to my disciples. Professional, I'm a sniper like 8 miles away. Me, I'm also doing murders with dirty murders. Break them down and melt them in the burners.
Unapologetic and it's gonna cause a headache. Being another pathetic. We about to murder granny. If you want it, you can get it.
So you might as well forget it. Either way, you will regret it. Cemeteries where you hit it. A message in the chorus. You bastards got nothing for us. The overlord is the raw. So I ain't talking about a rental car when I'm pulling the Taurus. It's Halloween. Them candy bars and get you killed in the forest. We are lyrically lawless. Stack of money. Artists. Start to make you forget all that slick and shit that you thought of. Blow your mind with the sword of. Just when you thought it was safe, we busting at you from the rape. They hitting the door and nothing sweet when we come in the place.
Say that you ain't fucking with wine. Do not mean kisses, blue, but I got the potential to fucking flip when I'm in shit with a vengeance. You come back with a vengeance, like Jack to rip and rip it. Just giving you a sample of fucking snippet, like sisters do. Now when I hit the booth, I think of the days I opened. I was scraping food, used to fly off the handle like a fucking bitch's room. I called it plucking flowers, cause I was so quick to pick it to my quick, like it's been to me, sick medulla. But thanks to Cool J, he created a monster. Spaghetti sauce and mozzarella on a tray full of pasta. You got a couple of motherfucking train killers on ya. And I'm just being as Frank Sinatra. When I be saying that I'ma keep the shit gangster as monsters. But when you got fanatics going so crazy, they mob ya. Looking like organized crime because you can't get a mafia. And all your motherfucking enemies, they wanna off ya. Like Hoffa and dump your body in Lake Minnetonka. That's how you knew you fucking saw it and you came and you conquered. Bitty bitty DJs stomping and making them walk. Treat me like BDK, the king, and they feed me grapes. Either way, I got more on my plate than all you believe the face of it. Be the PC day, cause your history is shaky. It's about to set it on you like a TV tray, man. I see the way people say I'm so evil. They fucking think that Timothy McVeigh and my DNA are exactly the same. But when I lead this game, things the same, trying to be the same. But it's a need of change, and I'm the meter maid. Go ahead and crack a bottle, cause this is ENJ. Me and James, y'all got that avocado. We the sociopaths, so we got your hoe on our laps. So we're going back to Cali so she can blow on our sax. I don't think so.
Oh wow. I heard that the other day, honey. I was like, okay, LL and Eminem. I mean, you get on the track with Eminem, honey, and you got to come with it. You got to come with it. But that guy will embarrass your ass. You be looking like, So let's get a little brief synopsis of what the Jussie Smollett. And you know my motto, somebody done the hard work for us. Why reinvent the wheel?
A startling racist and homophobic attack, which turned out to be a hoax, made headlines across the nation. But years later, a stunning ruling is made which overturned an actor's conviction for his role in the hoax. Jussie Smollett, who is best known for his role on the hit Fox show Empire, was found guilty in 2021 for the attack hoax and lying to police. But his lawyers say the conviction violated his Fifth Amendment rights after Cook County State Attorney Kim Foxx had already agreed to drop the charges against the actor if he paid the $10,000 bond and completed community service. So he did that, and the initial 16 disorderly conduct charges were dropped in March of 2019.
First of all, I want to thank my family, my friends, the incredible people of Chicago, and all over the country and the world who have prayed for me, who have supported me, who've shown me so much love. No one will ever know how much that has meant to me, and I will forever be grateful. I want you to know that not for a moment was it in vain. I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one. I would not be my mother's son if I was capable of one drop of what I would choose of. This has been an incredibly difficult time, honestly one of the worst of my entire life. But I'm a man of faith, and I'm a man that has knowledge of my history, and I would not bring my family, our lives, or the movement through a fire like this. I just wouldn't. So I want to thank my legal counsel from the bottom of my heart. And I would also like to thank the state of Illinois for attempting to do what's right. Now, I'd like nothing more than to just get back to work and move on with my life. But make no mistakes, I will always continue to fight for the justice, equality, and betterment of marginalized people everywhere. So again, thank you for all the support. Thank you for faith, and thank you to God. Bless y'all. Thank you.
The decision to drop the charges was met with backlash, including from then Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel.
This is a whitewash of justice. A grand jury could not have been clearer. To then say not only is the cost, $10,000 doesn't come cost financially, but all the other repercussions of this decision it made, to me, where is the accountability in the system? You cannot have, because of a person's position, one set of rules apply to them and another set of rules apply to everybody else. In another way, you're seeing this play out in the universities, where people pay extra to get their kids a special position in universities. Now you have a person, because of their position and background, who's getting treated in a way that nobody else would ever, sorry about that, don't get near, I'm doing near my sermon here, that would ever get close to this type of treatment. Our officers did hard work day in and day out, countless hours, working to unwind what actually happened that night. The city saw its reputation dragged through the mud, but I remind everybody it was not just the officers' work. That work, a piece of that work, was shown to a grand jury, and they made a decision based on only a sliver of the evidence. And as I remember correctly, somebody wanted to have that evidence in the day, as the superintendent said, their day in court, so all the evidence could be made public.
But just months later, a special prosecutor was brought in because Fox recused herself from the case, and a grand jury restored the charges, which led to his trial. During his trial, two brothers who Smollett knew from the show Empire testified Smollett paid them $3,500 to carry out the attack. Prosecutors said Smollett, who is openly gay, told them to shout out racist and homophobic slurs. Meanwhile, Smollett has maintained the attack wasn't a hoax and said he was the victim of a hate crime. However, he was convicted by a jury on 5 counts of disorderly conduct. He was sentenced to 150 days in jail, but he only served 6 and was freed pending appeal. Then in December of last year, an appeals court upheld his conviction. Smollett's team challenged many aspects of the case, including the role of the special prosecutor, jury selection, and evidence. Since Smollett has long maintained the hate crime was real and not a hoax, his team pushed for his conviction to be thrown out. And back in December, in a 2-1 decision, the district appellate court declared no one promised Smollett he wouldn't face a new prosecution after accepting the original deal. However, Justice Fredrena Lyle dissented and called the refiled charges fundamentally unfair. But Smollett's lawyers said they'll take the case to the Illinois Supreme Court. And in March of this year, the Illinois Supreme Court accepted to hear the appeal. Fast forward months later, on Thursday, the Illinois Supreme Court overturned Smollett's conviction. They made the ruling on the basis the special prosecutor shouldn't have been allowed to intervene when Cook County State Attorney Kim Fox initially dropped the charges against Smollett in exchange for him forfeiting his $10,000 bond and doing community service. According to the ruling, Smollett performed his part of the bargain, and the second prosecution under the circumstances is a due process violation. The ruling even cited disgraced comedian Bill Cosby's case, writing, quote, "Clearly the state reneging on a fully executed agreement after defendant has forfeited a $10,000 bond and reliance on the agreement would be arbitrary, unreasonable, fundamentally unfair, and a violation of the defendant's due process rights. See Commonwealth v. Cosby." To allow the government to receive the benefit of its bargain without providing the reciprocal benefit contracted for by the defendant would do more than violate the private contractual rights of the parties. It would offend all notions of fairness in the related criminal proceedings, which are protected by constitutional due process. The 32-page ruling concludes with, "We are aware that this case has generated significant public interest and that many people were dissatisfied with the resolution of the original case and believed it to be unjust. Nevertheless, what would be more unjust than the resolution of any one criminal case would be a holding from this court that the state was not bound to honor agreements upon which people have detrimentally relied." The ruling further cites the Bill Cosby case, writing, quote, "As the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania recently stated when enforcing a prosecutorial promise not to prosecute, it cannot be gainsaid that society holds a strong interest in the prosecution of crimes. It is also true that no such interest in ensuring that the constitutional rights of the people are vindicated. Society's interest in prosecution does not displace the remedy due to constitutionally aggrieved persons." After the ruling, Smollett's attorneys released a statement saying, quote, "This was not a prosecution based on facts. Rather, it was a vindication persecution, and such a proceedings has no place in our criminal justice system." Meanwhile, the special prosecutor, Dan Webb, said he disagreed with the court's ruling, writing, quote, "The Illinois Supreme Court did not find any error with the overwhelming evidence presented at trial that Mr. Smollett orchestrated a fake hate crime and reported it to the Chicago Police Department as a real hate crime, or the jury's unanimous verdict that Mr. Smollett was guilty of 5 counts of felony disorderly conduct." And with this stunning ruling made in the Jussie Smollett case, let's break down this further with trial attorney Andrew Scott. Andrew, thank you so much for joining me today. Now, you're in the Chicago area. Talk to me a little bit about your reaction to this ruling, and did it come as a surprise to you at all?
It was a shock to hear Jussie's name again. And yeah, the ruling is surprising to me to a certain extent. I'm more surprised that this story is still going on.
And that's true because the whole ruling is really kind of based on this agreement between Smollett and the Cook County State Attorney Kim Foxx. Why do you think that the case even went to trial, given the two had already made this deal?
Well, and that's a great question. And that's why I don't think the Supreme Court ruling is wrong. In fact, I know a lot of people are going to disagree with it because they don't like Jussie and what happened with Jussie. But I think the Supreme Court got the right thing here, because you don't want the government, you don't want the prosecutors making agreements and then being able to go back on those agreements and re-prosecute people. And that was my immediate reaction when this happened originally. I said, that doesn't sound right to me. And now that it's been sort of reversed, I can't say anything wrong with this. I know it's going to be a popular source of people to be mad about because this was such a huge story here, but the court got it right here.
And in the ruling, it was interesting to see that they cited the Cosby case. So what do you think about the Illinois Supreme Court using Cosby's dismissal in the Smollett ruling, specifically when it comes to them pointing out the Pennsylvania Supreme Court stating, quote, "It cannot be gainsaid that society holds a strong interest in the prosecution of crimes. It is also true that no such interest, however important, ever can eclipse society's interest in ensuring that the constitutional rights of people are vindicated. Society's interest in prosecution does not displace the remedy due to constitutionally aggrieved persons." What do you kind of make of that conclusion of it all?
Well, first I had to look up the word gainsaid because that was a new one to me. But this is such a weird case, such a weird situation. It became sort of almost like a pet prosecution. And then what happened was the court found itself in a situation that there was no precedent to use. So what the court does then is they find persuasive precedent. They found the recent Pennsylvania case with Bill Cosby to be the, on point, have the facts on point, and they found that to be the persuasive case to make this ruling. I'm not necessarily surprised that that's how they had to go because, again, this is the type of situation. It was so weird. This was the type of prosecution that was so strange. And everybody sort of looked at this like, okay, well, we didn't like the guy, but, he went to jail. But that's the thing that kind of blows my mind here is he already did his jail time. So this is just damage is done here. So I'm interested to see what his next move is. Is he going to sue? Is he going to do? If I'm him, I would just go away.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see how that all plays out. Kind of going back to the case overall, I personally remember when it unfolded, and Smollett has long maintained that this was real and it wasn't a hoax. What do you think about the whole overall aspect of the case? One being that Smollett has maintained that this wasn't a hoax, but also then you have this added layer of the brothers who were these extras on the set of Empire saying, no, he paid us to do this. What do you think about the case overall and just Smollett maintaining that innocence, but also the brothers saying that they did this because Smollett paid them?
Yeah, I remember when the case happened too. And I remember that it was one of those weird parts of Chicago winter where nothing else was going on. So this was like the top story for like 2 weeks after the weather. And I remember the whole time just hearing about it over and over and over. And my reaction was, I'm tired of hearing about this case, and I understand he has a right to not incriminate himself. I think the evidence against him was very damning, and I think that's why he was eventually convicted. I think it's very likely that this was probably a hoax. But at the end of the day, if the press didn't get so involved in this case, and this wasn't such a case that people were so passionate about based on all the surrounding and political circumstances, he would never have been prosecuted in the first place, first of all, most likely. And second of all, he certainly wouldn't have been brought back in and had these charges re-brought against him.
And are you surprised there were only disorderly conduct charges?
It seemed what would be a normal type of charge in this type of situation. He's not a career or habitual offender by any circumstances. He appears to do a lot of good work with the community, and generally how these prosecutors work is they you get indicted on something and then they eventually move your charges to something less severe, and then you just sort of usually get probation or whatever, and you just sort of move on with your life. You kind of get your little one get out of jail free card on these sort of cases and hope that you sort of it makes a change. And I can guarantee you that Jussie was never going to do this again, I would hope. But
Yeah, that's right. And talk to me also a little bit, because you had mentioned earlier just the mood in Chicago when this had all unfolded. Was it that people were mad at him? Was it that they were mad at the prosecutor or the prosecution's office? Like, what was kind of the mood in Chicago? Was it just kind of also divided 50-50?
I would say at first people were sort of surprised but sort of skeptical when this was first reported, because I'm telling you, that weekend or that week when this happened, it was negative 20 degrees, not wind chill, like straight up freeze outside. Like, it was so cold that week that you step outside, you couldn't be outside for very long. And so when this happened, everyone was like, okay, this is sort of a weird thing, and if that happened, that's terrible. And then the press started keep digging into it, and stuff started sort of unraveling, and you got to sort of see in lifetime as his story sort of unraveled, and people got really mad at Jussie about it. And then people really wanted, a prosecution here. People really wanted him to have consequences. When Kim Foxx announced the charges that were going to go against him, people were happy. And then when people found out that they had, agreed to dismiss those charges, people were enraged. So it went from people being mad at Jussie to people being mad at Jussie and Kim Foxx and the Cook County State's attorney. And I honestly feel like this case is one of the reasons why Kim Foxx, her is so poorly regarded in Illinois, especially in the Chicago area. Maybe not necessarily in the city of Chicago, but elsewhere, people have a very low opinion of her. And I think it's mostly because of this case.
Yeah. And, we were talking also a little bit about whether or not Jussie can kind of where he'll go next from here. In your opinion, do you think that he can get back ever to what he once was? He was this rising star on Empire. He had a thriving career ahead of him. This happened, completely tanked his career. I think a lot of people kind of even in Hollywood wanted to stay away from him at this time. But do you think he can ever kind of go back to what he once was?
I hope so. I like redemption stories, and he has a great opportunity for a redemption story here, and I hope we see that from him, because it would teach people a lot to see him, have this happen. He probably first needs to be accountable for it, and if he's accountable and he has his redemption story, he comes back. I had never watched, or I should say I had seen his show, but I had never really thought about him before this occurred. His character just didn't really stick out much to me, but he has the talent. I hope that he finds a way to make peace with himself, make peace with society, and come back. I would like that redemption story.
Yeah, we love a good comeback story, definitely, for sure. I want to thank you so much, Andrew, for spending your time and discussing this case with me, especially this very stunning ruling that happened just on a Thursday. Thank you again so much. Before we sign you off, though, is there anything else about this case overall that you'd like to add?
Like I said, I was shocked to hear from it again, because I got to tell you, this case was front of headlines for 6 months in Chicago. It was every day hearing about this case. And I remember at some point being like, I just don't want to hear about Jussie Smollett anymore. And I managed to forget about him. And then I saw this ruling today. So.
All right. Again, Andrew, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
According to reports, Dan Webb, the special prosecutor on the case, said Chicago officials can still pursue their civil case against Smollett that is seeking to get back the $130,000, which is the amount police say they paid in overtime to pursue Smollett's accusations. Reporting for Law and Crime, I'm Elizabeth Milner.
This is one of the benefits of beating down your timeline. I know y'all be like, she be posting all this shit on my timeline. Bitch, stop posting all this crazy shit. You know why? Because I can go back to it. Right? I can put it where it belongs, right? I take it from the paperwork, post it on the board when I need to talk about it, and go right into it. Yes. Okay. So, this was the decision pretty much of the Supreme Court. Now I could have captured the conclusion, the actual decision, but this is good enough. It says today we resolve a question about the state's responsibility to honor the agreements it makes with defendants. Specifically, we address whether a dismissal of a case by nolle prosequi allows the state to bring a second prosecution when the dismissal was entered as a part of an agreement with the defendant and the defendant has performed his part of the bargain. We hold that a second prosecution under these circumstances is a due process violation, and we therefore reverse defendant's conviction. So you pretty much heard exactly what led up to this. This was a lot of terrible prosecution. I'm not sure how this went down because they should have known that this would be um, double jeopardy, right? That is essentially the violation. Let me see if I get it right because I'm just like that dude. I had forgotten all about this. But let me see what was the catch up. Okay, so Kim Fox recused herself because she was trying to help Jesse out. Jesse out. She was kind of instructing him, not really instructing him, but just telling him to be consistent, stay, be calm, it'll work out, whatever. But, due to her interactions with him, it was a big deal made about it. She stepped aside, and when she stepped aside, she actually, per Illinois state law, she wasn't supposed to appoint, have any other um, responsibilities, make any decisions or anything with regards to this case. She ignored that. She appointed a special prosecutor who then brought the case, um, I think brought the case against him. I think he went to trial and we saw what happened. He was uh, given a 150-day sentence. He only stayed for 6, got out, and it was only ordered to pay the $10,000. And then and I think something happened. And what was he charged again? Hold on, I have to rely on my memory. Hold on. Hold on for a minute.
taking you inside the courtrooms of high-profile and notorious cases from across the country. I'm your host, Joshua Ritter. I'm a criminal defense lawyer based in Los Angeles and previously an LA County prosecutor for a decade. You can find me on all social at Joshua Ritter ESQ or at joshuaritter.com. We're recording this on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. In this week's episode, the husband of a missing woman is now charged with her murder while the search for the mother's body continues. Plus, trial continues for a Marine vet at the center of a fatal subway chokehold incident. But first, breaking news as the man accused of brutally murdering a nursing student during an attempted sexual assault is found guilty by a judge. Today, we are joined by Chris Lomax, an attorney specializing in complex civil litigation. Chris is also an adjunct professor at the University of Miami's Law School and the teaching faculty at Harvard's Trial Advocacy Workshop. Chris, welcome.
Thank you, Josh. Great to be here.
Absolutely. Chris, I always enjoy hearing your commentary and thoughts on these cases, especially knowing that you have a background as a trial attorney. So let's jump right in. First of all, we have a little bit of breaking news as earlier today, as we're recording this, the man accused of the brutal murder of a nursing student near a university campus has been convicted on all counts in an emotional verdict for the friends and family of the victim. Laken Riley was last seen jogging near the University of Georgia when she was attacked, strangled, and struck multiple times in the head and face. Investigators arrested Jose Ibarra for the murder, concluding that Ibarra administered the fatal beating as Riley fought the man who was trying to sexually assault her. While the details of the case are horrific, the case gained additional attention due to Ibarra's status as an undocumented immigrant, leading to public criticisms of the U.S. border control policies. Politics aside, the case has been emotionally resonant for the courtroom observers, with the details of Riley's final chilling moments eliciting sobs from the victim's mother and supporters. Ibarra declined his right to a jury trial, opting to have a judge determine his fate. And following convictions on all counts, he was promptly sentenced to life without parole. Chris, my first question on this is, I've been asked this a lot. Why do you think Ibarra's defense opted for a bench trial in this case?
So normally, as a defendant, I think you want to take your shot with a jury because you just need one person to see it your way to hang the jury, or several people to convince everyone that maybe you should be found not guilty. But in certain instances, when there are graphic pieces of evidence, photographs, videos, bloody, gory things that a jury may be inflamed by, you may have a better shot at arguing certain legal technicalities before a judge. And so I'm thinking that because this was a really, really, really tragic circumstance that happened to a young person, where people would be very saddened by the fact that an innocent person like her was just out having a morning jog and she gets killed, you may have a better shot going before a very sort of pragmatic, legalistic judge who's thinking about the elements of the case as opposed to the sheer tragedy that occurred and wanting somebody to be punished for it.
I think you're absolutely right. That's what I've kind of come to the belief that the strategy behind it was myself, is that usually when you're asking a judge, it's because you're making a very technical, perhaps legal argument, and there's this backdrop of incredible emotion and tragedy that you don't want to cloud the influence that it might cloud jurors, so you're looking for a judge. But in this case, we didn't see kind of those legal arguments. We saw what I would expect to be kind of a straightforward, reasonable doubt, perhaps another suspect. Do you think that was the right strategy to take with this judge, or was that just kind of all that they were left with?
Okay, I didn't want to leave you hanging without nothing. Back to Jussie. Okay, so Kim Fox, I love y'all, Kim Fox. Kim Fox wasn't supposed to make a deal with Jussie. She wasn't supposed to appoint that special prosecutor. She did. They make a deal with him. Y'all know the deal. What happened? Okay, and the case was dropped. He did the 6 days. He got out of whatever. Um, then the some entity of Illinois stepped in, and that's damn shame I'm not that short now, and said, "Hey, Kim Fox, you didn't have the ability to make a deal. Your office didn't have, your appointment of that special prosecutor didn't have the authority to make that deal. So we're gonna step in and prosecute him anyway." Jussie Smollett said, "Wait a minute, that's double jeopardy." Okay, so then he gets prosecuted and so on and so forth. So got convicted, and then um, so we saw, that's what we saw. We saw the conviction. He goes to fight it, and at first it was upheld, and they said we're going to take it to the Illinois Supreme Court, and the Illinois Supreme Court reversed the appellate court decision to uphold it. And they said that it was double jeopardy. That's what we saw today. So my thing is the law was pretty clear. I mean, Illinois has a specific rule that once the state prosecute, the once you recuse yourself from a case, you cannot have any dealings. You don't have any authority to do anything. And Kim Fox ignored that, and she did it anyway. And so, I guess this was her intention for him to get out of a light sentence or get out of it, or and maybe I'm just thought about something. Maybe she did it because she wanted this outcome. Because she definitely wanted him, to get from up under it. That was the whole purpose of her interaction with the family and all of that. Her connections with them or whatever. So maybe she did all of this, and knowing that they would fight it, because it's very strange for them to continue to fight something that's so, like, but he is a public figure. His image was tainted by this foolishness. And I guess maybe he wanted his name cleared and his public image cleared, right? And I saw where they had cited Cosby, right, as a precedent, because that was, I think, in the report they said they didn't have precedent, right? And remember, precedent, that refers to the court decision. And that's the authority used for deciding cases, right? Because you want to use a precedent because you want cases that are similar to follow the same trend, pretty much. It gives the judge for subsequent cases something to go by. And then you have your stare decisis, right? And that's let's see how to put that. That's like the legal doctrine that instructs a judge to follow the rulings, from a previous case. That's pretty much considered the law of the precedent. And then you have the authority. And authority is pretty much means the power to act. It gives you the authority to act, right, to do something. And then from there, with a combination of all of those, you get your case law, also known as common law. Okay? Now, all of this is opposite statutory law. Okay? But you get your case law. And that pretty much is the collection of prior judicial rulings that's used, as a precedent under the principles of the stare decisis, which um, instructs the um, the the judge to follow prior rulings, right? So that's your case law. So all of those things are a part of the case law. And I'm sleeping, so I hope we got it. Maybe I can go over it better on the next time. But you have your precedent, you have your stare decisis, then you have your authority, and then you have your case law. You can call it stare decisis or stare decisis. But you put all of those in your persuasive brief. Okay. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, in that dude that was speaking on the Jussie Smollett case spoke about a persuasive brief. Somebody spoke about it on today that we listened to, that I put on the record. So we just want to make sure that the precedent is there. Now, uh, maybe his double jeopardy, that ruling today, right? Maybe it can be referred to under a persuasive brief for R. Kelly out of the Illinois, for the Illinois case, right? Let me see what would be the principles. Let me see what he can use out of that. Double jeopardy. Nah, it wouldn't work. Nah, it wouldn't work. Honey, I'm delirious. I'm sleepy, honey. But it wouldn't work. Hey, Pumpkin. Hello, my Just. Hey, Pumpkin. Just. Ooh. Girl, I used to look for you at 1 or 2 my time. Oh, 4 o'clock. Okay. All right. Did you see that interview with Carlos King and LISARAYE? Just I got to check on deep. We gotta. We're gonna have to. Are we gonna do our first something with our the information bureau? Y'all make these. I mean, you was up here. I think who was it? We were supposed to be reviewing a documentary and coming together to talk about it. Information bureau. That one might just.
Good morning.
Hey, Pumpkin. What's happening?
This is my check-in time when I first get up in the morning, and I have my couple cups of matcha tea, and then I go on about my day.
Yes, honey. What time is it over there?
Now it's 9:01. So
Child,
I'm actually running a little late today, but that's all right.
What's happening?
So I was gonna tell you about I didn't watch the Carlos King interview, but I saw people I saw clips of it, and I heard what LISARAYE said about Nicole Murphy.
Yes.
And I mean, remember when Nicole Murphy was caught, I think maybe in Italy, kissing that that movie producer man who's married
Yeah.
to
Lisa Rashawn.
Is her name Layla Rashawn?
Leela Rashawn. Yeah,
Yeah.
her husband.
And then they said that she, Leela she doesn't look the way she has some sort of an illness. Like she has some, she struggles with
Yeah,
something.
she
So
don't
she
look
looks
like
a little,
sunshine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
yeah.
mean,
And,
looks fade. I mean, you get older, looks fade. Hell,
well,
I mean,
I think looks fade, but she looks real puffy in the face. But it's because she battling something, and
yeah.
so a lot of people that made it even worse. What's his name? Something Fuqua. What was it? That was his name, right?
Antoine Fuqua. Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And LISARAYE said it back then. Well, LISARAYE said you got to find a clip. I think it was TMZ asked her about it, and she basically said, "Well, that's not hard to believe because she was sleeping with my husband." I
Yeah.
mean, listen, she been saying the same story for years, but I think now she finally made it clear because she told us out about it. But yeah,
Yeah.
I say Nicole Murphy will take your man.
Yes, honey. Yeah.
Have you
They
at the
said
house
she
singing
had.
Joker?
They said, oh, well, she just got lupus and
Lupus is a struggle
surgery.
though.
Well, yeah, but I don't think it caused puffiness in the face. I think that was a little bit of that food. I think that was that food that caused that.
Could also be the medicine she's on. My sister's sister-in-law had lupus. And she's
Hmm.
always been like she's short. She's like a petite person, always had the most beautiful hair. She'll cut her hair, it'd be all back the next 2 months. And she got sick and she lost so much weight. And she was in the hospital for months and months and months with lupus and
Hmm.
finally got out. She didn't have no hair, nothing. She looks healthy
Hmm.
now, and I'm so grateful that she's.
Right.
But it can be rough on a lot of people.
Yeah, autoimmune diseases is terrible. That's why I was putting on my wall. Just stuff. I mean, like somebody, please, if like what the hell, like nobody. They don't even know where it really comes from and all this, and that there's no cure and all that, and it's rough on you.
They
It's
said that
rough
your
on
body is constantly attacking healthy tissue and cells because it thinks that something is wrong with those tissues and cells. So, I
you.
mean,
Wow.
just the idea of your body attacking itself is rough.
No, I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, I
But
know your body is under attack, but I didn't know it was like with cells and all of that. I didn't know that. I just know it tears your body
well,
down.
I don't know if it specifically cells, tissues, or organs, but it's attacking healthy parts of your body
Yeah, I
because
know
it thinks that
organs.
something's wrong with it.
Oh, I didn't know because they thought it was something wrong with it, but I do
Well, I
know it.
mean, the body's reaction. You know how the body try to heal itself.
Uh
It's
huh.
it's trying to heal things that there's nothing wrong with. I'm probably not giving the best
Wow.
explanation for this. You need to listen. Maybe Mo can enlighten me because
Hey,
I'm not.
hey,
This is
okay,
not.
Mo knows it. Between the four of us, me, you, Mo, and Diva, shit, we got it covered. Well, and
This
all
is not my
between these.
wheelhouse, though. I'm not
Yeah.
qualified to give this lecture.
Well, at least
You
we can
know.
kick it to somebody that might know. But I think
Right.
Mo
Right.
is mental. I think she's mental, so we don't have to get
Right.
somebody else. I think that's Diva. I
Okay. Because
think that part is Diva.
I'm more like the substitute teacher here. I'm not really qualified to give the lesson. I'm just here because they have a test and it still need to be issued. So that's all. That's all. That's why I'm here. So
Right.
yeah.
Right. Yeah. We need we got to find somebody in the medical department.
Yeah,
God
we need
darn.
one of those on staff. Well, we had one, and
Exactly.
God damn it, Andrew, we had one, but here you go.
What I do? Who?
We had a staff member who could speak from the medical community. We had one, but you and all your shit. Now she not here. See, that's what I'm saying. This place is unprofessional. We don't even have
Who
the
was that?
required
Who
staff
got a
members.
runway? Who was that staff member? Who was it?
Carla used to be over here dropping little
Oh.
nuggets about the medical. Yeah, but you ruined that too. You could ruin a wet dream.
Oh, damn. Damn.
We would have had somebody who can give us the run through on autoimmune diseases, but
Oh, shit.
and just struck again.
I done fucked up again. I got to do better with my life, honey.
You
I
do.
got to do better. Damn, we could have had the information.
Yeah.
Hell,
Yeah.
maybe you can get it from hell. Hey, and easy on back over here on 4 or 5
I'm not
o'clock
trying
in
to
the
bring no
morning and shit
hearsay
where everybody
information.
sleep. Huh?
We need it from a qualified professional. I don't want to bring the hearsay. I get it all wrong.
But just
But
don't bring it from the messy sweet spot. Don't bring it from that
oh,
place.
I haven't even been watching her. I liked her when she was talking about that Fox Soul stuff, but I haven't
Yeah.
really been back over there. I do like a little bit of AT2 from time to time. He,
AT2. Wait
hmm
a minute. Wait a minute. I think I'm subscribed to that, but maybe I don't unsubscribe. I know I was. Who was AT2? What did we
he a little bald, funny looking little guy, and he talks current events. But he tried to get it right, so I like him.
Okay, well, maybe I think. Let me see if I'm still subscribed because I remember either or that person comes on my timeline, but I do remember viewing that. Girl, yeah, I be messing up shit. Now I can't get
Now
all that
back to this
wounded
this, this
people.
home wrecker, this beautiful home wrecker lady. Okay, so so okay, so when she got her divorce from Eddie, she probably didn't get as much money as she wanted. I don't know like what their prenup setup thing was,
Mm-hmm.
but she supposed to, some people say she got maybe around 15 million and she lost 10 million of that in an investment scam. So I feel like now I'm not sure if I think I heard that she divorced Eddie, but I'm not so sure if that's accurate. And I just feel like a person who was married to Eddie, well, I guess Eddie is always in his prime. Like he's always still that guy, right? But such a famous guy, whose name carried a lot of weight and, I'm sure had a lot of money. I think that once you live that life and you no longer have that life,
Mm,
you are still going to want it back. And
right.
her being as gorgeous as she is, I think she goes after men with money and power who she thinks that can give her the life that she wanted or that she had or that she wants. And I think that you being married don't really get in the way.
Right. Right.
So
That's crazy.
yeah, and I mean she's absolutely beautiful. So I feel like she can have her pick of men, but unfortunately, some of them, have taken vows to other women, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, girl. Like, like, baby, let me tell you something. What the girl name is, Lisa Ray, said that about Nicole Murphy, how she was calling her, asking her about the damn plane. Like, you been over here? And nah, girl, I ain't been over there. Like, and she on the plane's manifest.
And then
And
on video dropping them off, she said,
yeah, that's what
I,
I was
I
getting to.
I'm surprised Lisa Ray didn't fight her because she sounded like she would fight you for this foolishness.
Yeah, she said you need your ass beat. She did say that on that interview. She talking about, yeah, you was going to beat Nicole Murphy's ass.
Yeah, I mean, I
Like,
think when Dolly Parton wrote Jolene, please don't take my man because you can. She was talking about her.
yeah,
She was talking
yeah,
about Nicole Murphy. That song was for Nicole. It wasn't for no real Jolene.
girl, they said Nicole Murphy will take your man, honey. Like,
Or
my
at
God.
least sleep with him and try to get him. I mean, maybe I kind of feel also though because she's that beautiful and she's not like already remarried to such a rich man. Her reputation may precede her. So maybe these men know they'll sleep with her, but they're not gonna like, you know.
Wipe her up.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, because here's the thing: if you would do it, the way what the saying goes. If she slept with him and he was married, I mean, she'll sleep with anybody.
Well, more than one. And and they were saying, and another thing they say is that, and I keep saying they. I don't know who these they is, but this is what the streets had said to me. Sorry, I'm eating a banana.
You good?
They said that she's like she does this to people she's friends with. Like they said, her and her
Yes.
son are friends.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now that right there
That's
that
some
is
low
a
shit.
reason to get your ass beat. Now come on now.
Yeah, that's some real low shit. And then like I be thinking like Black Hollywood is probably it's technically probably a little small loop of people, and here she is over there just trying to sleep with everybody's husbands.
And
So,
listen, while she got a man, while she has a man,
well,
she's
yeah,
not
that
single
part
doing it.
too.
She has a man doing it. Like what the
Yeah, she doesn't have many restrictions. This one. You know how they say people who just like to have sex are free spirits? No, this is a free spirit. There's nothing matters. There are
Exactly.
no constraints.
But you know when Eddie Murphy used to parade her around, hoe was not coming off her. You know what I'm saying?
No, she just
Sometimes you
looked like
can,
a beautiful model. Yeah.
yes, like the relationship mom type. You know,
Hmm.
I didn't
Well,
get hoe.
I think that's just I think it's because she doesn't have. I mean, I don't know what she does for money these days. Other than maybe date rich men. I don't know her whole thing, but I think a lot of it is just yearning for the what she used to have. I
You
think
think so?
it's easy. Yeah, because I mean, what other reason? I mean, is it just because she just disgusting? I mean, what other reason can it be that she keep going after all these men that are married? I mean,
Mm.
maybe if somebody who work at Walmart come back and tell me that she slept with they man too, then I would think it's just about sleeping with married men. But I think it's about accessing power and money.
Maybe she slept. Maybe she slept with. Maybe she can only sleep with the men that is in her circle. She's not gonna
Well,
run
that's true
into.
too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a action of opportunity.
Yeah.
They're around. That's where she's around. She's in Hollywood, so
Yeah,
that's
but they're always married too. I just feel like this is.
hmm
I really think it's about the money and stuff. Which I mean, I'm pretty sure she probably had really good child support money from Eddie for a long time because she had. Would they have like 5 kids together or something?
uh-huh.
They're all grown now, but so I guess maybe she wasn't really just even struggling after she lost the 15 mil, but I don't know. I'm telling you, I think she just wants a rich and powerful man, and him being married. Well, that don't matter. We can get
Right,
rid of that.
right, yeah, not a problem. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
and you know what would be so funny, right? When people beat hoes, and them hoes could never fight. They cannot fight. They get their ass beat. You be like, oh my gosh, like
But
girl.
well, Nicole don't look like much of a fighter to me. So I mean,
No, but
she's
she be in
real
that
fit.
gym though. She be
Yeah,
in
she
that
do.
gym.
But
She be in
but
that gym.
but Lisa Ray's from the South Side of Chicago, so I think all that
Right,
gym
right.
stuff goes out the window when you're dealing with a
Yeah.
different person. Hmm.
Yeah, that's one of them. Let me take my earrings off.
And I feel like Lisa Ray will bring brat too. So you gonna get jumped.
Oh,
So, but
yeah,
yeah,
and Judy. Look like Judy gonna come with them. Hmm.
yeah.
Judy
So
gonna
I
come with
mean, I wasn't surprised to hear it because I heard it before, and she said this before, but we wasn't listening. She tried to
'em.
tell us.
Yeah, yep.
I
Like
want to hear
everybody
some of
was
the other
talking.
wives. I want to hear who else's husband she done slept with.
Right. And but then what was so crazy was like because I remember when Nicole was with Michael Strahan, they was, I thought they was all, "Ooh, I love you. Boo, 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 boo." She was coming up on all popping up on his show and doing little segments and stuff, and he was showcasing her, and she was hoeing, child. She was
Mhm.
hoeing in.
Well, I think they said one of the problems also was that she didn't want to sign a prenup with him. So I guess she figured after Eddie, she was trying to get some. She was really trying to get to the coin, and you know,
Right. And that
but
girl, you know what? And speaking of Eddie, you see how Tracy, what they got married overseas, and they came back and got a annulment. Isn't that how it went? Or did
Tracy
it
who?
Tracy Tracy Babyface ex-wife that's
Oh,
married now
Tracy
to her?
Edmonds
Tracy Edmonds, uh-huh.
went overseas and got married to who?
Eddie Murphy,
I
after
did not
he,
know that.
yeah. They either
Mm.
let me make sure they got married. Or they were supposed to get married, but they that trick that quickly
I didn't know they. I didn't ever even know they dated.
yeah, they was engaged for a long time.
Really?
Yep.
Well, I can see her being his type. I mean, and she to me is unproblematic. She don't say much.
Yeah.
And then she was with uh Coach Prime for what, like 9 years or something. And they kept saying they were divorced, sorry, engaged, but now they're broken up.
They broke up?
Yeah, a while back. Basically, almost pretty close to the time when he got to Colorado. A few months later. Yeah, and I think I
Oh.
and I
Wait
can't
a
remember if it
minute.
was her or what's her name from Fox Soul. What's her name? Because they're friends. Um,
Claudia.
Claudia Jordan. One of them said it might have been Claudia because like I said, I don't really think Tracy. Tracy doesn't say much. She seems to be real private, but she just basically said that they've always been kind of private and that things have changed now. That he was in Colorado, like the lifestyle that she thought he had moved past, I guess, was kind of still circulating. I can't remember her exact words, but basically she gave me the feeling that she's saying, now that all this attention and lights and money and stuff is on him, he a different person, and it's not good for our relationship.
Who? Deion Sanders?
Yeah.
Girl, no.
Mm-hmm. But I think it was Claudia that said it. She says that they're very good friends. Yep.
Uh, I got to post Tug. I got to post Tracy too. Because her and what's the name? LISARAYE is 57. Child, we losing, honey. We losing on these streets, baby.
Oh, they
Well,
all look really,
yeah.
really good, but I love that. I absolutely
Yes,
love that.
they look really good, honey. I'm like, my God.
Yeah, I said that a couple years ago when I saw Lisa Ray doing like a little cooking session on with somebody, and I was like, "Damn, Lisa still look fine as hell,"
Yeah,
and I'm here for it.
yep, exactly.
I think it was when they had the Cocktails with Queens show, and they were cooking burgers. Her and somebody. Oh, her and it was supposed to be a competition. Her and what's that comedian name on the radio in Atlanta? Does all the characters. Bernice Jenkins. Ricky
Rick
Smiley.
Smiley.
Ricky Smiley. Yeah, and they were having like a cook off, and Lisa was just in there looking fine. And she's somebody's grandma.
Yes, child. Somebody's grandmama. I'm like, what? She and the girls, and the baby is 7 years old.
Oh, time flies.
Yep. What else would I say? Um, trying to get this picture. But anyway,
I did watch the Megan Thee Stallion documentary. I wasn't gonna watch it, but I ended up watching it, and well, I liked it. First of all,
uh-huh.
shout out to Megan for repping the H so hard. I love how Houston she is. I absolutely love it. Um, but yeah, I mean, I didn't think much of it. She told her story, and
Right.
I mean, I don't understand why so many people had so much to say about her lying about sleeping with Tory Lanez. Like, who want to sit up there and tell a 70-year-old lady that you had sex with a man who shot you in the foot? Like, I mean, what kind of and she probably and it probably caught her off guard. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to talk to 70-year-old
Yeah.
ladies about my sex life either. So, I mean, I don't know. I didn't understand the outrage.
Exactly. Exactly. And he little. And what she need to do is get some men her height.
Well, that's hard to do. I think she's 6 feet tall.
That girl ain't no 6 feet tall.
Yes, she is.
She is not no 6 foot tall, girl.
Megan Thee Stallion. If she ain't 6 feet, she damn near 6 feet. She's a big bitch. Okay.
uh-uh. She ain't. Let me see
She
what tall
is.
Megan is. Because, girl, this might be some of that damn
She a
Mississippi
big
spot.
old thick mamma jamma. Well, she's not even that thick no more, but she still look good. Her body looks great. I love it. The workout
Yeah.
body. But yeah, she a big old
She
thick mamma
don't have no
jamma.
hips. She needs some hips.
No, she has what you call a natural body. Like we warped in our view. Like she don't need no nothing, and she been working out, and it looks good to me.
And she needs some. She either needs some hips or she need to shrink her waist.
Her
You know
waist
that
is
thing
shrunk.
straight
Have you
down.
seen her lately? She
Yeah,
looks
but she need
good.
hips.
No, her waist
I'm a
is
hip. I got hips. She need hips.
her waist is way smaller than it used to be. She looks really good, real fit. She look like she putting in that
She
effort.
looks fit.
So, but yeah, she a big tall mamma jamma. I'm telling you. If she ain't 6 feet, she like 5'11".
Let me see how tall she is. She probably about 5'10". 5'10".
Girl,
I was right.
it said 5'10".
Yep, 5'10".
Well,
And girl, Tory Lanez is
well,
5'3".
I'm 5'8". So if you 5'10", you tall as hell.
Yeah, Tory Lanez is 5'3". I'm 5'8.5", but I like to say 5'9". But I'm 5'3".
I'm 5'8", and I'm tall. So if she taller than me and she big and thick, that's a big bitch. Okay. Shit.
Oh shit.
And I
Yeah,
mean that in the best way.
5'10" is tall. Like I wonder how tall Nene is. Like that
It is
girl.
tall because like okay, so I am 5'8", and what size shoe you wear?
I wear 11 or 12 sometimes.
Exactly my point. I am 5'8", and I wear a size 8 shoe. A,
8.
yes, a size 8 shoe. I tell this to everybody. It is problematic, okay?
Girl,
Because
bye. You put them on little old baby feet.
a size, I don't need no big roach stumping feet for what? What am I doing with them? I don't live out in the wilderness where I gotta kill shit with my feet. Listen, my friend called when I told him this story. He called me Twinkle Toes. So a size 8 is the average American shoe size. They put it on all the displays. Like it's always sold out. It's problematic because 8 is the most common shoe size, right? But
Yeah.
5'8" ain't nowhere near the average height. So here I am with these little ass feet. Everybody I know, my height has like a size
Girl.
10 foot or 11 foot, and I wear 8, and I
Girl.
can and I'm always struggling to find shoes.
Yeah, 8 is a popular size. 8 is a very
Even
popular
over
size.
here, 8 be sold out. Like everybody
Hmm.
wear 8. Like all you little bitches, you little short ones, you little tiny things.
Yeah.
Y'all all up in my shoe size, or I'm all up in y'all shoe size. One of the two.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, I know on my real social media, girl, honey, I had them cracking up. I said, baby, I have to buy. I be trying to buy them shoes them dancers be wearing and shit. So sometimes you want to do that. I said, child, I be out there
What?
fighting with the transvestites.
What you doing behind strip? What you need? What? Never mind.
Baby, honey, I be walking on glass bottoms and shit. What are you talking about?
Oh,
I
okay.
have the yeah. I buy shoes for my walk.
For your what?
My walk,
Oh, okay. I
my
don't know what.
funky ass walk.
I don't know. Oh, okay. I don't know nothing about the glass bottles part, but okay.
Yeah, them strippers be wearing them glass bottles, and they done come back around again. There people wearing those clear heels. We call them clear heels.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you said like glass bottoms. I thought you said glass bottles.
No, no, glass bottoms. Yeah, glass bottoms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, honey.
I
Well, I'm sorry, my
probably.
lips are swollen, so shit might not come out right. But yeah, so I'll be out there fighting with them transvestites that would, baby, they be trying to get them 11s and 12s off the rack, honey. They be woo.
I'll probably watch the Shine doc tonight.
What? What's that?
Shine, the rapper, he has a documentary called The
Oh, oh,
Honorable
oh, oh, oh,
Shine.
oh.
That's what he be doing all these interviews for.
Injury. Oh, okay. Yeah, he confused me because he goes from one, in the beginning he sound like Biggie, and then now he act like he speak with an accent, and I don't know what the hell going on.
No, he still sound like Biggie.
Well, no, he
He
sound like he got a little accent.
I mean, he's Belizean. He's been around his people, but I mean, no, he still sounds like Biggie, and he talked about. I saw his Breakfast Club interview. Is the longest one that I saw. He talked about like how when he first came out, people thought he was pretending to try to sound like big, like it was an act, and then they found out no, like that's really just his voice. That's he still speaks in the same voice.
But you know what? That shot in the nose lady said it wasn't Shine that shot her. It was Puff Daddy. She said she was looking right at him when he
Yeah,
raised his
he
gun.
mentioned that. He said that her story's never changed, and he said he just ain't finna take the fall again with him. And I don't know exactly what that means. I ain't finna take the fall again, but he basically says, whatever happened that night, it was in self defense because people was trying to kill all of them. And his problem with Diddy, he says, is even now he's not saying Diddy did that. He says he's not trying to incriminate Diddy, but Diddy has never came to his defense or even helped the situation in no way. Like he said that they put a witness on the stand that really hurt him, and
Right.
yeah, and that
Hmm.
he basically said he didn't see the shooting. That's what he told them is he didn't see the shooting, so he don't know who shot who.
Yeah,
So
when that shot in the nose lady said it was Diddy that shot her. I
yeah.
said, "Oh,
Hmm.
I mean that's just crazy." Yeah. They
And
right.
he said how like Lil Rod said when they asked him what he thought about all he says he first of all he said he doesn't take he's not gloating in the fact that Diddy's not a one in jail. He said he's not doing that. He said he don't live in that place no more, and
Mhm.
that in order to move along in his life he had to find peace. But he talked about a lot of different things. He talked about that, and he said that Lil Rod mentioned in a lawsuit how he was bragging about shooting up a whole club and Sean taking a fall for it. He said, but in the Lil Rod lawsuit, they also talked about his drug man and they found drugs on him. So he's saying, you know,
Drugs on who? They found drugs on who?
on the plane, remember they arrested the white guy?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Mhm.
he's trying to say all of that stuff turned out to be true. So why would he not believe that he was, gloating on the fact that he shot up the club and got away with it? And he's just basically like, I don't know this person. He talked about how it took a while for them to reconcile because remember he was it BET and they were doing the Diddy Lifetime Achievement or whatever, and Shine came out,
Mhm.
and he said that the arrangement was that they had to like drop a Belizean flag because now he's saying he's not a rapper anymore. He's all about trying to be the prime minister of Belize.
Right.
So he felt like when they dropped the flag, like that meant something to his people. So that's something that he could agree to. But people were saying, well, you're saying all this about him now, but you performed with him, da 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 da. And he was saying it took time and attempts to try to reconcile. He said that at one time he met them in France. He met Diddy and Cassie in France,
Mhm.
and that Diddy only gave him $50,000. And he said he felt like, damn, like I took a whole bid for you, 50,000, like that's all you got for me.
Mhm.
And so he said he had to really come to terms with nobody owing him nothing, anything. um and he said that in one of the lawsuits it mentioned how when Diddy would beat Cassie up, he would then spend a lot of money on her, like love bomb her. And he said that during that trip he saw Diddy spend like $500,000 on Cassie, but only gave
Wow.
$50,000 after coming out of jail for almost 10 years.
Wow. That's crazy. That's
It was a good
crazy.
interview. You should watch it. It was
And you
really
said
good.
it's the Breakfast Club?
Yeah, they actually been having a lot of good interviews lately. They had that. They had this one lady. I don't know her name. Actually, it was my first time dealing with her, but she's kind of like a political organizer, and she talked about what she thought went wrong with with Kamala's campaign, and she was really
Oh.
interesting. Real interesting, real about it. I liked her a lot. Like they've had a lot of good interviews lately.
So let me. Just Hilarious is back, right?
Yeah, she's back, and sometimes Lauren is fills in for her. Like the other day, they said that had lost her voice, so Lauren was there. I think I've seen a show where they both were there, um, but
I
they,
like her.
yeah, a lot of people like her.
I like Lauren, whatever her name is. That girl.
Mhm. I think she'll just, she'll be on the show here and there because people did like her. So when they just need a day off, I'm sure it'll be Lauren.
So now, she just had a baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you know she was on couples therapy or whatever with this dude she was with. Did she have a baby from him, or did she get herself together and get somebody else?
I'm not sure, but I think that the one you're talking about was her first son's dad.
This is another dude. This is a young dude. This was after Country Wayne. This was a
Oh,
different dude. And this dude was acting so let me look it up.
you know his name?
I'm gonna look it up. Just honey. And you girl, I don't know if you've been watching what is it came out? What is it? Love and Hip Hop Miami. They said Trina's husband is
Girl, I do not watch Love and Hip Hop. I did in the beginning. I watched like New York, and I even watched Atlanta when it first came out, but it just got too ridiculous for me. And once stuff get ridiculous, I'm out.
Oh Lord, child, you know I love me old nasty wig snatch.
Yeah, I can't watch all of that all day.
Some dude named Ron. Oh, that's a baby daddy. That ain't him. 'Cause that's not the dude that was on couples retreat. Wait a minute, she with all these different dudes. It look like she get these dudes from out the just nobody's out the trash. They don't have no money or nothing. Oh, wait a minute. They say she pregnant with her. Okay, no. Hold on. That's hilarious. Yeah, his name was Daniel.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
know.
he was terrible. They want him to, you're supposed to be out there, on the couples retreat, and people supposed to be helping y'all stay together. Now they were talking about please break up with him. They were like, please break up with him. Please, please. Yes, I know. So yeah, it's not Daniel. She left him. Um, she with these dudes look like they straight from the street.
I mean, shit, she's from Baltimore. She's a chick from Baltimore. So,
Mm.
yeah, I
People
mean,
always say that, like this girl from Baltimore, like
I
the
mean
what
that might mean something. I don't know. I've never even been to
they
Baltimore.
always say that, and they be looking all negative and stuff. I'm like, oh
I've never even been there.
yeah, I've been through there. My little stomping grounds was VA, and I've been to DC several times, but my little stomping grounds was old VA. But yeah, and I have family in VA too. Um, yeah, her baby dad named Rome or something. Like girl, and she in the. I mean, you should see these dudes. They look like she get these dudes look like they will hit you in your head and take your pocketbook.
They probably will.
Yeah, like
Did you
girl,
did you hear what Trick Daddy said about going to the Diddy party?
who?
About what Trick Daddy said about going to Diddy
Uh
party?
uh
They asked Trick if he ever been to a Diddy party, and he said no. He said we not like that. Me and my guys, we go in there. Shit, we tell everybody uh put everything in the bag. He was basically saying they're going there and rob them. So, so yeah. But then he went
Uh
on to say, nah, he ain't never been there, and he think what Diddy going through is sad. But it was funny. He basically said he would go there and rob them. They got too much money.
girl, no honey. Is Trick Daddy sure he ain't been no Diddy party?
He said no. Him and his guys were going there and rob them. What don't you understand? He said they didn't invite him.
Oh, okay.
He said he can't get the invite.
Yeah. Oh, you
And
know
look,
what?
and he another person. Doesn't he have lupus? Look at his face.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I also think I heard that he refuses treatment, like medicine and stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah, he does.
Well, they ain't doing him no good.
He does, yeah. He ain't always look like that.
Miss Pat asked Trick Daddy, did he ever go to a Diddy party? But Trick Daddy responded like this. Did you go to Diddy parties?
They don't invite no like me at Diddy parties. My homeboys will rob that tell all the put your up and you raise your hand and drop your money in your wallet in his bag. I ain't gonna invite no.
Miss Pat asked Trick Daddy, did
Oh Lord, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm just listen. I know he he done been to loot parties. He done been there.
Yeah, but that's his people. He ain't gonna rob them.
Yeah, he done been to loot parties now.
He ain't gonna be invited, and not nobody's gonna invite him. You invite Trick Daddy to your house, apparently you're gonna get robbed.
Yeah, that is crazy. Trick Dad say he can't bring his dad. And you know one thing about Florida, people in Florida, hell, hey, they travel with a whole bunch of people. They don't
And none of
travel
them
with.
are rap tight. None of y'all. I think I know one sane person from Florida.
Girl, that Jaguar, right? Talking about, yeah, I know about Duval and the girl Ariel, the attorney Ariel, the one that's running around him with them, them suspects about that Kim Porter stuff. Child, she
Oh
talking about, yeah, I
God.
know about Duval. Oh
You
Lord.
was playing that video of that Ronnie Bo guy. I left out of here. I said, I ain't finna fool with Angie. He on there talking about how he can't stay in one location. You might have fell asleep. He can't stay in one location anymore because he's afraid for his life. He don't get to see his family or his kids because, and then everybody's like, well, why are you doing this? Why he said he have to do this. He have to come out and I guess and shed the light on people he don't even know. And then he gonna say, yesterday I got a text from somebody from with the CIA. I said, let me get out of here. Like he don't even know what CIA stand for, and it's obvious because he thinks the CIA is watching the internet about Jay-Z and Diddy. What? That's what
Girl.
you think they do? And then he got a text from them. So you mean to tell me your life is in danger and you decide to come out of jail and talk about people you don't even know and people want to kill you over it? Okay.
Right, but girl, and you want to still do it, but check this out. So he sent me his book, right? And so I read the part of the book. Honey, it seemed
Whose
like
book?
he against it, Ronnie Bo. I read the R. Kelly part in there, and it seemed like he against R. Kelly.
He
I'm
said
like,
he out
wait
here
a minute.
spreading the word. I don't know what
Yeah, he
word he's
out there
spreading.
talking about them, R. Kelly's actions and stuff. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm confused. He a
Clout and
mess.
attention is something else. And then he was talking to that British guy, and the British guy was like, "Oh, send your information to whoever. I've helped a lot of people on how they can, I guess, make money doing content, but be safe." And he was saying, and Ronnie Bo was like, "Oh, um, and people telling me put my cash up, but that's not what I'm doing this for. That is exactly what you're doing this for." He had a moment where he was like fake crying. I was just like, "Oh my God,
Mm-hmm.
these people is embarrassing." I just
Yep.
can't imagine these children finding their daddies online doing this foolishness. Like these people, I mean, they just. And then, AT2, you might want to check into. I don't know who. If you find one of his videos that is called Diddy, Jane Doe revealed or something, and that's just the title, but he don't really believe it. But there's apparently some girl who did an interview on another channel, and you could tell she just been reading the stories because she got them all confused. But she claims to be the girl in what was that girl from? I think Detroit, the one that said she flew over and the dude was doing crack and they gang raped her. That girl, she's claiming to be her, but she don't have the story straight. And she said something about Chris Jenner being there and stabbing Chris Jenner in the arm, like a bunch of.
Well, it
Yeah.
ain't Audrey English, is it?
No, I
Now
think
she
all the
talking
English.
crazy too.
I think that's a separate one from what I got from AT2 video. I think that's a separate one. But this girl is claiming to be specifically this victim, and um, apparently it's not believable. So you might want to find it. I just don't know. I don't know the other channel that he said he watched it on. I don't know. I can't remember who he said he saw that on. But people, I mean, but I mean, I guess if people see Jaguar Wright getting all this attention for talking crazy, they
Yep.
figure, why can't I do it too?
No. The crazy shit is that they are using her for like a mentor. This is crazy.
Yeah, the whole crazy farm. They farming more and more crazy people by the day.
Yeah. She was like, and I can, and he was like, yeah, Jaguar, I got in touch with you, and you helped me out. You told me how to do it. I'm like,
Now, ain't that
what?
something? This lady is live on the internet telling people that they say her mama died, but she can't find no birth certificate. I mean, no death certificate. Like, what? I mean, that's crazy to me.
Right. I
Like,
mean, but did she say that it was a fake funeral or something?
yeah, I think so. She said her son was
Mhm.
AI at the funeral.
All
Mhm.
them crazy, and then
And her
I ain't
son
talking.
crazy too.
Yeah, exactly. I ain't want to talk about some,
I
but
mean, he
I mean,
might
it's
be
the crazy,
autistic, but he
crazy.
also crazy.
Yeah,
He said
it's the
his mama
crazy,
is a
crazy.
succubus.
And yeah, he thought that lady a succubus. I almost passed out.
and
I'm
and,
like,
and,
oh
and
hell
and some
no.
kind of spiritual prostitute.
Yes. Tasha K was looking like I was like, oh my gosh, this boy
Yeah.
that she done ran this boy crazy.
Hmm. And then
This boy
even that
crazy as
interview,
hell.
even that interview with that girl who claimed that she was one of R. Kelly
Yes,
girlfriends.
honey.
Like, I mean, these people just would do anything because,
Like,
girl.
what are we doing? And then she goes to singing, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna stop singing.
And
And I
she
know
was
I
just
hurt
such a bird brain. Since she was a bird brain, I thought R. Kelly probably would like her. But we do not believe you, man. We do not believe that he was just. If he didn't have sex with you that day, he was definitely trying to have sex with you that night. But it is his. I mean that next day, because it is his MO to have sex right away, give you herpes right away.
Oh my
Like, he don't waste
god.
no time.
I don't even think she know
Talking
no
about,
damn R. Kelly. I don't
we
even
was
think she.
laying in bed and he was singing my music, girl. We do not believe you. He was just trying to please me. He might have ate you out, but it was because he was trying to have sex with you. And if you didn't come back the next day, y'all wasn't gonna be in touch.
Mm-mm.
R. Kelly gets straight to the business.
DTL, you DTL?
He gotta
Okay.
get that. He gotta share that herpes right away, girl. We do not believe
Oh
you.
no, why you gotta say that about the
It's
Kelly?
true. You know it's true. He shares it right off the gate. Like, so look, so he can limit your choices later on, because once you find out you got the hurt, where you going?
Okay.
So he gets down to it. Like, he just wanted to please her. R. Kelly who?
Right. What
So
R. Kelly you know? Okay.
yeah. And she was talking about he wanted to fly her out, but she didn't go. She does not sound like a person who, if she was gonna get a chance to get flown out, she wasn't gonna go. Especially
Yeah.
since she
You
thinks she
getting
can
on that
sing.
plane. You getting
Yeah,
on that plane. You taking that ass to him.
yeah.
You getting
So
on that damn plane. Are you crazy?
I don't believe her for one bit. And even if it's true, like, why are you telling this story now? Why?
Exactly.
What reason?
Trying to ride the wave, the Diddy wave. I mean, this is crazy.
Hmm.
Everybody is. I mean, every nut you can think of is coming out of the woodwork. Every one of them.
But you know what? Since these people want to be a part of stuff, I hope they haul all of their asses down to the police station and have them sweating bullets. Since y'all want to be involved so bad, then be involved.
Yep.
Even Ray J, people been telling him, you be saying all this shit just because you are a troll. But the feds don't
Hmm.
know that you just a troll. You keep saying this stuff, they gonna really believe that you know what's going on.
He been popping, and I can't believe I ain't been following his stuff. Because let me tell you something. Anything Ray J owns, I'm on it too, baby. Because I know it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a show. I ain't been following him and his Pastor Jamal Bryant stuff. He's been. I mean, I've been all on my timeline. But I'm telling you where I stopped at. I stopped at him and Orlando Brown's interview together. I haven't watched both of those. I saved it, but I haven't watched it. Then and everything else I haven't watched it. Like, what is the deal with him and Jamal Bryant?
They said that I guess Jamal Bryant has like a podcast now. I don't know what he talks about, but I know
Yeah,
I
he
saw
does.
that with Krishan. And um I guess Ray J said something that he didn't want to be in an interview, like maybe something legal. And so Jamal Bryant agreed to take that part out. But Ray J came back and threatened him and said you don't make somebody feel safe if they not safe, and said that he'll get people get snatched off the pulpit. But here's another thing. Jamal Bryant is also from Baltimore. So you try to snatch him off and see how it goes. I don't think it's gonna go how you think. Listen, he was from Baltimore before he was a pastor, so good luck with that.
Oh, you know what? Krishan and her sister from Baltimore too.
Yeah, now it's a thing. I'm trying to tell you, but yeah,
Yeah.
I think Pastor Jamal Bryant will square up with you. I really believe it.
Do you think
So
so?
yeah,
Oh,
him
like,
and all his baby
he
mamas.
married Tweet. He married the Tweet now, ain't it?
Her name ain't Tweet, the singer Tweet.
I think he married the Tweet.
Girl, he's not married to Tweet. He married some
Girl,
other lady.
okay.
Her name Dr. Somebody.
Hold on.
She looked like Giselle in some of the pictures I seen. He's not married to Tweet. I think Tweet is a lesbian.
If I'm not mistaken, then he used to go with Tweet or something. Hold on, let me see.
Maybe in the past, but he definitely didn't marry her. He married some lady, Dr. Somebody.
No, ma'am. That you know who Doctor introducing Dr. Jamal Bryant's last lady, Charlene Tweet Keys. He is with um now that was 8 years ago. Let me see if he's still with her. Hold on.
But I think you confused just because somebody's nickname might be Tweet. I don't think that's Tweet the singer.
That
I'm telling you,
is Tweet the singer.
I thought she was a lesbian, but okay, maybe I don't know.
Okay, Tweet learned a very valuable lesson from dating
You talk a lot about
Jamal.
the new single and just the album having that feeling of love. You talk about this new love that you're in, but I think a lot of fans remember your past relationship. That was the last time that they kind of saw a tweet with a guy. Oh, it might have been the first time. The first time, yeah. The first and last time. Now that you see Jamal now back with his wife, was that a surprise for you?
Told you.
No.
He was going
Oh,
with
okay.
Tweet the singer. Tweety dee dee. That's who he was
Well,
going with.
he didn't marry her though. He married another lady.
Oh.
She looks
Well, he
very
acting
similar.
like he was so. He was out publicly with her. He was acting like he was so in love.
Well, Jamal gets around. Oh,
I see. He too sissified acting to me.
he will fight you. All right, that's all I got.
He
But yeah,
was too sweet to me, baby. I can't deal with nobody like that. Oh, this the lady. Oh, he do kind of look. She do kind of favor. Well, no, well, the makeup
well, you said she favored Giselle.
with makeup.
Yeah, she does. What was I going to tell you? Yeah, you should definitely check out that lady. Check
Huh?
out that lady. She has a funny kind of a name. I do not remember her name. That was on the Breakfast Club, but she's interesting.
Well,
She
it's
makes
what on the Bryants.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Did we lie?
Oh, let me.
Did we lie?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. What you said now?
No, I was gonna say she makes like she's somebody you might want to follow. Like she was real interesting and her political takes was really, really good. She talked about how Kamala didn't really like she talked about how like Killer Mike, who apparently was a political organizer before he was a rapper. I did not know that. I thought it was the other way around. Anywho, and that he owns barbershops all over Atlanta and how he made himself available to the Harris campaign and they didn't utilize him. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Because she talked about how like his contributions along with Ti got somebody elected, and why would you not utilize these people in comparison to, say, Trump, who I'm sure never even heard of a trick, still went and got trick, because even if these people aren't big outside of their community, they're big in that area, and those people know who they are and they hold weight there.
Yeah.
So she talked about a lot of things, but you might like her, or you might want to pay it on here. I thought it was
What's the
really
name?
interesting. I can't remember, but it's like one of the interviews they did in the past, maybe definitely 5 days. I if I try to
You
look
said
for
it's
it, it's
on
gonna.
AT2?
No. This was on the Breakfast Club. It was a full interview,
Oh, the Breakfast Club. Okay, gotcha.
and she talked about a lot of issues and what went wrong, and I really liked her. Hmm.
Wow, this woman that Jamal Bryant got some weight on her.
Yeah, I didn't see that at first when I first saw the pictures, but yeah, when I saw the pictures, the recent wedding photos, yeah, I thought so too.
Oh, okay.
Hey, it happens. I mean, she might, a little diet and exercise. But look, Angie, I gotta go because it's already 10 and I am running late. I gotta eat and get out of here.
You gotta
So I'm gonna
eat.
talk to you another time.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Try to get some rest.
I'll try.
Okay. Bye.
All right, girl. Hey, folks. Let's see. Let's check out some more celebrity news real quick. They talking about Shawnee O'Neal filed for divorce. Let me see.
When people say a million times, they don't literally mean a million times. Just throwing that out there. But you did call me a few.
You guys won't believe what's going down with Shawnee O'Neal and Pastor Kian Henderson. There are all these rumors flying around on social media that Pastor Kian has filed for divorce, and Shawnee's reaction is totally blowing up on the internet. Everyone's wondering what happened to this couple that looked so in love. Shawnee O'Neal, who you probably know from Basketball Wives, found love again with Pastor Kian after her
And I
big split
love
from
them
NB
together.
a star Shaquille O'Neal now. It didn't take long for Shawnee to move on, and in 2022, she married Pastor Kian. They quickly became the talk of the town, with Shawnee often saying how Kian was her rock and how easy their relationship felt. Fans were all in, thinking this was a fresh start for her after everything she had been through. But now, it seems like things are falling apart just as quickly as they came together. There are talks of infidelity making people wonder if their marriage is already in serious trouble.
Let's talk about the love story of Shawnee and Pastor Keon Henderson. Their first date was in a hotel lobby, and they ended up talking for over 6 hours. He walked her to her car, gave her a church hug, and let her drive off. But they fell in love, dated for 2 years before their engagement, and wed in Anguilla. He wore a champagne-colored V-neck wedding dress with a middle slit, and he wore a cream tux. Her 5 kids with NBA legend Shaquille O'Neal are pictured here, and her dad passed away a few months before the wedding, so her sons took turns walking her down the aisle. Yolanda Adams sang Today I Do by Tamia, and Bishop T.D. Jakes officiated their wedding. Her Basketball Wives co-stars Evelyn and Jackie were in attendance, and Ron Isley performed at their reception. Here's a picture from their post-wedding brunch the following day. Congrats to the beautiful couple.
All right, so Shawnee O'Neal and Pastor Kian Henderson looked like the perfect couple when they made it official in 2022 with a stunning wedding in Anguilla, surrounded by family, friends, and a ton of media buzz. They were often spotted at events, dressed to impress and looking happy together. They even co-hosted church events like the Cry Out Conference in Houston, where they were open about their relationship and the challenges that came with being in the
With this old bogus news. This is bogus. They be lying. At least making up stuff.
These videos just keep getting worse and worse, y'all. We have 25 minutes of the weirdest Diddy clips. Let's get into it.
Do whatever the fuck I want to do, whenever, however the fuck I want to do it. You know why? Because I'm the freest nigga in the world.
Diddy's a weird dude. From disturbing footage of Diddy's freak-off island to doing these satanic rituals on his victims, these are the 20 weirdest videos of Diddy. And first up, Diddy was caught on camera at an auction when he sold something terrifying.
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt you, and I would like to auction something off, okay? If you win, you get a night out with Diddy. Saturday night in New York, and I promise you, your ass will wake up Wednesday laying beside me.
What?
And if you think Diddy's joking, check out number 19 on our list.
all those in London that don't know what happens to the white man when he comes to a P. Diddy party. This is what happens to the white man. It's so unfortunate. You gotta pull back though, so they can see. That's crazy. Move out the way. You're still alive. Look at that. Look what you did. Drink on his head. And that's James from Simeon Mobile Disco. He is the actual DJs aren't supposed to pass out, but when they come to one of my parties, this is what happens to them.
Yeah, and that's not the only dude Diddy schemed on. Because at number 18, Diddy and Biggie were caught on camera being more than just friends.
I look at him like, I say, Jesus.
And the next question is,
And if anything,
he said, your skin's so soft, baby.
This boy is cute.
That's a crazy thing to say.
Diddy treats his boyfriends better than his girlfriends. Because next up at number 17, Diddy got in a fight with his ex-girlfriend Cassie and decided to post a TikTok to humiliate her online.
What? What you gotta say now? What you gotta say now? You ain't got to say.
Not for number 16. At this point, everyone kind of knew Diddy was up to no good, which is exactly why Jimmy Fallon exposed him in 2016.
You used to invite me to your parties. You did. Yeah. You did. I remember I got an invite from you once. This is true. You used to have these crazy parties, and one invite was it self-destructed. It was you talking, and so you gave the information of where the party was, and then it said this message was self-destructed.
A very high concept.
Look, Diddy was clearly destroying evidence. However, he wasn't able to destroy everything, because at number 15, Diddy once beat his own girlfriend on camera and tried to hide the evidence for years. See, in 2024, CNN released never before seen footage.
All this so craziness. I can't. I cannot. Anyway. This child thing.
Nobody wins when the family feels. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere.
At the end of the day, you can ask her everything.
She just said you had her. She said you had her the whole. Did he have you the whole time? She just said you had her the whole time. But she just said you had her. She just said you had her the whole time.
I had her literally from here. Nigga, you can even see this shit on the whistle now.
You know, the one that they have in custody, and then another guy who they let leave the situation, who was the original guy that people were looking for or said that she was supposed to be with. That person was also here. That's the person that left. It's the original person that was said she was with. So that's where we at. And like I said, if anybody asking me to turn, the little girl is found. She's here, with the family. Police are interviewing her, talking to her. Also, the police, that must be who they took around the corner. Okay, hours. So I guess 3 days. I guess today will be the third day. I'm not sure, but whether it's 2 or 3 days, that's too long, man, for somebody's 13-year-old to be with 2 super old grown ass men.
I won't do too much talking on this video. Hopefully YouTube will let it stay up. I got a couple of videos I want to bring to you guys' attention. But the reason I brought up this one first is because we want to shine light on this community in Milwaukee coming together to find a 13-year-old girl who went missing for about 72 hours. Now, it seems street justice went into full effect, and I'm not mad at it. The same 2 grown men was responsible. One man managed to get away on camera, which we'll later discuss. And we got about 20 minutes of footage because all this went down on Facebook Live after someone alerted the family the young girl missing was at a local gas station, which happens to be right across the street from a local police station. Now, some shocking claims came to light during this altercation outside broad daylight at this gas station. We're sure later here, but nonetheless, we shine light on this story, expose these suckers, and give a round of applause to this local community. This is how we come together. But before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I'm going to give you the link. I should give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll jump right to it. On November 19, 2024, local news and a missing person report had went out that a Milwaukee girl went missing last seen on Monday, November 18, 2024. The young girl was 13 years old, identified as Kiera Golden Woods, last seen near 67th and Keefe at around noon. Only 5'4", last seen wearing a white shirt that has a black design of a lady on it, blue jeans, ripped pants, and her hair braided in cornrows that look golden blonde. The family have released this photo to the public. Only 120 pounds. Somebody was able to identify her being shelled in a vehicle at a local gas station just 3 days later, on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. And the crazy part is, the family seen her with this dude who apparently wanted to get on camera to act like he had nothing to do with it before walking away. He even confronted the other big dude who was at the gas station getting his wood.
Say my name, I'm here. Hey, nigga, put my name. Wait, I'm not. What difference? How y'all did? I want to know that. Hey, put my. Yeah, some more, nigga. Yeah. I put my. Yeah, we did. Okay. Make sure my what's your name? Michael, can't you wait there?
Michael, can't you wait there?
I ain't taking no female. No, your name clear. My bad. Thanks. Appreciate it, man.
And the big dude act like he ain't had nothing to do with it too, until the young girl said yes, and he confirmed it. The day had every day she went missing, and she was crying because she didn't want her family not to believe her.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere.
At the end of the day, you can ask her everything.
She just said you had her. She said you had her the whole time. Did he have you the whole time? She just said you had her the whole time.
Somebody else need to film.
But she just said
too emotional.
She just said you had her the whole time.
Her literally from here. Nigga, you can even see this shit on the whistle now. They got shit on camera.
What's your name?
Antonio R. Randall. What the am I sitting here telling you all this for if I've been doing something to her? She sit right there acting like she don't know your mama. The mama cry, whatever, at the end of the day. I've only been trying to be there for her. That's what got me feeling about all I do.
We live.
You touched fucking cousin. She just said it. You're gonna get from a history of.
No. Hey, are you sure? You sure this is the guy? Like, it can't. We. Are you? This is him. This is who you was with this whole time. He didn't let you go.
Do you know him?
Huh? Yeah, turn it off.
Yes, you've been touching her.
Give me a second. Hold on.
Oh, line him up, baby. There's some things we're going to jail for. When are y'all calling the cops? Oh, mama got a firearm. Oh, she got a gun. Oh, that person got a gun too. Oh, shit.
Hey, I'm gonna go. I do. Huh?
Who is that?
Let's hear that. Let's hear that. Okay.
They must be out of warrant.
believe you. We believe you. You nasty. You came up to talk like this. Let me tell He did what? He did what? He did what? He said he been fucking her, Jakar. He said he fucking her. Hey, Shorty, you ain't got nothing to tell them or say nothing to them to stop these stupid fucking people from doing crazy. Hey, Kiara, we gotta get up the stairs this wild from the house. I leave him right there with on the floor. After that, I'm not gonna make you feel okay. How many times we had? I'm not gonna let no people. She can say every day. She can say every day.
Get over this by there. You're doing too much, bro. It's all lame.
What happened, bro?
It's all lame. Hey, listen. That's why I'm waiting till the police come here. I'm waiting till the police come. Gotta make sure. Waiting till the police come. No, you're not. You're gonna wait till the police come. That's what you're gonna do. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. I tell you that. I dare you. I dare you try to go. I dare you try to go. I dare. Hey, it ain't worth it, bro. It ain't worth it, bro. It ain't worth it.
He got her closed up like this. I said, get over here, Kiara. Hell yeah, nigga, you have my baby. You have my baby. Some more, nigga. You have my baby. Yeah. Some more, nigga. Yeah. Yeah, we did.
It was me. Please tell me. Hey, put all that, man. Your name clear. That's all that matters. Okay. Make sure show my face. Your name. What's your name? Here you go. His name clear. He is not the one. Your name clear. My bad. Thank you. You good, man?
They said that one that said he was clear. They said he had something to do
police
with it too.
station right here, and ain't no cop come yet.
Why you ain't calling nobody?
Yeah, you call somebody, my nigga. You don't do like that, man. You don't do like that. You call somebody. You can take us to the police station. I can take us to the police station. Why you didn't do that?
Come get it then.
Why you didn't do that?
He ain't trapped you, folks. You lucky he ain't trapped you, G.
Listen.
I don't feel that.
Listen.
And when the young girl got to the police station, she confirmed both of them was dead. And Big Dude allowed him to take part in abusing her. So now he wanted as well, which is crazy because he had females with him in the car. One of them was recording, which is the footage we looking at.
Oh my God. As you can see, a nigga is innocent because I get
Start shooting. That man can start shooting.
boy, man, that boy, yeah. They came up, shook my hand. You innocent, name cleared. Now I don't even know which one of my siblings gave my name up.
Now we need to get out of his face. You low key stopping everybody else from getting out. Bro, that boy is fine.
Which one?
The one that's walking around with that girl in the snow.
Alright, so Joy, if y'all wanna watch the live, go on DC page.
Alright,
So I will save this video.
Hold on, wait, my bad, my phone.
So
You said what?
make sure y'all go up
You said what?
Make sure y'all go up on DC page as well.
Huh? Yeah, I don't give a fuck shit. I'm gone.
His whole face is
Nigga
swollen.
pull out guns. Which one?
And you're at the police station right here.
They're gonna go get the police.
And this man,
Nah, but I still was mad though. Niggas should never put my name out there. Like y'all should have known.
When they do get the police, they should all hide their knuckles.
Man, they been leaking.
My thing is, he's still staying here because he knows if he leaves, they go get him.
You got no trouble hiding in the damn store.
And on top of all this, Somebody in the comments noted that this same person is a registered as offender. It's a very unfortunate situation. It could have been worse. As of now, we don't know the charges that has been brought forth. This is very early. This situation happened less than 24 hours of me releasing this video. As of now, this is all we know. A young girl who was 13 years old was reported missing on Monday earlier this week. She was identified at a local gas station by the perpetrator family member. Family pulled up. 2 people is allegedly involved thus far that we know. One person got beat. Of course, we didn't show no footage of people putting hands on nobody. We're not going for that. And one dude managed to get away through the slithers. As more developed family, you know I keep you guys updated. But nonetheless, thank God the young girl is back with her family. Let me know how you guys feel about this one in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Until then, I'll catch you guys on the next one.
They be remember that little check or whatever. I like to see the whole thing. I find it on Twitter.
It has something to do, you know what I'm saying? So you always had a hustle going on, even as a child. Absolutely. So when I got into the comedy game and I started getting my foot in the
Let me see. 13-year-old girl. Oh, typing in the wrong computer. 13 year. West cousin. Let's confirm. Is this it? Let me see.
Cell phone video shows a chaotic scene unfolding at a Milwaukee gas station after loved ones say a missing 13-year-old girl is found.
We've been frantically looking for her for the last 3 days. And today, they found him here.
Milwaukee police say the teen was last seen near 67th and Keith on Monday. Wednesday, around 4 p.m., the teen's mother telling Fox 6 to rush to this gas station at 50th in Lisbon because she had been located.
As long as she's breathing and alive, because it don't always happen that way, I'm thankful.
Loved ones telling us they received a tip the teen was at this gas station with an adult male. Someone was able to safely grab the teen and restrain the man until officers arrived. Milwaukee police have yet to confirm any details.
How did she end up with him? I have no idea. It's all a mystery right now. All I know that she ended up with him Sunday night and has been with him ever since.
Community activist Vaughn Mays has been searching for the teen.
This could have ended badly. And so, just appreciative of everybody calming down.
He arrived to help de-escalate the situation. He says 2 men were detained and the teen was with investigators.
She was trying to hold it together.
A battle to move forward. Her family plans to help her fight.
Man, I'm just thankful. Glory be to God. Because if it wasn't for him, we would not have found her.
We have still not heard anything from Milwaukee police about the situation. The family, however, says that teen girl, she is safe tonight and talking with officers. Now reporting live in Milwaukee, Bria Jones, Fox 6 News.
Some good news there. All right, Bria, thank you.
What in the world? That's crazy. I think that's the story. Yep, this the girl. Oh, let me see what that's Fox. Fox. Is this another view? Oh, they beat him, the 37-year-old man. He was beaten and taken to the hospital. He and a 27-year-old was subsequently arrested. Ooh, wait a minute. What does that say about another person? Police arrested a 30-year-old man in regard to the fight and are looking for a second person. Like, why you gonna see? That's crazy. Somebody, I mean, they don't understand why somebody getting their ass beat. Somebody on stole took their child. That's crazy. Oh, let me get up off him. Hey, check this out. We're gonna look forward to the updates on the hearing today. I don't know what time they're supposed to be going in, but anyway, hey y'all, you know what we always say. Make sure you do some good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow even better one. And I'm out of here.